A young girl set out to sell cookies to her neighbors, just like she had done so many times before. But this time, she never came home. As soon as word spread, the entire community sprang into action. Hundreds of people, neighbors, friends, even complete strangers, joined the police searching every street, backyard, and park. But Joan was nowhere to be found. Days passed, and it was as if she had vanished into thin air. Just when hope seemed lost, detectives uncovered a shocking truth, one that would shake the town to its core and set off a chain of events with consequences still felt today. Joan D'Alessandro was born on September 7th, 1965, in the quiet town of Hillsdale, New Jersey. She had a loving family, her parents and two older brothers, and a childhood filled with warmth, faith, and laughter. Joan was bright, kind, and full of energy. She made friends easily, did well in school, and had a deep love for ballet and the arts. She also loved being a Girl Scout. It wasn't just about earning badges or going on outdoor adventures. She loved the sense of community, the friendships, and the fun. One of the biggest traditions of the Girl Scouts was selling cookies. The girls would go door to door in their neighborhood, chatting with neighbors and raising money for their troop. April 19, 1973 was Maundy Thursday, and since Joan's school was closed for the holiday, she spent the day at home with her mom. It was an ordinary afternoon. She played outside in the yard, enjoying the warm spring weather. Around 3 p.m., she noticed one of their neighbors pulling into the driveway in a brand new car. Joan had a few boxes of cookies left to deliver, and without wasting any time, she ran inside, grabbed them, and told her mom she'd be back in just a few minutes, but she never returned. At first, her mom wasn't too worried. Kids often lost track of time playing with their friends, and their neighborhood was a safe, quiet place where parents didn't think twice about letting their children roam freely. But as the minutes turned into an hour, worry began to creep in. The sky had darkened, and a light rain had started to fall. Maybe Joan had ducked into a friend's house to wait out the weather? The rain passed quickly, but Joan was still nowhere to be seen. By the time her dad came home from work, panic had fully set in. He immediately jumped into his car and started driving through the neighborhood, calling her name, scanning the streets for any sign of his little girl. Meanwhile, Joan's mom tried to figure out where she might have gone. Joan had taken the list of cookie deliveries with her, but her mother remembered something. Joan had mentioned that she was going to a neighbor's house, someone who had just arrived home in a new car. Her mom immediately thought of a family just a few houses down, the only ones in the neighborhood with a brand new vehicle. She rushed over, knocking on their door, hoping to find Joan safe and sound, but they hadn't seen her. One by one, she checked with other neighbors, anyone who might have ordered cookies or seen her daughter that afternoon. But the answer was always the same. No one had seen Joan. With no leads and no sign of their daughter, Joan's parents made the call they had been dreading. They contacted the police. Officers wasted no time launching a massive search operation. The local fire department sent out crews to help, and police officers went door to door across a several-mile radius, desperately hoping that someone had seen Joan. But no one had. What made this even more unsettling was the location. Joan's street led directly to a busy shopping center, with cars constantly passing through. It was the kind of place where someone would have noticed a young girl walking alone. And yet, nothing. As the hours dragged on, the community came together in full force. Dozens, then hundreds of people poured into the streets, flashlights in hand, calling Joan's name, checking every backyard, every alley, every possible hiding place. By midnight, local authorities called in reinforcements. The FBI and state police arrived, search dogs were brought in, and every possible lead was chased down. Volunteers combed through abandoned lots, empty houses, nearby forests, parks, even the shores of a local lake. But there was nothing, not a single clue. At first, investigators considered the possibility that Joan had simply wandered too far from home and gotten lost. But as the night stretched into the early hours of the morning, an awful realization set in. If she had just been lost, they would have found her by now. Something else had happened. The police were now certain. Joan hadn't just disappeared. Someone had taken her. Joan's mother never believed, not even for a second, that her daughter had wandered off on her own. Joan was the kind of child who followed the rules. She never went far without permission, and when she said she'd be back in a few minutes, she meant it. That's why her mother was convinced something terrible had happened. By 3 a.m., after hours of searching with no results, police decided to pause and resume at sunrise. As the sun came up, even more volunteers joined in. It seemed like the entire town had come together for Joan. Women who couldn't physically help with the search still found ways to contribute, preparing over 2,000 meals for the search teams throughout the day. Nearly every officer in the police department was involved, along with 250 firefighters from neighboring towns and several FBI teams. That day, searchers combed through every possible place Joan could be. They checked every home, yard, garage, and shed, anywhere a little girl might be. But despite their relentless efforts, there was still no sign of her. Then, a possible breakthrough, one of the search teams discovered a child's shoe less than a mile from Joan's home. It looked just like the ones she had been wearing when she left the house. Nearby, they also found several empty boxes of Girl Scout cookies, the same kind Joan had been selling. Hoping for answers, police immediately showed the shoe to Joan's mother. But the moment she saw it, her heart sank. It wasn't Joan's. Investigators then examined the cookie boxes and determined they had likely been there for weeks. Eventually, local residents came forward and confirmed that the shoe belonged to their child. Just like that, what seemed like a major lead turned into another dead end, and investigators were back to square one. Despite the hundreds of volunteers, the extensive searches, and the unwavering determination, the second full day of searching ended without answers. Meanwhile, the FBI was beginning to focus more and more on the possibility of foul play. After speaking with Joan's mother, detectives learned something crucial. She had already visited every neighbor where Joan might have delivered cookies. Every single one had said the same thing. Joan never came to their house that day. There was no sign of her. No cookies, no deliveries, nothing. But there was something else. Joan's mother shared a gut feeling she had, a suspicion that had been nagging at her since the very beginning. Before Joan left the house, she mentioned she was heading to a neighbor's home, the one who had just pulled into their driveway in a new car. As far as her mother knew, there was only one household nearby that had recently purchased a vehicle: the McGowans. So when Joan first went missing, her mother had gone straight to their house. There, she met 26-year-old Joseph McGowan, who lived with his mother and grandmother. When she asked if he had seen Joan, he told her no. But something about him didn't sit right. His behavior, his tone. She couldn't explain it, but she had a terrible feeling about him. Detectives had already spoken to Joseph once, and he had denied any involvement in Joan's disappearance. But as the hours passed, those gut feelings, both from Joan's mother and from law enforcement, only grew stronger. Joseph's story didn't seem to hold up. He kept tripping over details, struggling to keep his alibi straight. Yet there was no hard evidence against him. Nothing in his home connected him to Joan. He also had no criminal record. In fact, his background was the complete opposite of what one might expect from a suspect in a case like this. He was a well-respected school chemistry teacher with a good reputation in the community. But something still felt off. Eventually, detectives brought him into the station for a polygraph test. Joseph agreed, sitting down to answer their questions. But the results weren't what he was hoping for. The test flagged multiple signs of deception on nearly every key question. Unfortunately, polygraph results weren't admissible as solid evidence. They couldn't convict him based on that alone, but they could use it to push him further. When detectives told Joseph that he had failed, they pressed him harder. They needed him to come clean. Then, something unexpected happened. Joseph broke down, and to everyone's surprise, he made a request. "Bring me a priest," he said. Detectives obliged, and after speaking with the priest in private, everything changed. Joseph finally broke down and confessed to what really happened that day. According to his story, he had been outside mowing the lawn when Joan approached him with a few boxes of cookies. He said he had pre-ordered them weeks earlier, so he invited her inside to pay. But from this point, Joseph's account took a bizarre turn. He claimed that when he realized he didn't have the exact amount of cash to pay her, he suddenly became overwhelmed with frustration and shame. For reasons he couldn't explain, he snapped. He grabbed Joan and dragged her to his bedroom, where he brutally attacked her and committed unspeakable acts. The detectives, of course, didn't believe this part of his story for a second. His excuse made no sense. No one would react so violently over something so trivial. But they let him continue his confession, knowing that the more he talked, the more he'd reveal. Joseph said that after realizing the gravity of what he had done, panic set in. He knew that if he let Joan go, his life would be over. So, instead of facing the consequences, he decided to get rid of her. After several failed attempts, he ultimately killed Joan, wrapped her body in an old sofa cover, and placed her in the trunk of his car. He then cleaned up the blood in his bedroom, stuffed the cleaning rags into a bag, and drove nearly 20 miles away to a national park in neighboring New York State. There, deep in the woods, he carried Joan's body behind a large rock and left her there. On his way back, he disposed of the rags and other evidence in random trash bins along the road. And then, in a twisted display of deception, Joseph returned home and acted as if nothing had happened. Later that night, when Joan's mother knocked on his door looking for her daughter, he calmly told her he hadn't seen the little girl. He even joined the community's search efforts, pretending to care as he walked alongside neighbors who were desperately trying to find Joan. But perhaps the most chilling part of his confession came at the end. Joseph told detectives that, despite everything he had done, he felt completely calm that night. He had no trouble falling asleep at all. While some details of his story seemed questionable, investigators' main priority was now finding Joan's body. They contacted New York Park Services, and Joseph provided them with precise directions to the location. Thanks to this, the search took less than an hour. Joan's body was found exactly where he said it would be, behind a large rock in a remote wooded area. But when medical examiners began their work, more inconsistencies in Joseph's account came to light. During his interrogation, Joseph insisted that he had not sexually assaulted Joan. But forensic evidence told a different story. There was undeniable proof that he had. His version of the events also contradicted the physical evidence in other ways. He claimed he had simply attacked her in a fit of rage, yet forensic experts found multiple injuries and bruises that suggested a prolonged, violent struggle. And then there was the most glaring contradiction of all. Joan's body was found completely unclothed. Even when detectives confronted him with this detail, Joseph continued to deny any sexual assault. For Joseph's family and friends, the entire situation was beyond comprehension. They had always seen him as a quiet, intelligent, and kind person. The idea that he was capable of something so monstrous was unthinkable. His colleagues at the elementary school where he worked as a chemistry teacher were equally stunned. To them, Joseph had always been a well-respected and well-educated teacher who had never shown any signs of trouble. But the residents of Hillsdale had no doubts about his guilt. In the days following his arrest, dozens of furious locals gathered outside his house. Most weren't violent, but the police still decided to block off the entire street, worried that someone might try to harm his mother or grandmother. Some residents were so outraged that they even flipped through phone books looking for anyone with the last name McGowan, making angry phone calls to complete strangers. Many of these people had no connection to Joseph, yet they became targets of the town's collective fury. Several families even filed complaints saying these threatening calls were making their lives unbearable. The anger only grew when the judge set Joseph's bail at $50,000. That was a huge sum at the time, but for the people of Hillsdale, it wasn't enough. Hundreds of residents flooded the court with letters, demanding that bail be revoked. The thought of Joseph walking free, even temporarily, was unthinkable. But surprisingly, not everyone agreed. Some believed that, despite the horror of his crime, Joseph should have the right to post bail. Some residents were actually hoping Joseph would be released, not because they believed he was innocent, but because they wanted to take justice into their own hands. Under immense public pressure, the court eventually changed its decision and revoked his bail, even though his family had already managed to gather the necessary amount. In the end, Joseph was kept in jail while awaiting trial, placed in solitary confinement for his own safety, as many inmates were eager to harm him. Several months after his arrest, the trial finally began. Joseph pleaded guilty to the murder but continued to deny the sexual assault. He insisted that the crime was a spontaneous act, claiming he had no idea what came over him. The prosecution, however, wasn't buying it. Before the trial, several psychiatrists had evaluated Joseph. Their conclusions were chilling. They believed he had harbored dark, monstrous desires for years, hiding them behind the facade of a normal, well-adjusted life. But when the opportunity arose to act on his fantasies, he didn't hesitate. There was also speculation that the crime wasn't as impulsive as Joseph claimed. The fact that he had hidden Joan's body deep in the woods behind a large rock raised serious doubts that he had chosen the spot on a whim. Investigators strongly believed that he had known about the location long before the crime, keeping it in mind as a convenient place to dispose of a body. By the end of the trial, Joseph was sentenced to life in prison, but there was a catch. At the time, the law allowed for parole, even for someone like him, which meant the case was far from over. Nearly 20 years later, Joseph became eligible for parole, causing outrage among Joan's family. Her parents hadn't even been aware this was an option. To make matters worse, their attorney warned them that if they didn't take action to oppose his release, there was a strong chance he would walk free. The problem was that over the years, Joseph had undergone multiple psychiatric evaluations, and every single one concluded that he was no longer a threat to society. Adding to his case was his spotless behavior in prison. He had never caused trouble or violated any rules. Desperate to keep him behind bars, Joan's mother fought with everything she had. She not only worked to convince the parole board that Joseph didn't deserve to be released, but also launched a campaign to change the law, ensuring that criminals like him would never get the chance for parole again. After years of relentless advocacy, she succeeded. A new law was passed in New Jersey, making anyone convicted of murdering a child under 14 for the purpose of sexual assault permanently ineligible for parole. The following year, a federal version of the law was enacted, largely thanks to her efforts. However, the law didn't apply retroactively, meaning Joseph was still eligible for parole. But despite this, Joan's mother managed to convince the court to deny his release. Then, in 1999, another parole hearing came up, and this time, something unexpected happened. Before the decision was made, Joseph underwent another psychiatric evaluation. During these conversations, he suddenly changed the story he had been sticking to for over 20 years. Initially, he had claimed that he attacked Joan out of frustration when he couldn't find the right amount of change. That explanation had never been particularly convincing, but now Joseph admitted it was a lie. According to him, he had been struggling with personal issues at the time. He was unhappy with his job, dissatisfied with his life, and feeling generally miserable. When Joan knocked on his door, he claimed he simply decided to take out his anger on her, leading him to commit the crime. Despite this new explanation, the court once again denied his parole. Over the following years, Joseph continued to petition for early release, but each time, his requests were rejected. During one of his final attempts to secure parole, he agreed to an interview with John Douglas, a former FBI agent and renowned criminal profiler whose work inspired The Silence of the Lambs and shows like Mindhunter. Douglas, who had interviewed infamous serial killers like Charles Manson, assessed whether Joseph was fit to re-enter society. His conclusion was clear. Joseph remained a significant danger to those around him. He described Joseph's uncontrollable urges as deeply disturbing. Using his unique approach, Douglas managed to earn Joseph's trust, uncovering something even more unsettling in the process. At one point, Joseph bragged about having more than $600,000. He explained that after his mother and grandmother passed away, he received sizable payouts and sold their house. But what was most disturbing was what he did with the money. Joseph revealed that he had moved all of it to a bank in neighboring New York State, specifically to prevent Joan's mother from ever being able to access a single penny through civil lawsuits. He had been quietly securing funds for legal representation, ensuring he could continue fighting for his release. Douglas was so struck by this conversation that he later wrote an entire book about the case. Joseph's last attempt to secure parole was in 2008, with his next hearing scheduled for 2025. Joan's mother was preparing for another battle, ready to oppose his release once again. But she didn't have to. In 2021, Joseph died in prison at the age of 74. In the end, he spent most of his life behind bars and remained there until his death. As for Joan's mother, her fight for justice never stopped. A few years ago, she successfully pushed to raise the age limit in her original law from 14 to 18 in New Jersey. She also helped pass another law in the state, one that completely removed the statute of limitations for murder cases. On top of her legal advocacy, she founded a nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting children, a mission that has had a profound impact over the years. And she has no plans of slowing down. For her, this fight isn't just about what happened to Joan. It's about protecting thousands of other children.
Toxic relationships. One person mistreats the other. Whether it's a partner, spouse, relative, or even a co-worker. Some people are obviously aggressive, but others hide their true nature so well that no one suspects a thing. On the surface, they appear loving and kind, making it seem like everything is perfect, until something terrible happens. That was exactly the case with Alsu, Sabash, Nikova, and Timur prove. To everyone around them, they seemed like the perfect couple, deeply in love and completely devoted to each other. They had known each other since childhood, growing up in the small town of Messia. And after years of dating, they finally got married. Their wedding was a huge celebration, with guests coming from all over. But just 3 days later, the newlyweds were buried together in the same grave. What went so horribly wrong? Let's take a closer look. Alsu was born on January 4th, 2001, in the village of Meleks, located in Tatarstan's Toomy district. She was the youngest in her family and grew up with an older brother, Rowan, who was always by her side. Their childhood took a turn when their parents divorced while they were still in school. After the separation, they stayed with their mother, Ilira Shira. Not long after, their mother remarried and the family moved to McCoy, a village about 12 miles away from Nabacheli. Alsu and Rowan adjusted quickly and accepted their stepfather, who treated them like his own kids. They even started calling him Dad. Their new home was a quiet, close-knit village with only about 2,000 people, where everyone knew each other. Alsu and her brother fit right in, enrolled in school, and made new friends. The town had a diverse mix of Russian, Tatar, and Yossishi's residents, and life there was peaceful, far from the chaos of big cities. Once a week, the local community center hosted dance nights, along with various performing arts classes, including dance and choral singing. During holidays, the town would organize concerts where local talent had the chance to shine. Alsu was an outstanding student, always at the top of her class. Teachers described her as intelligent, responsible, and highly focused. A student they could always count on. She had a calm and level-headed personality, naturally skilled at resolving conflicts without drama. On top of that, she was known for her kindness and beauty, which drew people to her. Many wanted to be her friend, but her closest bond was with her cousin, Sabrina Sashnikova. Despite being 3 years younger, Sabrina and Alsu were inseparable from childhood until tragedy struck. They shared everything, their deepest secrets, their daily thoughts, and they looked so similar that people often mistook them for sisters. Sadly, their lives would both end in a devastating way. From a young age, Alsu faced serious health struggles. A severe viral infection damaged her kidneys, leading to chronic kidney failure that worsened over time. She had to travel regularly to a specialized clinic in Nabacheli for treatment and underwent hemodialysis, a procedure to cleanse her blood since her kidneys could no longer do the job. Her family wasn't wealthy, and the cost of her medical care was a heavy burden. The expenses for treatments, medications, and procedures were overwhelming. During flare-ups, she had to switch to homeschooling, often missing months of school. This made it difficult for her to properly prepare for her final exams and university entrance tests. Still, Alsu had big dreams. She wanted to attend the Nabar Chile branch of Kazan Innovative University and study economics. But she knew her health would make it hard to keep up with the demands of college life. On top of that, most of the family's income went toward her treatments, making tuition unaffordable. Her mother tried to comfort her, suggesting that she start with vocational training to learn a practical skill, allowing her to earn an income before pursuing higher education later on. Alsu remained hopeful about her future, determined to build a career she enjoyed and gain independence. She didn't want to be a burden on her family, so she stayed positive and kept searching for the right path. To support herself, she took courses in eyelash extensions and nail care, eventually setting up a small business at home. This allowed her to work while managing her health. While still in school, Alsu met Timur Prokhorov, a senior student who was 4 years older than her. They quickly became close, and over time, their friendship turned into a romantic relationship, which eventually led to marriage. So, who was Timur Prokhorov? Born in 1997 in Nabar Chile, Timur was the younger of 2 sons in a well-off family. His parents ran a small but successful business, ensuring a stable and comfortable life for their children, especially when it came to education. His older brother, Arthur, studied law and later took a job at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In the late 2000s, the Prokhorov family bought land in the village of McCoy and started building a house. A few years later, they moved in permanently. Both Timur and his brother helped with construction and household tasks, contributing to the family's new home. Those who knew Timur, friends, teachers, and neighbors, described him as a kind and calm person. He wasn't the type to get into fights and preferred to settle disagreements through conversation rather than confrontation. If he made a mistake, he wasn't afraid to admit it and apologize. Academically, he was an average student, but he was passionate about the arts. He participated in dance groups, performed at community events, and even continued performing as an adult. When Otto got married and moved back to Nabar Chile, he had 2 children, and the family remained close. Timur adored his niece and nephew, often spoiling them and spending as much time with them as he could. After finishing school, Timur enlisted in the Navy, serving his mandatory military duty. By then, he and Alsu had been in a relationship, and she eagerly awaited his return. During his service, tragedy struck his family. His mother was diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer, and despite all efforts to treat her, she passed away within a few months. A year later, Timur's father remarried, and his new wife was warmly accepted by the family. In time, the couple decided to move back to Nabar Chile to focus on their business, leaving their nearly completed house in the village to Timur, who took over the remaining construction work. As mentioned earlier, Timur and Alsu's love story began in high school, and their bond deepened quickly. Alsu had been open about her serious health condition from the start, but Timur never saw it as a reason to walk away. Instead, he reassured her that they would face every challenge together. After returning from military service, Timur continued his studies and later joined his family's business. His income was enough to support both himself and Alsu, but she refused to depend entirely on him. She continued working from home, though her worsening condition forced her to give up nail extensions, as she could no longer handle the chemicals used in the process. Timur was devoted to Alsu, taking her to Nabarchali and Kazan for medical checkups, treatments, and therapies. He always made sure she was taken care of and looked after her with unwavering dedication. He also formed a close bond with Alsu's mother, who treated him like her own son. By 2018, Alsu's health had taken a drastic turn for the worse. Her kidneys were failing completely, and she could no longer survive without regular dialysis. The only hope was a kidney transplant, and fortunately, her mother was a perfect donor match. However, the surgery and post-operative care were extremely expensive, far beyond what the family could afford. Alsu's condition grew critical. Severe swelling altered her appearance so much that she barely recognized herself. Overwhelmed by distress, she didn't want Timur to see her like that, and even asked him not to visit her in the hospital. But Timur refused to leave her side, standing by her no matter what. As news spread about Alsu's worsening condition and the urgent need for funds, the community came together to help. Concerned neighbors organized a charity concert at the local community center, donating all the proceeds to her family in a desperate attempt to raise enough money for her treatment. That night, Timur also took part in the charity event, performing as part of a dance group. Thanks to the overwhelming support from the community, the necessary funds were raised in a short time, and Alsu's life-saving surgery was paid for. Alsu and her mother traveled to a well-known clinic in Moscow, where a highly respected surgeon agreed to take on the challenging procedure. The operation was a success, and both women recovered well, but Alsu faced a long and difficult healing process. She had to take strict medications, follow a carefully controlled diet, and undergo regular checkups to ensure her new kidney functioned properly. For nearly 6 months, Alsu remained in the hospital, and after being discharged, she stayed home for another year to minimize the risk of infection. Though the recovery was mentally and physically exhausting, she followed every medical instruction. Her mother, stepfather, and brother supported her every step of the way, constantly encouraging her to stay strong. There was also concern about her relationship with Timur. Not many young men would stay committed through such difficult times, and if he had chosen to leave, no one would have judged him. But Timur never wavered. During Alsu's illness, he practically lived at the hospital, staying by her side and later moving in with her parents to help however he could. He drove her to medical appointments, sought out necessary medications, even if it meant traveling to another city, and remained her pillar of strength. Shortly after Alsu was discharged, Timur proposed. She joyfully accepted, and in August 2021, they had their nikah ceremony, a significant Islamic wedding tradition. They then moved into Timur's house, which was still under construction. Alsu continued working from home, while Timur commuted daily to Nabarchali. The couple was saving up for a grand wedding, which they planned for January. On January 4th, 2022, Alsu turned 21, and just a few weeks later, on January 20th, the wedding took place at her parents' home. Family and friends from all over the Republic gathered to celebrate, and the festivities lasted 3 days. Guests described the couple as radiating happiness. Timur expressed his deep respect for Alsu's mother, Ilira, calling her mom, which moved her to tears. She thanked both God and fate for blessing her daughter with such a devoted husband. Among the wedding guests was 18-year-old Sabrina, Alsu's bridesmaid, who had traveled from another city. She planned to return home for school on January 24th, but stayed with the newlyweds for a few more days, sleeping in a separate room. Other guests were accommodated in Alsu's parents' house and nearby relatives' homes. On the night of January 23rd, Ilira had a disturbing dream. She searched for her daughter, but couldn't find her, while Timur silently placed small coins in her hands. The unsettling vision jolted her awake at 5 a.m., filling her with unease. Though she wanted to call Alsu immediately, she forced herself to wait a little longer. By 7 a.m., the anxiety was unbearable, and she finally picked up the phone. No answer. Neither Alsu, Timur, nor Sabrina responded to her calls. Growing increasingly worried, Ilira and her husband decided to go to the couple's house. When they arrived at 7:30 a.m., they noticed that Timur's car was missing. At first, this didn't seem alarming. Perhaps he had stepped out early for something. But when Ilira reached for the front door and found it unlocked, panic surged through her. There was no way her daughter, son-in-law, and guest would have left without securing the house. Calling out their names, she stepped inside. Silence. As she moved further in, her worst fears became a horrifying reality. In the living room, she collapsed at the sight before her. Alsu and Sabrina lay motionless on the floor, surrounded by pools of blood. Their bodies bore multiple stab wounds, and from their cold, stiff state, it was clear they had been dead for hours. Ilira's screams tore through the quiet morning as she stumbled outside, telling her husband what she had just seen. Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone and called the police. Emergency services arrived at the scene at 7:50 a.m. The horrific discovery had already taken its toll on Ilira. Overcome with grief, she began experiencing heart problems and required medical attention. She was inconsolable, crying and screaming in disbelief at the loss of her daughter. By this time, relatives of the young couple had gathered at the house, along with curious neighbors drawn by the commotion. Investigators wasted no time examining the scene. Forensic experts found over a dozen stab wounds on Alsu and Sabrina, inflicted with both a knife and a pair of scissors. However, the murder weapons were missing. The immediate suspect was Timur. He was nowhere to be found, and his phone was unreachable. Yet, his relatives fiercely defended him, insisting he was incapable of such a crime. According to family and friends, Timur was a devoted husband who adored Alsu, never arguing with her, let alone harming her. But then, some neighbors came forward with a different story. They claimed that behind closed doors, Timur was controlling and possessive. They described him as jealous of Alsu's beauty, often engaging in private arguments that sometimes became loud enough for others to hear. Some even alleged that Alsu felt guilty about her illness, and that Timur would remind her that no one else would take care of her but him. As investigators dug deeper, troubling details emerged about the night before the tragedy. That Saturday evening, Timur and his friends had gathered at his home, drinking late into the night. When Timur stepped out to see off his guests past midnight, he was gone for nearly an hour and a half, leaving his phone behind. During this time, Alsu texted her friend Anna, expressing concern. She was worried about her husband and couldn't reach him. Then, at 2 a.m., she sent her final message. Timur had returned. Everything was fine, and they were going to bed. She even thanked Anna for checking in, adding a smiley face at the end. Nothing in her messages suggested any trouble. However, investigators suspected that Timur might have had a jealous outburst upon his return, possibly fueled by alcohol. If a heated argument broke out, it could have escalated into a violent attack. Realizing what he had done, he likely fled the scene in his car. Now, the authorities had to track him down. Later that day, on January 23rd, a breakthrough came. Along a road leading to Yelabuga, in the parking lot of a small roadside cafe, authorities discovered a Lada Priora. Inside the vehicle, they found the body of a young man. Timur had died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the chin. A rifle was found in his hands, leaving little doubt that he had taken his own life. Authorities quickly identified the deceased. It was 25-year-old Timur Provorov, the man wanted for questioning in the double homicide. Investigators later discovered that the rifle belonged to Timur's father and had been kept in a secured safe in the home he shared with Alsu. It appeared that Timur had taken the weapon with him when he left that night, possibly already planning to end his life. Security camera footage from a building across the street from the Provorov residence provided further clues. The video captured Timur leaving the house with friends. About an hour and a half later, he returned alone. However, he never appeared on camera after that. Since the camera was only focused on the street, it was possible that Timur left again, driving in the opposite direction out of the frame. A witness recalled that on the night of January 23rd, a local club nearby was hosting a dance event. The newlyweds did not attend, as they had guests over, but at one point, an unfamiliar car briefly stopped outside their house before driving away. The following morning, after news of the tragedy broke, 2 young men showed up looking for Timur. When they learned what had happened, they quickly left. No one could provide a description of them afterward. As the investigation continued, an unexpected name surfaced. A 47-year-old massage therapist from Naberezhny Chelny. Authorities soon uncovered that she also offered intimate services at her home. Her identity was never disclosed to the media, but it was alleged that Timur had visited her multiple times. On the night of the tragedy, Timur reportedly messaged her, asking if she was available for a session. The late-night request did not surprise her, and she agreed to meet him. Some reports suggested that Timur visited her after murdering Alsu and Sabrina. They allegedly had an intimate encounter, but when the woman asked for payment, Timur refused. An argument ensued, and when she threatened to report him, he lashed out, hitting her multiple times before storming out. The woman later went to the police, reporting Timur for physical assault and alleging that he had also sexually assaulted her. However, for reasons that remain unclear, she later withdrew her statement. Rumors spread that Timur's well-connected relatives, some with ties to law enforcement, had intervened, ensuring her silence. She never spoke publicly about Timur or the alleged abuse again. Some speculated that Timur had actually visited the massage therapist before returning home that night, explaining his long absence. If Alsu found out, jealousy may have sparked a heated argument. It was possible that Sabrina, siding with Alsu, unintentionally escalated the situation, pushing Timur into a violent rage. One final detail stood out to investigators. At 7:03 a.m. on January 23rd, Timur logged into his social media account for the last time. After that, he stopped responding to calls and messages. This timestamp was later estimated to be the moment of his death. Theories of jealousy, infidelity, and sudden rage painted a disturbing picture, one that many found hard to reconcile with the man Timur was believed to be. For those who knew Timur, the idea that he had committed such a brutal crime seemed impossible. Even Alsu's relatives refused to believe the theories of jealousy or rage, insisting that an outsider must have been responsible. Timur had always been described as kind, calm, and level-headed. His actions that night did not align with the person they knew. While he occasionally drank on holidays or days off, no one had ever seen him intoxicated. However, a search of the house uncovered a troubling discovery: a significant quantity of prescription painkillers. These medications had originally been prescribed to Timur's mother, who had battled cancer before passing away. After her death, the powerful drugs had remained in the house, carefully stored in a drawer. Investigators suspected that someone had been secretly using them. This revelation led to another theory. Could Timur have been taking these medications in secret? On that fateful night, had he consumed a large dose, possibly mixing it with alcohol? Such a combination could have caused hallucinations, confusion, or a sudden outburst of aggression. If he had committed the crime in a drug-induced state and later regained his senses, he may have seen no other option but to take his own life. Despite the shocking nature of the case, no criminal charges were filed, as the suspected perpetrator was already deceased. However, the families of the victims struggled to accept Timur's guilt. Alsu's mother, in particular, refused to believe that her son-in-law was responsible. She insisted that he had loved Alsu deeply and would never have harmed her. In accordance with her wishes, the young couple was buried together in the same grave at the local cemetery, her final act of faith in Timur's innocence. The tragic case quickly became the talk of the small village, sending shockwaves across the Republic of Tatarstan. Journalists from all over the region rushed to cover the sensational story. However, while the Provorov and Sabashnikov families avoided speaking to the press, eager villagers, many of whom had never even met the deceased, readily shared rumors and speculation. The case became clouded with misinformation, making it difficult to separate fact from fiction. On January 26th, Timur's father made a public statement that only deepened the mystery. He claimed that the autopsy had revealed signs of physical abuse on his son's body and that very little blood was found in the car. This led him to believe that Timur may have been beaten and shot elsewhere before his body was placed inside the vehicle. However, just a day later, investigators refuted these claims. They stated that the autopsy found no injuries on Timur's body apart from the gunshot wound. Furthermore, forensic analysis confirmed that the bullet had been fired from under his chin at a precise angle, strongly suggesting suicide. It was just a few hundred yards from home when she vanished without a trace, setting off one of Italy's most haunting mysteries. What started as a routine evening soon escalated into a massive police search, and over time, the case became one of the most infamous in modern Italy, leaving millions in shock. No one could have imagined that the twists and turns of this case would rival any detective movie, or that something this chilling could happen in real life. Yara Gambirasio was born on May 21st, 1997, in a small Italian town called Brembate di Sopra. This quiet place, not far from Milan, has a population of just over 7,000 and is known for its peaceful atmosphere, historic architecture, and stunning natural surroundings. Yara's family had lived there for generations. She had loving parents, an older sister, and 2 younger brothers. She adored her hometown, attended the local school, had many friends, and was deeply passionate about gymnastics. Just a few hundred yards from her home stood a large sports center where Yara trained almost every week. On November 26, 2010, at just 13 years old, she planned to stop by the gym quickly to return a stereo to her coach. At around 5:15 p.m., she said goodbye to her parents and headed out, assuring them she'd be back in about an hour. Yara's parents weren't worried about letting her go alone. Despite her age, their town was safe, and the walk to the gym took just minutes. But as the evening wore on, concerns started creeping in. By 7 p.m., Yara still hadn't returned, which was unusual. At 7:11, her mother called her phone, but it went straight to voicemail. Now genuinely alarmed, her parents immediately contacted the police. The case was referred to a larger police department in a nearby city, and an experienced detective, Letizia Ruggeri, was assigned to investigate Yara's disappearance. She quickly dispatched officers to the town to begin the search and enlisted the help of the military police. After speaking with Yara's parents, investigators headed to the gym to reconstruct her last known movements. Her coach confirmed she had been there around 5:30 p.m. Her friends said they saw her, chatted briefly, watched her do some exercises, and then saw her leave for home. The police also discovered that Yara had sent a text to a friend at 6:44 p.m., the last time anyone heard from her. From this, investigators concluded that Yara had vanished somewhere between the sports complex and her home. Teams were deployed, some combing the streets, while others searched for witnesses and possible clues, including CCTV footage. Several people near the sports center that evening reported seeing a girl matching Yara's description, speaking with 2 men near a red car, but police couldn't confirm if it was really her. A thorough search of the entire sports center turned up nothing. Meanwhile, local and military police scoured the streets, fields, and the banks of a small river running through town. Firefighters and volunteers joined the effort, but Yara was nowhere to be found. Detective Ruggeri then brought in canine units. The search dogs picked up Yara's scent from her belongings, but instead of leading police toward her home, they indicated she had gone in the opposite direction, toward a small town called Mapello. Ruggeri also requested Yara's cell phone location data, which revealed that at 6:49 p.m., just 5 minutes after she texted her friend, her phone had connected to a cell tower in Mapello. Given the distance from the sports center, it was almost certain Yara hadn't walked there on her own. She must have been taken in a vehicle. At this point, Yara's trail went cold. Police focused on 2 main theories. The most likely, that she had been kidnapped. The other, that she had run away. But there were serious doubts about the latter. Her last message made plans to meet a friend the next day, making it hard to believe she would suddenly decide to disappear. Despite their doubts, investigators interviewed all of Yara's family and friends, but nothing suggested any trouble at home. Ruggeri went a step further, ordering wiretaps on the phones of her relatives and several dozen other individuals. She made a bold move, requesting location data for every phone that had connected to cell towers in Mapello on the night Yara disappeared. If this was an abduction, the kidnapper's phone would have pinged those same towers. However, identifying the perpetrator would still be incredibly difficult. The police received records for 15,000 phones that had been active in the area that evening. A special team was assembled to analyze these numbers and monitor thousands of individuals who seemed suspicious for various reasons. Meanwhile, active searches for Yara continued, but day after day, they led nowhere. Ruggeri began to fear that the investigation was reaching a dead end. Her last hope rested on the phone records. One of those numbers had to belong to the kidnapper. Within days, officers had listened to thousands of hours of recorded conversation, but none appeared linked to Yara's case. The process dragged on for weeks until suddenly, in late November, one officer heard something deeply unsettling. On a wiretapped call, a man whispered a chilling phrase, "Forgive me, Lord. I didn't kill her." Investigators quickly identified the man as Muhammad Fikri, a construction worker from Morocco who lived in the same town where Yara's phone signal had last been detected. The police tried to locate him, but there was a problem. The team monitoring phone conversations was working with a delay of several days. Processing so many calls in real time was impossible, so Fikri's call was only reviewed 3 days after it was made. By the time police became interested in him, he was already aboard a ship heading to Morocco. The situation looked highly suspicious, so Italian authorities made the urgent decision to intercept the vessel. They located Fikri, arrested him, and brought him back to Italy. Meanwhile, investigators uncovered another chilling clue. Searching Fikri's car, they discovered a mattress in the trunk stained with blood. It was immediately sent to a lab for testing. But then came an unexpected twist. The blood did not belong to Yara. In fact, it wasn't even human. Further analysis of the wiretapped phone call revealed another major error. The officer, listening to the recording, had misunderstood Fikri's words in his native language, leading to a mistranslation of the second half of his statement. Additional checks confirmed that Fikri had no involvement in Yara's disappearance, and he was ultimately released. By then, Yara's case had become one of the most widely discussed topics in Italy, dominating national media. Millions followed the search efforts, desperately hoping she would be found alive. When news of Fikri's arrest broke, many believed the case had finally been solved. So when his innocence was confirmed, the public was left stunned and disheartened. It meant that investigators were back at square one, with no other leads to follow. The police continued wiretapping phone calls, searching for new evidence, and pursuing every possible clue, but nothing seemed to bring them closer to finding Yara. This continued for exactly 3 months, until February 26, 2011. That day, a man from a small town 6 miles from Yara's home went to an open field to fly his remote-controlled airplane. But when the aircraft malfunctioned, he had to land it in an area with thick, overgrown grass to prevent it from crashing. As he walked over to retrieve it, he noticed a pile of rags. At first, he thought little of it, until he saw boots sticking out from underneath. That's when he decided to call the police. Officers arrived and discovered a human body hidden under the rags. However, the level of decomposition made it nearly impossible to identify the victim on sight. But when Letizia Ruggeri arrived at the scene, she knew immediately. It was Yara. She was still wearing the same clothes from the night she vanished 3 months earlier. Nearby, investigators found her iPad, house keys, SIM card, and the removable battery from her phone. But the phone itself was missing. Italy's top forensic pathologist was brought in to examine the remains. After a thorough analysis, she determined that Yara's cause of death was multiple stab wounds. No evidence of assault was found, but the fact that some of her clothing had been removed led investigators to believe this was the motive. Experts also uncovered fibers on the body, commonly used in a specific type of fabric, suggesting the killer might have worked in a related manufacturing facility in the area. In addition to this, 2 foreign DNA samples were found, one on Yara's gloves and another on the battery of her missing phone. However, investigators faced several frustrating challenges. The DNA samples they had were incredibly small, making it extremely difficult to extract a complete profile. To make matters worse, there were no matches in any of the national or international DNA database, leaving them stranded at yet another dead end. It was a devastating setback. But then, 2 months later, Letizia received an unexpected call that changed everything. Experts at the forensic lab had re-examined the victim's belongings and discovered something crucial: biological material found on Yara's underwear. This time, the analysis produced a full DNA profile. The sample belonged to an unknown man. It was their first real breakthrough. With the killer's DNA finally in hand, Letizia wasted no time. She immediately divided her officers into multiple teams, assigning each one a specific, critical task. Some officers were sent to collect DNA samples from every single person connected to Yara. Relatives, friends, neighbors, and even everyone at the sports complex she frequented. Others focused on tracking and analyzing cell phone location data, compiling a comprehensive list of numbers belonging to people who had traveled from Yara's town to Mapello that evening. Once identified, those individuals were also asked to provide DNA samples. But the scale of this investigation was massive, and the results weren't coming in quickly. Even with 3 forensic laboratories across Italy working non-stop on the collected DNA, the process was painfully slow. The sheer number of samples meant that the analysis could take years. Over the following months, investigators collected thousands of DNA samples, hoping for a match. Yet despite their tireless effort, none of them aligned with the killer's profile. It was a devastating reality. Letizia found herself constantly thinking about how to generate new leads. She knew they had to get creative. Then she had an idea. Not far from the remote field where Yara's body had been found, there was a nightclub. Letizia knew from experience that criminals often dispose of their victims in areas they are familiar with. This particular club had a notorious reputation. It was a known hotspot for individuals with criminal records and other shady figures. She decided to put her theory to the test. She assigned several officers to monitor the club's entrance every Friday and Saturday night, stopping every visitor and collecting DNA samples. Since the club required membership cards, investigators also gained access to records of everyone who had visited the venue in the past. It was a long shot, but at this point, Letizia was willing to try anything. Then, after weeks of collecting and testing, the breakthrough finally came. One day, she received a life-changing call from the lab. DNA from one of the nightclub visitors partially matched the killer's profile. It was the first real lead in months. The man's name was Damiano. But just as quickly as hope had risen, a new problem emerged. The match was only partial, and upon further investigation, Damiano was immediately ruled out as a suspect. He had been on another continent at the time of Yara's disappearance. However, despite this setback, the discovery was still a huge breakthrough. Forensic experts concluded that because his DNA was so close to the killer's profile, Damiano had to be related to the actual perpetrator. This realization sent investigators down a new path, one that would require them to painstakingly reconstruct Damiano's entire family tree to pinpoint the most likely suspect. At the time, forensic genealogy was not commonly used in criminal investigation. This was uncharted territory, making the process extraordinarily difficult. But soon, the team made a shocking discovery. Damiano's mother had worked as a housekeeper for Yara's family for 10 years. She had left her job a few years earlier. But when she learned that someone in her own family could be involved in Yara's murder, she was deeply shaken. Despite this breakthrough, the search for the actual suspect dragged on for many more months. Letizia eventually came to a troubling conclusion. None of Damiano's immediate relatives was Yara's murderer. This meant investigators would have to expand their search to include hundreds, if not thousands, of distant relatives. As time passed without a definitive suspect, frustration boiled over. The media, once supportive, began turning against the investigators. Newspapers and television programs openly accused Letizia and her team of incompetence, claiming they were failing to make progress. Several politicians even attempted to have her removed from the case, criticizing her approach. But despite the mounting pressure, Letizia remained determined. She refused to back down. She and her team worked tirelessly, poring over countless historical records, family trees, and birth certificates, some dating all the way back to 1716. It was an overwhelming task. They combed through thousands of names, painstakingly cross-referencing details, only to keep hitting dead ends. The investigation was turning into a grueling battle against time. This exhausting, high-stakes search continued relentlessly until September 2011, when investigators finally made a breakthrough. One particular family tree led them to a man named Giuseppe "Geppi" Garinoni, who had already passed away. This was a crucial lead, but there was an immediate challenge. Since Geppi was deceased, obtaining his DNA seemed impossible. However, his widow had unknowingly preserved an important clue: old postmarked letters containing his saliva. Forensic experts carefully extracted a DNA sample from these postmarks, and the results were astonishing. The analysis revealed that Jeppy was very likely either the father or grandfather of the killer, whose DNA had been found on Yara's underwear. This was the closest investigators had come to identifying the perpetrator. Jeppy had 2 known sons, and police quickly obtained their DNA samples, hoping for a match. But then came another unexpected disappointment. Neither of the sons was the killer. Letizia was stumped. The murderer had to be closely related to this family, yet none of the male relatives matched the DNA profile. That left only one possibility. Jeppy might have fathered a child with another woman, a secret child his family never knew about. Detectives shifted their focus to this theory, but uncovering such deeply personal and hidden information was incredibly difficult. Investigators interviewed thousands of people who might have known or seen Jeppy during his lifetime, hoping to find clues about an unknown lover. For nearly a year, their search led nowhere, until they stumbled upon an intriguing detail from Jeppy's past. Since the 1960s, Jeppy had been a regular visitor at a spa complex in a small town near Milan. Strangely, he always went alone, never bringing his wife or family. Every May, for 2 full weeks, he stayed at the spa, and no one in his family questioned it. Letizia suspected that this was where he might have met the mother of the killer. She immediately requested records of all visitors who had stayed at the spa during those years. To her surprise, the documents were still available. Investigators meticulously examined every name, compiling a list of all the women who had visited the spa at the same time as Jeppy. This painstaking process stretched on for over a year, but despite their efforts, Letizia still couldn't uncover the identity of Jeppy's possible lover. Meanwhile, the media caught wind of the secret child theory, and soon all of Italy was captivated. Journalists, eager to capitalize on the frenzy, launched their own investigation into children born from extramarital affairs. To everyone's surprise, these efforts unearthed many such cases. In one small village alone, reporters found 5 individuals who had been unknowingly fathered by men outside their mothers' marriages. This continued until 2014, when investigators finally made real progress. With widespread public attention on the case, the police began receiving an influx of anonymous tips. However, most of these leads turned out to be dead-end. Then, in the summer of that year, they received a tip that stood out. Someone suggested that Jeppy might have had an affair with a woman named Esther Azufi. Letizia's team searched their records and made a shocking discovery. They had already collected a DNA sample from Esther 2 years earlier. At the time, it had been tested, but the results showed no relation to the killer. Still, something about this new lead made Letizia uneasy. She ordered a second analysis, wanting to be absolutely certain. The results left everyone stunned. It turned out that the original forensic expert had made a critical mistake. Instead of comparing Esther's DNA to the killer's, the expert had accidentally compared it to Yara's DNA. When a new forensic analyst examined the correct samples, the truth finally emerged. Esther was the killer's biological mother. With this long-awaited confirmation in hand, Letizia dug deeper into Esther's family. She discovered that Esther had 3 children, including twins, a boy and a girl, who perfectly fit the age profile of the killer. Officially, the twins were considered the biological children of Esther's legal husband, but based on the DNA evidence, investigators now suspected that Jeppy Guarinoni was the twins' real father. Since the murderer was clearly male, police focused on Esther's son. At the time of the investigation, he was 42 years old, worked as a construction worker, and lived in Mapello, the same town where Yara's cell phone signal had last been detected. This was it. After years of searching, they had finally identified their prime suspect. Letizia knew they had to act carefully. If the suspect realized he was being investigated, he might try to flee or destroy evidence. She needed a way to obtain his DNA sample without alarming him. After some research, she found out that he drove the same road every day. She came up with a plan. Police set up a fake sobriety checkpoint along his route. When the man was pulled over, he unknowingly provided a saliva sample by blowing into a breathalyzer. His saliva was immediately sent to the forensic lab. After 4 long years, Letizia finally received the confirmation she had been waiting for. His DNA was a perfect match to the biological sample found on Yara's underwear. The search was over. The man's name was Massimo Bossetti, and on June 16, 2014, he was finally arrested. But even as the evidence stacked against him, Bossetti refused to confess. He adamantly denied any involvement in Yara's murder, claiming he was innocent. With no confession and a high-profile case that had gripped the nation, the case was far from over. The trial was about to begin. Investigators uncovered several alarming facts that indirectly implicated Massimo Bossetti in Yara's murder. His browser history contained disturbing searches of an unacceptable nature related to minors. Even more suspiciously, on the evening of Yara's disappearance, his cell phone signal was detected in her town. However, at exactly 5:45 p.m., his phone was mysteriously turned off, only to be switched back on the next morning. Surveillance footage from that night revealed Bossetti's van near the sports complex, just minutes before Yara vanished. At the time, the vehicle had no license plates, making it nearly impossible to identify the driver. But after Bossetti's arrest, authorities were able to confirm that the van in the footage was indeed his. Even more damning, forensic analysis showed that fibers from his van's seats perfectly matched fibers found on Yara's body. The prosecution also introduced a key witness, a local woman who lived in Yara's town. She testified that on the night of the disappearance, she had stepped outside to take out the trash when she saw a vehicle speeding past her house. According to her, the car resembled Bossetti's van, and more disturbingly, she saw a child inside. She also recalled hearing screams coming from the vehicle, which sent chills through the courtroom. Further investigations revealed that Bossetti had frequently stopped at a pizzeria located on the same street as Yara's home. This suggested that he had likely seen her before and may have planned the crime in advance. As for the surveillance footage, Bossetti claimed he had simply been driving home from work that evening. But investigators quickly disproved this claim. His colleagues confirmed that he hadn't worked that day. CCTV footage and cell phone location data further contradicted his alibi. With growing public interest, the trial began in the summer of 2015, 1 year after Bossetti's arrest. The case gripped the nation as millions across Italy closely followed the courtroom proceeding. While most people were already convinced of Bossetti's guilt, no one expected the trial to take such shocking turns. The prosecution's version of events was clear. Bossetti had been watching Yara for days, possibly even weeks, waiting for the right moment. The night she vanished, he saw her leave the sports complex alone and abducted her. He then drove her to the isolated field where her body was later found and murdered her. Their main theory was that Bossetti intended to assault her, but for some reason never went through with it. Bossetti's wife took the stand and provided an alibi, stating that he was at home with their family, having dinner at the time of Yara's disappearance. However, this statement was directly contradicted by CCTV footage, as well as 3 separate witnesses who all saw Bossetti's van near the sports complex at the time he claimed to be at home. The defense, however, fought back hard. They insisted that Bossetti was innocent and the case against him was flawed. Bossetti himself argued that he often had nosebleeds, which could have transferred his blood onto his clothes and tools. His lawyer took this argument further, suggesting that the real killer might have somehow come into contact with Bossetti's blood before committing the crime, implying that this could explain why Bossetti's DNA was found on Yara's underwear. The defense also challenged the DNA evidence, questioning its reliability. They pointed out that there are 2 types of DNA, one that changes significantly between relatives and another that remains stable over generations. The DNA found on Yara's underwear belonged to the second type, meaning, according to them, that it could belong to anyone distantly related to Bossetti. But forensic experts from the prosecution strongly disagreed. They maintained that Bossetti's DNA was an exact match and left no room for doubt. However, just when it seemed like the case was settled, the defense dropped a bombshell. They named a new suspect, a gym instructor named Sylvia. The courtroom was stunned. It turned out that after Yara's body was discovered, forensic experts had found Sylvia's blood on the sleeve of Yara's jacket. This revelation sent shockwaves through the trial. Sylvia's father also made a disturbing claim. On the night of Yara's disappearance, Sylvia had come home and cried uncontrollably for the entire night. Even more suspiciously, investigators discovered that Sylvia had texted her brother that same evening. However, both of them had deleted the messages shortly after, making it impossible to recover their content. When questioned in court, Sylvia had no explanation. She claimed she didn't remember why she had cried all night, what she had texted her brother, or how her blood had ended up on Yara's clothing. Her response? I don't know. Despite this shocking revelation, there was no concrete evidence linking Sylvia to Yara's abduction or murder. With no alternative suspect, the trial reached its climax. In the summer of 2016, Bossetti was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. His legal team fought hard, trying to overturn the verdict, but every appeal failed. But the story didn't end there. The day after the verdict, Bossetti's wife visited him in prison. During the visit, she dropped a devastating revelation. None of their 3 children were biologically his. She admitted that she had been unfaithful multiple times, and Bossetti was not the father of any of them. In another strange twist, it was later revealed that Esther's 3rd child, Bossetti's supposed sibling, wasn't fathered by Geppi Gerinoni either. Instead, the child's biological father was another man entirely. Since his conviction, Bossetti has remained in prison, insisting on his innocence. But with overwhelming evidence against him, the case was considered closed, a case that gripped an entire nation and took 4 years to solve. But the mystery surrounding Sylvia and her blood continues to haunt many who closely followed this case. Some find the circumstances so suspicious that they question Bossetti's guilt, arguing that he may have been wrongfully convicted. Conspiracy theories suggest that the DNA evidence could have been manipulated, raising doubts about whether the real killer was ever caught. However, despite these lingering questions, this case remains one of the most high-profile investigations in modern Italian history. Every piece of evidence was thoroughly examined by the country's leading forensic experts, and the likelihood of Bossetti's innocence is considered extremely low. What do you think about this case? Do you believe Bossetti was truly guilty, or do you think there's more to the story? Share your thoughts in the comments.
We're diving into a chilling case that shook an entire community. A little girl who vanished without a trace from her bedroom in the middle of the night. What started as a desperate search soon unraveled into a series of shocking revelations that no one saw coming. And when the truth finally came to light, it was more heartbreaking than anyone could have imagined. Rowan Ford was born on April 11th, 1998, in San Diego, California. She had a childhood filled with love, but also challenges. Her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother, Colleen, moved her to the quiet town of Stella, Missouri. Life took another turn when Colleen met and married a man named David. With children from previous relationships and a new baby soon after their marriage, Rowan found herself in a large, blended family. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers, and despite their differences, they shared a strong, unbreakable bond. Rowan was the kind of kid who loved the simple joys of childhood, riding her bike around town, splashing in the water on warm days, and sketching whenever she had the chance. She had a kind heart and a natural desire to help others. At Sunday school, she never hesitated to assist other kids when they struggled with their lessons. By November 2007, Rowan was 9 years old and in the 4th grade. Her mom worked night shifts at a local store, while her stepdad spent long hours working on a farm. As a result, Rowan was often left to take care of herself, which made her independent beyond her years. On the night of November 2nd, everything seemed normal. Rowan was home alone, as she often was. Her mom had left for work, and her stepdad hadn't returned yet. But by the next morning, everything changed. At around 9 a.m., Colleen arrived home from her shift, expecting to find Rowan still asleep. But when she checked her room, her daughter was gone. Panic set in immediately. She turned to David, demanding to know where Rowan was. His response was casual. He claimed Rowan had asked to sleep over at a friend's house, and he had let her go. He didn't ask which friend, didn't check in, didn't think twice. After all, it was a small town. What could go wrong? But Colleen's gut told her something wasn't right. She quickly checked with all of Rowan's friends, knocking on doors, making calls, anything to find out where her daughter was. But no one had seen Rowan. She hadn't stayed at any of their houses. That's when fear truly took hold. Desperation fueled Colleen as she searched the small town herself, looking down every street, calling out Rowan's name. But there was no sign of her little girl. Frantic, she rushed back home and told David that Rowan was missing. She begged him to call the police. But instead of acting with urgency, David brushed off her fears, insisting that Rowan would come home soon. Hours passed, still no sign of Rowan. The fear in Colleen's chest turned to dread. She knew something was terribly wrong. So, she made the call herself. 911. The local sheriff wasted no time. A search operation was launched immediately. The first step? Speaking to David, the last person who had seen Rowan before she disappeared. And what they would uncover in the days that followed was more horrifying than anyone could have imagined. David told investigators that on the evening Rowan disappeared, he had been working on the farm with his colleague, Christopher, when their mutual friend, Nathan, stopped by. The three of them decided to head back to David's place for drinks and a few rounds of pool. On the way, they stopped at a store, grabbed some alcohol, and spent the next few hours at David's house, unwinding. As the night wore on, Christopher asked Nathan to drive him home to his trailer in the neighboring town. The two convinced David to tag along, promising to keep the night going. Before leaving, David peeked into Rowan's room and saw her fast asleep. With that, he left with his friends. Once again, they stopped at a store for more alcohol before heading to Christopher's trailer, where the drinking continued for about an hour. Eventually, David decided to head back home and asked Nathan for a ride. Nathan, already intoxicated, chose to take the back roads instead of the highway. He was too drunk to risk running into the police. After dropping David off, Nathan drove home while David went straight to bed. Sometime later, David claimed he was woken up by Rowan, who asked if she could sleep over at a friend's house. Barely awake, he agreed without thinking twice and drifted back to sleep. This part of David's story didn't sit right with the police. A 9-year-old girl deciding to leave her house in the middle of the night, and her stepfather letting her go without even asking which friend she was talking about. Something felt off. The sheriff couldn't shake the feeling that David was either hiding something, or worse, directly involved in Rowan's disappearance. But without any evidence, suspicion alone wasn't enough. Meanwhile, the search for Rowan intensified. Officers combed through the small town and its outskirts late into the night, but there was no sign of her. News spread quickly. After all, Stella was home to just 150 people, a place where everyone knew each other. Parents were used to letting their kids roam freely, without a second thought. Nothing bad ever happened here, until now. By the time the first 24 hours passed with no trace of Rowan, fear gripped the entire town. Neighbors and friends poured in to help, desperately hoping to bring her home. On November 4th, police traveled to the neighboring town to question Christopher. He backed up David's story completely, but then he mentioned something troubling. David hadn't even contacted him since that night, and he only just found out Rowan was missing. With growing concern, authorities expanded the search, bringing in even more volunteers. But still, they found nothing. No clues. No leads. No Rowan. By the next morning, the case had escalated. The FBI joined the investigation. While local police continued searching every corner of Stella, detectives turned their attention to a terrifying possibility. What if Rowan had been abducted? Investigators were deeply skeptical of David's story. It simply didn't add up. They had already spoken to all of Rowan's friends, and not one of them had seen her that night, confirming that she had never gone to a sleepover. Meanwhile, as they continued questioning David, they noticed something alarming. He kept changing small but crucial details in his account. At first, his timeline for the night was inconsistent, making it unclear exactly how long he had been away from home. Then he backtracked on his original statement, suggesting that maybe Rowan hadn't even asked him for permission to leave and had simply wandered off on her own. This sudden shift only deepened the authorities' suspicions. The real turning point came when FBI agents discovered something David had conveniently failed to mention. On the night Rowan disappeared, he had asked his mother to borrow her car. Why would he need another vehicle when he had his own pickup truck? And why hadn't he told the police about this before? Determined to find answers, investigators seized both his mother's car and his truck for forensic examination. But despite their efforts, experts found no trace of evidence linking either vehicle to Rowan's disappearance. As doubts about David grew, detectives decided to take another look at the two men who had been with him that night, Christopher and Nathan. Christopher was brought in for questioning again. He stuck to the same story he had given the day before and even agreed to take a polygraph test. The results showed no signs of deception. For a moment, it seemed like there was nowhere left to turn. But then, something unexpected happened. A few hours after leaving the police station, Christopher was back at work when he spotted Sheriff
Clark's car passing by.
He waved for him to stop. Sheriff Clark wasn't directly involved in Rowan's case. He was in charge of the police department in Whitton, a neighboring town. But he had known Christopher for nearly 2 decades, ever since his childhood. Clark had been close friends with Christopher's foster parents, and over the years, Christopher had come to see him as a trusted figure, someone he could turn to in difficult times. As they stood there talking, the conversation naturally drifted to Rowan's disappearance. Sheriff Clark listened carefully, but something about Christopher's demeanor struck him as odd. He seemed nervous, like there was something weighing on him. Clark had a gut feeling that Christopher wasn't telling the whole truth, and with a child's life potentially hanging in the balance, he couldn't ignore it. He immediately contacted the FBI, sharing his concerns. Investigators began to suspect that Christopher might be hiding information, perhaps even protecting David. Maybe David had asked him to tweak certain details of that night, and now Christopher was afraid that if he came clean, he could be implicated as an accomplice. Given his long-standing relationship with Christopher, Sheriff Clark offered to help get through to him. That evening, Christopher stopped by Colleen's house, asking if there were any updates on the search. Almost at the same time, FBI agents arrived to speak with Rowan's mother again. Seeing Christopher there, they decided to question him once more. At first, he stuck to his story. Everything had happened exactly as he had described before. Nothing had changed. But then, for the first time, Christopher hesitated. And finally, he admitted something that shifted the entire investigation. He wasn't ruling out the possibility that David was involved in Rowan's disappearance. And more importantly, he was ready to help uncover the truth, no matter how devastating it might be. Christopher was so determined to get to the truth that he even suggested wearing a wire and confronting David in hopes of coaxing a confession out of him. But at that point, detectives decided not to take such a drastic step. Instead, they asked him if he had any idea where David might have hidden Rowan's body. He hesitated, then named several locations. The next morning, police set out to search those areas, while the broader search around Stella continued. Meanwhile, FBI agents brought David in for questioning once again. But as expected, he stuck to his story, denying any involvement over and over again. Investigators combed through his home, hoping to find any shred of evidence that could crack the case, but once again they came up empty-handed. At the same time, Christopher found himself back at the sheriff's office, sitting across from Sheriff Clark. He told him about his latest encounter with the FBI, but something about his demeanor didn't sit right with Clark. There was something else, something Christopher wasn't saying. After their meeting, the sheriff immediately contacted the detectives. He was certain Christopher was still holding back crucial information, something that could finally link David to Rowan's disappearance. The FBI agreed. Christopher had reached out to Clark multiple times since the case began, which told them one thing: he wanted to talk. But for some reason, he was scared to. So, the next day, November 7th, police called Christopher back to the station. This time, they needed his consent to search his safe, which was still inside David's house. He had lived with David for several months when he had nowhere else to stay, and some of his belongings remained there. Christopher agreed, and he also voluntarily allowed police to search his trailer, his car, and even provided a DNA sample. Then, the real questioning began. Detectives pressed him once again about the events of that night, urging him to confirm David's story. But this time, something shifted. Christopher hesitated. His expression changed. And then finally, he admitted it. David's story wasn't entirely true. The room tensed. Detectives leaned in, urging him to keep going. They needed to know what really happened that night.
But the pressure overwhelmed him. Christopher became defensive, his voice rising as he accused them of treating him like a suspect. If they were going to try and pin Rowan's disappearance on him, he said, then he had nothing more to say. And with that, the interrogation ended. Later that evening, Christopher went straight to Sheriff Clark. Frustrated, he vented about the way the detectives had questioned him, saying they were treating him like a criminal and that he might need a lawyer. Clark remained calm, reminding him that the police weren't trying to accuse him of anything. They were simply doing everything in their power to find Rowan. Christopher was quiet for a moment. Then he made a decision. "If I share anything else," he said, "it'll only be with you." Clark didn't push. Instead, he did what he had always done. He listened. And slowly, Christopher began to open up. Tears welled in his eyes. His voice shook. He swore he loved Rowan, that he would never hurt her. When he had lived at David's house, he had grown attached to her and the other kids. They had treated him like family. They had even called him Uncle Christopher. Clark watched him carefully. He could see it. Christopher was on the edge of revealing the truth. The question was, would he finally let it out? Just as Christopher was on the verge of revealing the truth, an unexpected visitor arrived at the police station, pulling Sheriff Clark away. By the time Clark returned, Christopher was gone, taking whatever he had been about to confess with him. Frustrated but careful not to push too hard, Clark immediately contacted the FBI. He explained that Christopher had been right there, ready to talk, but he also warned that pressuring him too much could backfire. If they weren't careful, he might shut down completely or even get a lawyer. The detectives agreed. They would give him space, hoping he would come forward on his own. Meanwhile, the search for Rowan continued, but each passing day without answers deepened the growing despair. Then, everything changed. On November 9th, exactly 1 week after Rowan's disappearance, a search team combing through a remote area near Powell, about 10 miles from Stella, stumbled upon something chilling: a large pit in the ground. As they peered inside, they saw leaves and debris carefully arranged to conceal what lay beneath. Rowan's body. She was partially clothed, wearing only one sock with nothing below the waist. The medical examination confirmed the unthinkable. She had been sexually assaulted before being strangled to death. The discovery sent shockwaves through the entire investigation. FBI agents wasted no time. They reached out to Sheriff Clark, urging him to find Christopher now. With Rowan's body recovered and the case officially classified as a homicide, they were convinced he knew more than he had admitted. And this time, there was no room for hesitation. But there was a problem. That morning, while Clark had been away, Christopher had actually come to the station looking for him. He told the officers he needed to speak with Clark urgently, then left before anyone could stop him. Now, he was nowhere to be found. Clark searched every place he thought Christopher might go, but he had seemingly vanished. Hours passed. Then, finally, his phone rang. It was Christopher. His voice was tense, almost frantic. The first thing he asked was whether he was being followed. He explained that ever since hearing the news about Rowan's body being found, he had been driving aimlessly, trying to clear his head. But then he noticed something: a grey car trailing him. No matter where he went, it was always there. Fear seeped into his voice. Was someone watching him? Were they planning to pin the murder on him? Or worse, was someone looking for revenge? Clark reassured him that as far as he knew, there was no surveillance on him. Then he made a simple offer. Let's meet in person. Christopher agreed. When they met, it was clear something had changed. He was on edge, his body tense, his hands shaking. He was scared, and not just in an anxious way. This was deep fear. Clark wasted no time. He brought Christopher back to the station and told him plainly, Rowan's death is now a homicide case. If there's ever been a time to tell the truth, it's right now. What did David do to Rowan? Tears welled up in Christopher's eyes. His breathing became uneven. But instead of answering, he hesitated. Then he glanced around the station, scanning the people moving through the building. And finally, he whispered, "There are too many people here. I can't talk about this here." Clark could see it. Christopher was standing on the edge of a confession. The question was, would he finally take the leap? Christopher suggested they go somewhere quieter, away from prying eyes. He mentioned a small bridge a few miles outside of town. Sheriff Clark agreed, and the two drove there in silence. As they stepped out of the car, Christopher did something unexpected. He raised his hands. "You should handcuff me," he said. Clark looked at him, startled. "That's not necessary," he replied. Christopher shook his head. "After I tell you what I did, you'll have to." And then he started talking. At first, his story sounded the same, the version he had repeated to the police many times. He, Nathan, and David had been drinking at his trailer. Later, David asked Nathan for a ride home, and they took the back roads to avoid the cops. But then Christopher took a deep breath and began telling the real story. One that sent a chill down Clark's spine. He confessed that he had been planning to assault Rowan. The thought had been in his mind all night. And when he realized his friends would take the long way home through the fields, he saw his opportunity. Instead of waiting, Christopher got into his car and sped toward David's house, taking the highway to get there as fast as possible. Once inside, he crept into Rowan's room, carefully lifted her sleeping body, and carried her to his car, making sure she didn't wake up. He took her straight to his trailer. That was where she finally woke up. Disoriented and terrified, she struggled against him, but she was too small to fight back. Christopher never turned on the lights. He never spoke. He didn't want her to recognize him. And then he did the unthinkable. His original plan had been to take her back home afterward, to leave as if nothing had happened. But things didn't go as planned. When he carried Rowan outside, the moon was bright. And in that brief moment, she saw his face. Panic overtook him. He couldn't let her live. He grabbed a rope, and before she could scream, he strangled her. Sheriff Clark felt sick. He stood frozen, barely able to process what he was hearing. Christopher continued. Once Rowan was dead, he put her body in his car and started driving aimlessly, trying to figure out what to do next. His first thought was to dump her off the very bridge where they now stood. But he hesitated. Someone would find her too quickly. So he kept driving. And then he remembered the large pit outside the neighboring town. That's where he went. He tossed Rowan's body into the pit and tried to cover her with branches. But the hole was too deep, and everything he threw in just slid to the bottom. Defeated, he left her there and drove back to his trailer. That's when he noticed the blood. On his clothes, on his mattress. Evidence that needed to be destroyed. Rowan's pants, underwear, and the rope he used to kill her, all of it had to disappear. So he gathered everything, stuffed it into a large barrel, and planned to set it on fire. But then he realized something. A fire that size would be impossible to hide. Someone would see the flames, or worse, the smoke. So he dragged the barrel into the shed, shut the doors, and lit the fire inside. As Christopher finished his confession, Sheriff Clark was left speechless. For days, he had been convinced that David was the one responsible. He had thought Christopher was just holding back information, afraid of getting caught up in his friend's crime. But now, the truth was staring him in the face. The man he had known for nearly 20 years. The man who had always respected him. The man with 3 children of his own was a monster. And Clark had just listened to him confess to a crime so unspeakable, so horrifying, that he barely recognized the person standing in front of him. Sheriff Clark had always thought Christopher was a decent man. But now, faced with the horrifying reality of who he truly was, the truth felt colder than ever. After Christopher finished his confession, he agreed to go to the station voluntarily. Clark didn't handcuff him. It wasn't until Christopher repeated his confession to the FBI that he was officially placed under arrest for murder. He even signed a voluntary consent form allowing investigators to search his trailer and car. Before being taken away, he muttered that he regretted everything, that he had cried like a baby the entire next day. But just when detectives thought they had uncovered the full truth, the case took yet another shocking turn. When they informed David that Christopher had confessed, they expected some kind of reaction, maybe relief, maybe fear. What they didn't expect was for David to suddenly change his version of events. This time, his story was even darker. According to David, when he got home that night and saw that Rowan was missing, he immediately suspected Christopher had taken her. Instead of calling the police, he took his mother's car and drove straight to Christopher's trailer. What he saw inside made him freeze. Rowan was lying on the bed. Christopher was leaning over her. And instead of stopping him, instead of saving Rowan, David joined in. He claimed that after they both assaulted her, they decided she couldn't be allowed to live. Together, they strangled her and dumped her body. David insisted that his brain had shut off that night and that for days afterward, he couldn't even remember what had happened. Detectives, stunned by this revelation, rushed back to Christopher to confirm David's claims. But Christopher denied it. He stuck to his original story, saying David wasn't involved, that he alone had committed the crime. This contradiction left investigators baffled. Whose version was the truth? Forensic evidence provided some clarity. The medical exam confirmed Rowan had been strangled with a thin rope, just as Christopher had described. And during a search of his trailer, police found ashes in a barrel, evidence of the items he had burned. In his car, they discovered strands of hair that appeared to belong to Rowan. Despite the conflicting confessions, both men had admitted to serious crimes. There was no question. They were both going to be prosecuted. Christopher was charged with murder. David was arrested too, but his case was more complicated. If prosecutors pursued murder charges against him, it could create legal loopholes that might allow Christopher's conviction to be overturned. Worse yet, without solid DNA or physical evidence linking David to the murder, there was a real possibility he could walk free entirely. It was a gamble the prosecution couldn't afford to take. So they made a difficult decision. To ensure Christopher's death sentence remained intact, they lowered David's charges to child endangerment and obstruction of justice. David pleaded guilty. His punishment? 11 years in prison, with a minimum of only 5 years before possible release. The sentence was met with outrage. If David had been involved in the murder, then his punishment was nothing short of an insult. But legally, there was no other way to guarantee a conviction. And with double jeopardy laws in place, it was unlikely he would ever be tried for Rowan's murder again. As for Christopher, he was sentenced to death in 2012, 5 years after the crime. He appealed the ruling, but all attempts were denied. He remains in prison, awaiting execution. But as with many death row cases, years, sometimes decades, can pass before a sentence is carried out. There's a strong possibility that Christopher will never face execution at all, and will simply live out the rest of his life behind bars.
Traveling back to early 1980s Hong Kong, a time when a chilling case gripped the city with fear. The perpetrator, who preyed on young women during rainy nights, earned the terrifying nickname, the Rainy Night Butcher. Who were his victims? And what horrifying crimes did he commit? Let's rewind to February 12th, 1982, a day that began like any other, but would soon uncover a nightmare. It was a Friday morning, and a sanitation worker was out on his regular route along the Shingmun River in Hong Kong's Sha Tin district. His job was simple, clearing debris from the river to keep construction work on the river bank running smoothly. But as he approached the Lek Yuen Bridge, something unusual caught his eye. A a strange object floating in the water. Curiosity got the better of him, and he moved closer to investigate. What he pulled from the water made his blood run cold. A decaying human head. Overwhelmed by shock, he almost passed out before rushing ashore to alert the police. When the authorities arrived, they examined the grisly discovery. The victim's head had curly hair, which appeared to have been freshly permed, 3 false teeth, and golden round earrings in both ears. Despite these clues, the head had been in the water for so long that it was severely swollen, making facial identification impossible. The investigation quickly escalated. About 650 feet away from where the head was found, police retrieved a yellow plastic bag. Inside, they uncovered a human leg. Over the next 4 days, searches of the nearby waterways revealed more remains. An upper torso and an arm. A key breakthrough came from a distinctive tattoo on the arm. It depicted a sword piercing through a heart with a bird perched beside it. Tattoos on women were rare at the time, and this unique detail became the police's most valuable clue. Hoping for a lead, they publicized the tattoo, urging anyone with information to come forward. Their efforts paid off. A middle-aged man and a young man came to the police station, identifying themselves as the victim's father and husband. The father confirmed that his daughter had false teeth and a tattoo of a swallow and a heart on her right arm. Tragically, this confirmed the victim's identity. 22-year-old Chan Fung Lan. Chan, a nightclub worker from Simshatsui, was married and the mother of 2 young daughters. She had been missing for 10 days before her remains were discovered. But as investigators dug deeper into her personal life, troubling details emerged. Chan and her husband were reportedly having marital problems. While working at the nightclub, she had attracted the attention of a man nicknamed 4 Eyes, who was infatuated with her. He had even urged her to leave her husband to be with him. When Chan's husband learned about this, he confronted 4 Eyes in what must have been a heated exchange. This led investigators to suspect jealousy as a possible motive. However, Chan's husband was quickly ruled out. His alibi was solid. Police then turned their attention to 4 Eyes, but no incriminating evidence was found linking him to the crime. Another lead surfaced when investigators discovered that Chan had previously worked at a different bar, where she had borrowed 500 Hong Kong dollars. Unfortunately, this clue also hit a dead end, leaving the case shrouded in mystery. The investigation soon turned its focus to a taxi stand on Kimberley Road, the last place Chen Fenglan was seen before she vanished. According to her colleagues, on the night of February 3rd, Chan had become heavily intoxicated and was clearly not in a stable state. Concerned, some of her co-workers helped her into a taxi and watched as it drove off into the rainy night. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. Chan's husband confirmed she never made it home that night. Desperate for answers, police tried to track down the taxi, but none of her co-workers had noted the license plate number. Given the sheer number of taxis in the area, this lead quickly turned cold. Over the following months, fear spread like wildfire as more women began disappearing under eerily similar circumstances. Each disappearance occurred on a rainy night, plunging the community into panic. In one particularly chilling incident, a woman reportedly leapt out of a moving taxi, terrified for her life as she recalled the ongoing string of disappearances. Despite extensive efforts, the investigation remained at a frustrating standstill until mid-August, when a startling tip came in that changed everything. the police received a phone call from an employee at a photo processing shop. The worker explained that while developing a set of photos for a customer, he noticed something deeply disturbing. The images appeared to show human body parts. Alarmed, he immediately contacted the authorities. Police rushed to the shop and began piecing together the details. The photos hadn't been taken by the shop, but had been brought in by a customer who claimed his own equipment wasn't working. An employee named Zhang revealed that this wasn't the first time the same customer had brought in photos. The man reportedly claimed to work as a mortuary photographer, responsible for taking pictures of cadavers and their body parts. To avoid alarming the other staff, Zhang had usually handled these unsettling photos himself. However, on the day in question, Zhang wasn't in the shop, so another employee processed the images, and they were horrified by what they saw. When the police examined the photos, they made a shocking discovery. Forensic experts determined that the body parts in the images were far too fresh to be from preserved cadavers. The estimated time of death was no more than 3 hours before the photos were taken. This contradicted the customer's claims, as mortuary bodies used for educational purposes are typically preserved for much longer and would have already shown visible signs of rigor mortis. This revelation marked a critical turning point in the case, drawing the police closer to uncovering the truth behind the rainy night butcher. However, the bodies in the photos told a different story. They hadn't yet reached the advanced stages of decomposition, and the dismemberment showed clear signs of inexperience. The cuts were rough and imprecise, indicating that whoever was responsible had no medical training and didn't use surgical tools. This ruled out any possibility of the photos being connected to medical education. Forensic experts examined the photos closely and confirmed they weren't reproductions of prints. They had been taken directly of the bodies. In one of the images, they spotted something small but crucial, a reflective droplet of water in the upper right corner. When magnified, the droplet revealed a partial reflection of a girl's face. Her features closely matched those of Leung Wai Sum, a 17-year-old girl who had gone missing a month earlier. With this breakthrough, the customer who brought in the photos became a prime suspect. Unfortunately, Zhang, the employee who had handled the transaction, could only give a vague description of the man. He didn't know the suspect's name or where he lived. The police had no choice but to wait for the man to return to collect his photos. To avoid tipping him off, they devised a discreet ambush plan. Undercover officers disguised themselves as shop employees, customers, and even street vendors near the photo shop, quietly monitoring the area. To prepare further, they mixed unrelated photos in with the suspects, waiting for him to identify the ones he had brought in. On August 17th at 6 p.m., their patience paid off. A taxi pulled up in front of the shop, and a man in his 20s stepped out of the driver's seat. The officers watched as he entered the shop, inspected the photos, and separated his own from the others. That was all the confirmation the police needed. They moved in quickly and apprehended the man. During questioning, he claimed he was simply picking up the photos for a friend who worked at a newspaper office. Playing along, the police agreed to accompany him to deliver the photos. However, when they arrived at the supposed destination, there was no sign of the friend. His story had been a complete fabrication. With his lie exposed, the police arrested the man on the spot and impounded his taxi for a thorough investigation. What they found inside was chilling. A pair of handcuffs and a knife sat on the dashboard, while electrical wires were discovered in the trunk. Behind the front seat, the upholstery had two distinct tears, which appeared to be evidence of a violent struggle with the passenger. The suspect was identified as Lamkor 1, a 27-year-old night shift taxi driver who lived on Guijo Street in Tokwa 1 with his half-siblings. Kor 1's background painted a troubling picture. His childhood had been marked by turmoil. After his parents divorced, his father remarried twice, creating a household filled with conflict and violence. These experiences left Kor 1 emotionally distant and withdrawn. His night shift work as a taxi driver further alienated him from his family, with whom he rarely interacted. But this wasn't Kor 1's first brush with the law. In 1973, at just 18 years old, he had committed an assault in the Hak Yuen area of Hung Hom, Hong Kong. He followed a woman into a public restroom, threatened her with a knife, and groped her. He was arrested shortly after the incident. During the investigation, Lamkor 1 displayed clear signs of mental instability. Doctors later diagnosed him with a mental disorder, leading to his involuntary commitment to Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital for treatment. Over the years, he had used multiple aliases, such as Lam Kwok Yu and Lam Yao Kyung, before eventually obtaining a taxi driver's license and officially changing his name to Lamkor 1. When questioned by police, Lam remained eerily calm and emotionless. His unsettling ability to anticipate the officers' questions and respond without hesitation unnerved everyone in the room. As the investigation progressed, a search of Lam's residence unveiled a dark and horrifying secret. Lam's small room contained an impressive collection of professional photography equipment. He had transformed the cramped space into a fully equipped photo studio. The room was located near his father's, with his sister living across the hall, while the family's shared living room was situated farther inside the apartment. Lam's room, closest to the main entrance, featured a bunk bed he shared with his younger brother. His brother slept on the top bunk, while Lam occupied the bottom. It was beneath that bottom bunk where police made their most chilling discovery: a large trunk. Investigators recognized the trunk from the photos developed at the shop, confirming that Lam's bedroom had been the backdrop for the gruesome images. Inside the trunk, they found explicit photographs, anatomy textbooks, and a shocking number of images depicting dismembered female body parts. The horrors didn't stop there. Investigators also uncovered more than 40 videotapes, a red handbag, a pair of white shoes, and several surgical tools. One photo in particular caught their attention. It featured a familiar heart tattoo. It was then that the full extent of Lam's crimes became horrifyingly clear. As the search continued, officers discovered several open plastic jars, emitting a revolting stench. Inside the jars were preserved female genitalia, submerged in liquid. Strands of hair and bloodstains on the walls added further evidence of unspeakable violence. The sheer amount of evidence meant it took police 4 days to comb through every inch of Lam's room. Both Lam's father, Lin Weil, and his half-brother, Lam Kwok Kung, were taken into custody for questioning. When confronted with the evidence, they expressed shock and horror, insisting they had no idea what had been happening right under their noses. According to Lam Kwok Kung, his brother was obsessively secretive. Lam wouldn't allow anyone to touch his belongings and would erupt in rage if anyone came too close. For the police, time was running out. Without the bodies of the victims, they could only hold Lam for 48 hours. Desperate to expedite the case, they focused on reviewing the videotapes found in his possession. Most were irrelevant, but 3 tapes stood out from the rest. Titled Serious Secrets, Action on Rainy Nights, and Fourth Action. The tapes had been self-produced by Lamb. Given the time period, creating such videos required significant effort, even for an amateur. What they contained was beyond anyone's imagination. The tapes revealed Lamb meticulously filming the naked bodies of his victims, moving the camera to capture them from different angles as the flash illuminated the horrifying scene. Then he began the process of dismembering their bodies, all within the confines of his own home. In the first tape, Lamb used an electric saw, clearly struggling due to his lack of experience. By the second and third tapes, however, he had switched to professional surgical tools and carried out the acts with chilling precision. The most disturbing moment came in the final tape, where Lamb looked directly into the camera and smiled. A twisted, haunting smile that left investigators shaken to their core. With this damning evidence in hand, the police wasted no time submitting it to the court, cementing the case against Lamkor Wan. For months, Lamkor Wan stubbornly denied his crimes. But one day, he asked the police a peculiar question. Would the photos found in his possession be made public? Sensing the intent behind his words, an officer responded sharply, "All of it will be disclosed. The world will know exactly what you've done." That answer broke through Lamb's facade. He finally confessed, and the terrifying details of his crimes began to unravel, revealing the true extent of his monstrous actions. Lamkor Wan was a night shift taxi driver, often operating in the bustling Simshatsui area. He was intimately familiar with the nightlife scene, knowing that late at night, the streets would be teeming with intoxicated patrons heading home. On February 3rd, 1982, a rainy evening, Lam spotted his first victim, Chan Fung Lan. She was so drunk she could barely stand, and her co-workers had to help her into a taxi after being turned away by other drivers. When Lam pulled up and agreed to take her, the stage was set for tragedy. During the ride, Chan mumbled incoherently, pointing left and right as if unsure of where she wanted to go. Her heavy makeup and dazed appearance led Lam to assume she worked as a nightclub dancer, a profession he deeply despised. When Chan vomited in the back seat of his cab, his simmering disdain turned into hatred. Fueled by rage, Lam made a chilling decision. He drove back to his apartment building, where he left Chan sleeping in the cab. Once inside, he retrieved an electrical cord and returned to the car, where he strangled her. The streets were empty, the rain masking any sound, and no one witnessed the crime. After killing her, Lam placed her body in a bag from his trunk and carried it upstairs to his apartment. He hid the corpse under the sofa in the family's shared living room and calmly went to bed, planning his next steps. The following day, after his family had left the house, Lam carried out the grim plan he'd been formulating. Obsessed with the female body, he retrieved his photography equipment and meticulously photographed Chan's lifeless form, taping over her eyes to avoid the sensation of being watched. Then, using an electric saw, he dismembered her body into 7 parts, wrapping each piece in newspaper. Lam loaded the remains into his car and drove aimlessly, searching for a place to dispose of them. He eventually dumped them in a dense hillside area near Fotan, but nature had other plans. Heavy rains in the following days washed the body parts into the Shingmun River, where a sanitation worker discovered them. When Lam learned of the discovery, he realized he needed to refine his methods. Determined to perfect his gruesome craft, Lam purchased anatomy textbooks and spent 3 months studying dissection techniques. During this time, he kept a low profile, quietly going about his work as a taxi driver, while secretly preparing to strike again. His next victim was 31-year-old Chan Huan Kit, a nightclub cashier whom he encountered on May 29th. This time, Lam threatened her with a knife, restrained her with handcuffs, and strangled her with the same electrical cord. But now, Lam applied the surgical knowledge he had studied. He dismembered Chan Juan Kit with precision, even removing her genitalia and preserving them in alcohol. The rest of her body was wrapped in newspaper and discarded on the slopes of Tai Hing. By now, Lam had evolved into a methodical killer. Each act revealed not only his growing expertise, but also his complete lack of remorse. On June 17th, he targeted his third victim, 29-year-old nightclub waitress Leung Sao Wan. This time, he escalated further, opening her abdomen and even consuming parts of her body. But Lam's fourth victim would prove to be different. 17-year-old high school student Leung Wai Seum was different from Lam Kor Wan's previous victims, who were all connected to nightlife work. She had no apparent ties to them. During questioning, when the topic of Leung Wai Seum came up, Lam's usually calm demeanor faltered. He grew tense and even broke down in tears. He admitted he didn't know why he chose her, as she didn't fit the pattern of his earlier victims. Through the investigation, police uncovered that Lam harbored not only anger, but also distorted feelings toward women. In the past, his father had arranged introductions for him, but his social challenges made it difficult for him to form relationships. On the evening of July 2nd, 1982, Leung Wai Seum attended her graduation party at the Sheraton Hotel in Tsim Shat Tsui. Normally, she would take the subway home, but that night, she decided to take a taxi. Lam, as he often did, observed his passenger carefully. He noticed that she was modestly dressed, appeared calm, and wasn't under the influence of alcohol. During the ride, they struck up a conversation about school, family, religion, and spirituality. Lam later admitted he felt a sense of connection with her and had no intention of causing harm. However, when Leung Wai Seum fell asleep in the back seat, likely from exhaustion, Lam's impulses overwhelmed him. He used a cord to harm her fatally. Unlike his previous actions, he later admitted to inappropriate behavior, which he described as an act he had never committed before. Based on his confession, Lam marked the location of her remains on a map and guided police to the site. A search involving over 140 officers uncovered 2 intact bodies inside bags. While the remains were largely unharmed externally, investigators noted troubling damage to specific areas. Police suspected there were more victims, potentially up to 15, based on photographs found in Lam's possession and markings on a calendar in his home, which they believed corresponded to his actions. However, without further evidence to identify the victims or locate their remains, authorities could only formally charge him with 4 counts. Lam Kor Wan was arrested in mid-August 1982, but it took police over 6 months to gather enough evidence for trial. During this time, his family urged him to confess. Lam insisted that his crimes were his own and unrelated to his family. However, the complexity of the case initially led police to suspect his younger brother, Lam Kwok Kung, of being involved. Both brothers were charged, and Lam was sent to Co Lam Psychiatric Center for evaluation. Eventually, due to insufficient evidence, charges against his brother were dropped. On March 3, 1983, 6 months after his arrest, Lam's trial began at the Hong Kong Supreme Court. The case presented overwhelming evidence, including 696 rolls of film, 1,500 negatives, and nearly 1,900 photographs. The trial attracted massive public attention, with large crowds gathering outside the courthouse every day. Inside the courtroom, the defense and prosecution debated fiercely. Lam's lawyer argued that he suffered from severe mental illness, experiencing delusions that impaired his ability to distinguish right from wrong. The prosecution, however, maintained that his actions were deliberate and calculated. 5 psychiatrists were called to testify, but their opinions were divided. 2 believed the Lam was mentally unfit and lacked full control over his actions, while 3 asserted that he was fully aware of his choices and capable of understanding the consequences. After 3.5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a unanimous verdict. Lam Kor Wan was convicted of 4 counts of murder and sentenced to death. His father remarked that his son deserved the punishment and should not appeal. However, Hong Kong had not carried out the death penalty in years, and Lam's sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. In prison, Lam was held in solitary confinement. He spent most of his time reading newspapers and books, and his behavior was reportedly cooperative. Despite this, unsettling rumors surrounded him. One story involved a staff member delivering food who claimed Lam handed him a matchbox containing the parts of an insect that had been meticulously arranged and glued together. Others whispered about supernatural occurrences, with prison guards reportedly seeing ghostly figures resembling his victims. On rainy nights, Lam was said to cry out as though haunted, unsettling everyone nearby. Throughout his imprisonment, Lam's family never visited him. Occasionally, rumors of his potential release surfaced, but they were always disproven. A police officer involved in the case once remarked, "If Lam were ever freed, I'd never let my family take a taxi again." Today, more than 45 years later, Lam Kor Wan remains incarcerated, undergoing rehabilitation. His chilling story as the Rainy Night Butcher continues to live on as one of Hong Kong's most disturbing urban legends.
Being overly trusting, naive, or gullible can sometimes be dangerous, at times even life-threatening. Yet we all have moments when we want to believe in miracles, when childhood dreams feel within reach, and our longing for something makes us ignore caution and common sense. Unfortunately, this vulnerability is exactly what criminals exploit. The tragic story of Elodie Morel, a young French woman in 2005, shocked the country not just because of its brutality, but also because of the cold indifference of people who chose silence and greed over her life. This is a story about how blind trust in promises of a fairy tale ending can lead to a nightmare. Who was Elodie Morel? Elodie Morel was born on February 18, 1976, in Marseille. From a young age, her angelic beauty was hard to miss. As she grew older, Elodie's striking looks drew attention, and many believed she was destined for the spotlight, whether on TV or in magazines. As a teenager, she became deeply passionate about becoming a model. However, her family, living a modest life, didn't take her dream seriously. When her sports In the 1990s, Elodie repeatedly sent her photos to modeling agencies but never received any replies. After high school, she attended college, married her classmate Sienne at 22, and became a mother by 25. At that point, it seemed like she had left her dream of modeling behind. By 2005, Elodie was 29 and working as a sales associate at a trendy clothing store in Marseille. She still turned heads with her flawless figure and youthful appearance, often receiving compliments or envious looks. Though she no longer openly talked about modeling, the dream never truly left her heart. She believed her time had passed, but deep down, there was still a flicker of hope. In April 2005, she stumbled upon an online modeling application. Encouraged by her desire to revisit her dream, she filled it out, attached her best photos, and submitted it. To her surprise, she received a quick response. The offer seemed exciting, a chance to finally achieve what she had always wanted. But what Elodie didn't know was that the alluring promise from a so-called fashion photographer was nothing more than a cruel trap. What awaited her wasn't a glamorous career, but a slow, agonizing death. A devastating fate for someone who simply wanted to believe in her dreams. About 2 weeks after Elodie posted her profile online, she received an exciting offer. She was invited to be the new face of Rolls-Royce, the renowned English luxury car brand. The job promised $1,000 per day for a photo shoot, but to seal the deal, she needed to meet the photographer for a test shoot. The meeting was scheduled for May 2nd at a bar in the town of Aigues-Mortes. Elodie was thrilled and immediately shared the news with her husband, Sylvain. Although he was skeptical, he didn't argue with her decision. Early that morning, Elodie left her son with her parents and drove to the meeting spot, planning to stay in Aigues-Mortes for 3 days. She had already booked a hotel room. That evening, she called Sylvain to tell him she was heading to the bar and feeling a bit nervous. He wished her luck and asked her to call him as soon as she could. Tragically, that would be the last time he ever spoke to her. The last meeting. Elodie arrived at the bar as planned and sat at a table on the terrace, waiting to meet the female photographer she had been corresponding with via email. Instead, about 10 minutes later, a man in his mid-40s joined her at the table. He introduced himself as the photographer's assistant, explaining that he had been sent to meet her and scout locations for the photo shoot the next day. Having no real experience in the modeling industry, Elodie didn't find this unusual and trusted him. The man appeared professional, spoke confidently, and seemed to know all the details of her previous emails with the photographer. Their conversation flowed naturally, focusing on Elodie's potential career. In her mind, she was already envisioning herself gracing the covers of magazines and imagining how she would spend her future earnings. By around 9 p.m., with darkness fully set in, the man suggested they go scout for the perfect location for the shoot. Aigues-Mortes, a charming medieval town, is known for its picturesque towers, fortresses, and chapels, ideal spots for a stunning photo shoot. Still excited and completely unaware of the danger, Elodie agreed. She left the bar with the man and got into his car. She was never seen alive again. A chilling revelation. What's especially disturbing is that another man, who personally knew the perpetrator, later revealed chilling details about the crime. This marked the beginning of uncovering a horrific and senseless tragedy that would shake all who heard Elodie's story. That evening, May 2nd, a call came into the Aigues-Mortes police station. A panicked man claimed that a young woman was in serious danger and something needed to be done immediately. He didn't know her name or exactly where she might have been taken, but he was certain there wasn't much time to act. The caller was 63-year-old Dominique Tasco, a nightclub owner and police informant. Dominique often provided inside information about criminal activities in the area. He explained that, earlier that night, he had seen a dangerous man he knew, Gom Mangot, at a bar. Mangot was deeply involved in the criminal underworld and had a reputation for being cruel and ruthless. The day before, Mangot had reportedly bragged about luring a naive, pretty girl online. He claimed he planned to kidnap her and sell her to a brothel in Spain for a large sum of money. Dominique had tried to step in when he saw Mangot with the woman, but his efforts were ignored. Feeling helpless, he contacted the police, hoping they could act quickly. A race against time. Unfortunately, the police had no solid leads to act on immediately. They didn't know the victim's name, her location, or where she might have been taken. By the next morning, however, they received a missing person report from Elodie Morel's worried family. They explained that she had left home the previous day for a photo shoot in Aigues-Mortes and hadn't returned. Her phone was off and there had been no contact since. At first, the police didn't connect this disappearance to Dominique's warning. They suspected Elodie might have left willingly, possibly with a lover. However, her family insisted that she would never abandon her young son or disappear without telling anyone. It wasn't until May 5th, 3 days after she vanished, that investigators realized Elodie could be the same woman Dominique had tried to warn them about. A tragic timeline. Tragically, Elodie had been alive for 2 of the 3 days she was missing. She was held captive in a house in Aigues-Mortes where she was tortured and abused while her captors decided what to do with her. This delay in starting the search had cost precious time. Closing in on the suspects. On May 5th, the lead investigator questioned Dominique more formally about his tip. When shown a photo of Elodie, Dominique immediately confirmed she was the woman he had seen with Gom Mango 3 days earlier at the bar. When asked if he had any idea where Mango might be keeping her, Dominique mentioned rumors about an abandoned nightclub on the north side of town that Mango had recently been spotted near. Acting quickly, the police organized a stakeout at the location, hoping they weren't too late. That evening, police apprehended 48-year-old Gom Mungot and 53-year-old Richard Lingier as they arrived at the abandoned nightclub. While Mungot was the primary suspect, Lingier's role in the crime was unclear and required further investigation. During a search, officers found Elodie Morel's credit card in Mungot's pocket, leaving no doubt about his involvement in her disappearance. Both men were brought in for questioning, but Lingier was released after a few hours due to insufficient evidence. Lingier, who lived on the outskirts of town with his family, was friendly with Mangot but had no prior criminal record. Mangot's first story. Initially, Mango denied knowing Elodie, claiming he had simply stolen her credit card. According to his first version of events, he noticed an attractive, well-dressed woman at the bar on May 2nd and assumed she had money. He claimed he sat down at her table, complimented her and offered to buy her a coffee. Elodie, who mentioned she was waiting for someone, didn't ask him to leave. Mangot said they chatted briefly before he managed to swipe her credit card from her purse, which was hanging on the back of her chair, and left before she realized it was missing. Mangot admitted to using the stolen card the same day, withdrawing cash from an ATM on the outskirts of town. However, he couldn't explain how he knew Elodie's PIN if she hadn't told him. His story raised suspicions and lacked credibility. A background check revealed Mangot's extensive criminal history, including armed robbery, drug trafficking, and a brutal rape for which he had served 9 years in prison. Despite his past convictions, Mangot hadn't reformed and had merely become more cautious to avoid getting caught again. The truth begins to unravel. The investigation took a sharp turn when police found Elodie's phone number saved in Mango's contacts, as well as email exchanges between them regarding the supposed photo shoot. This evidence completely contradicted Mango's initial claims and forced him to change his story. Mangot confessed that he had come across Elodie's modeling profile online and began messaging her, pretending to be a professional photographer. Using a fake female identity, he convinced Elodie that she was being considered for a lucrative opportunity. She was eager to trust him and agreed to meet without asking many questions, making her an easy target. The lies Mangot had spun to lure Elodie into his trap were starting to unravel, leaving investigators to piece together the horrifying truth. Mangot was nervous that Elodie might become suspicious when he showed up, instead of the female photographer she had been communicating with. However, Elodie, trusting and eager for the opportunity, didn't find anything unusual. She agreed to scout photo shoot locations with him late at night and even got into his car without hesitation, a detail later confirmed by witnesses. Once they reached a secluded area, Mangot veered off the main road and stopped the car. Pulling out a gun, he demanded Elodie hand over her credit card. When she refused, he grabbed her purse and found the card himself. He then demanded the PIN, but Elodie still wouldn't give it to him. Furious, Mangot slammed her head against the dashboard and began choking her until she finally gave in and revealed the code. Afterward, he locked her in the trunk and drove to the nearest ATM to verify the PIN. It worked, and he drained her account. With the money in hand, Mangot began contemplating his next move. What to do with the woman now trapped in his trunk? Hiding the victim and the role of the accomplice. Needing time to figure out his next steps, Mango drove to his friend Richard Lingier's house. He told Lingier about the woman in his trunk and revealed his plan to sell her for a substantial profit, promising to share the money. Lingier and his wife had previously worked at the same nightclub, which had since shut down. After losing their jobs, they struggled financially, and Lingier turned to heavy drinking. Desperate for money, he agreed to help Mango. Both Richard and his wife were taken into custody, while their 14-year-old daughter was temporarily placed with relatives. When questioned about how Elodie's belongings ended up in their home, the couple admitted that Gom had brought them in exchange for letting him use their garage. They confessed to knowing that he was holding a woman there, but chose not to intervene, as Gom had promised them a share of the profit. They also admitted to giving him a bottle of water and a piece of rope upon his request, claiming they didn't ask why. Forensic evidence and the third story. Forensic analysis confirmed that the brown stains on the garage floor were Elodie's blood. DNA found on the crumpled tissues matched Gom's, and saliva on the cigarette butts belonged to both Elodie and Gom. Elodie's family later revealed she had never smoked in her life due to severe asthma, which made the presence of her DNA on cigarette butts even more chilling. The evidence painted a horrifying picture. Gom had kept Elodie in the garage for 2 days, during which she suffered unimaginable torment, only to find Elodie lifeless on the floor. According to Gom's latest version, she must have overdosed on the drugs he had given her. He claimed that he panicked and called Richard for help. Together, they decided to dispose of her body to avoid getting caught. Investigators debunk Gom's story. This new story raised further questions and inconsistencies. For one, the drug dosage found in the water bottle was far higher than what could be considered calming. It was clear the drugs were meant to incapacitate, not soothe. Additionally, Gom's claim that Elodie overdosed on her own contradicted earlier forensic evidence indicating that she had been strangled. The bruising patterns on her neck and other injuries showed clear signs of a violent assault. Furthermore, neighbors reported hearing muffled screams coming from the garage on the second night she was held captive, directly contradicting Gom's claim that she had been calm or unconscious. The timeline also didn't add up. By his own admission, he left Elodie alone for extended periods, which was inconsistent with his supposed concern for her not escaping. The final hours. Forensic reconstruction and witness accounts pieced together a grim timeline. After 2 days of torture, Elodie likely tried to resist or escape, prompting Gom to use the rope found in the garage to strangle her. The presence of blood stains and signs of a struggle indicated that her final moments were violent and terrifying. Once she was dead, Gom called Richard to help dispose of her body. It was later revealed that the two men transported her remains to a secluded area outside the town under the cover of darkness. Despite an extensive search of the region, Elodie's body has never been recovered, as Gom and Richard both refused to reveal the exact location, and contradictory statements made pinpointing it impossible. Trial and sentencing. The evidence against Gom Mangot was overwhelming. Between the DNA, bloodstains, and witness testimonies, his guilt was indisputable. Richard Lingier, while less directly involved, was charged as an accomplice for providing the location and aiding in covering up the crime. In 2007, Gom was sentenced to life imprisonment for kidnapping, torture, and murder. Richard received a 12-year sentence for his role in the crime. Richard's wife, who claimed she only knew bits and pieces of the situation, was convicted of withholding evidence and given a 3-year suspended sentence. Aftermath. Elodie's family was devastated by the loss and fought tirelessly to raise awareness about the dangers of online scams and meeting strangers. Her story became a cautionary tale for aspiring models and young women navigating the online world. To this day, her family continues to advocate for victims of violent crimes, keeping her memory alive. Gom Mangot attempted to appeal his sentence, claiming that the prosecution had manipulated evidence and that he was not solely responsible for Elodie Morel's death. His appeal was denied, as the court found the evidence against him to be overwhelming and consistent with the original verdict. Legacy of the case. The brutal murder of Elodie Morel sent shockwaves throughout the country, sparking widespread debates about the safety of online interactions and the responsibility of platforms hosting personal profiles. Her family launched a foundation in her name, advocating for increased awareness and education about online safety, particularly for young women. The investigation also highlighted critical flaws in law enforcement's handling of missing persons cases. The delay in linking Dominic Tasco's warning to Elodie's disappearance proved costly, as precious time that could have been used to locate her was lost. In response, police departments implemented new protocols for evaluating and responding to anonymous tips about potential abductions. Reflections on justice. For Elodie's family, the verdicts brought a measure of closure, though the loss of their daughter and mother remains an irreplaceable void. Gom Mangot continues to serve his life sentence, with little hope of parole given the heinous nature of his crimes. Richard Lingier and his wife, after serving their prison terms, faded into obscurity, their reputations irreparably damaged. The tragic story of Elodie Morel remains a somber reminder of the dangers lurking behind seemingly innocuous online interactions, and the enduring importance of vigilance, both personal and systemic, in preventing such horrific crimes. Looks can be dangerously misleading. Someone who seems kind, charming, and friendly may actually be hiding dark intentions and posing a serious threat. That's why it's so important to be cautious and never blindly trust anyone. History is full of cases where seemingly charismatic people gained the trust of their victims, only to commit horrific crimes. Some of the most infamous examples include figures like Ted Bundy and Rodney Alcala, who used their good looks and charm to mask their true, monstrous nature. But one particularly shocking case happened in the fall of 2020, involving the tragic deaths of well-known soccer referee Daniele De Santis and his fiancée, Eleonora Manta. This crime was not only horrifying in its brutality, but also deeply unsettling due to its apparent lack of motive. As investigators worked on the case, the identity of the killer left everyone stunned. Behind an innocent-looking facade was someone capable of unimaginable cruelty. Even more disturbing, the perpetrator admitted they intended to commit more crimes, taking pleasure in causing harm. This horrifying case left a lasting impact, not just because of its senseless violence, but because of the cold, calculated nature of the attack and the criminal's disturbing future intentions. It's a haunting reminder that a person's true character isn't always visible on the surface. Daniele De Santis was born in 1987 in the Italian city of Lecce. He was the eldest of 3 siblings in a loving and well-off family. Growing up with his 2 younger sisters, he formed strong bonds with them from an early age. Sports played a huge role in Daniele's life, with soccer becoming his biggest passion. After high school, he went on to study at a prestigious Italian university. Daniele pursued a degree in law and graduated in 2009. While studying, he also worked hard to build a successful career as a soccer referee. He started as an assistant referee, and in 2017, he made his debut as the 4th official in a match between Pisa and Benevento. Over the years, his dedication and talent earned him opportunities to officiate in Serie C and Serie B matches, overseeing more than 130 games in total. On the field, Daniele was known for his charismatic personality, athletic build, and strong presence. His career brought him financial success and the promise of an even brighter future. He had big dreams and was determined to keep growing in his profession. But Daniele wasn't just talented in his career. His personal life was just as fulfilling. He was in a loving relationship with Eleonora Manta, a charming young woman 3 years younger than him. The couple had plans to marry soon. Eleonora was born in Milan in 1990 and grew up in a modest home. She was the youngest of 3 children, with 2 older twin brothers. During her early school years, her parents divorced and her father eventually remarried. After that, he became mostly absent from his children's lives, leaving their mother to raise them on her own. From a young age, Eleonora was passionate about sports and dance, dedicating herself fully to both. These shared interests led her to cross paths with Daniele in 2019, and their instant connection quickly grew into a deep romantic relationship. Friends and family described them as a perfect couple, harmonious, loving, and completely trusting of each other. Those close to them said they never argued and always supported one another. Eleonora had long dreamed of earning a law degree, and in 2020 she won a competitive placement in a prestigious university program specializing in law and international relations. Overjoyed by the opportunity, she eagerly started her studies that September. By the summer of 2020, Daniele and Eleonora decided to take the next step in their relationship and move in together. They chose Daniele's spacious apartment in a modern, upscale residential complex. At the time, Daniele had been renting one of the rooms to a medical student, but his tenant needed time to find alternative housing. The transition went smoothly, and Eleonora gradually moved her belongings into her boyfriend's home. By September 2020, life seemed to be falling perfectly into place for Daniele DeSantis and Eleonora Manta. Daniele's former tenant had officially moved out, and the couple was excited to start this new chapter together. Eleonora had officially moved in, bringing all her belongings, and the couple was just days away from starting their new life together permanently. They were also busy planning their wedding, a day that was meant to be the happiest of their lives. Daniele was scheduled to officiate an Italian Cup match between Monopoly and Modena on September 23rd. But tragically, he would never make it to that day. On the evening of September 21st, Daniele and Eleonora were celebrating her move with a quiet, romantic dinner in his apartment. Everything seemed perfect, until around 9:45 p.m., when the peaceful night was shattered. Suddenly, a chilling scream for help echoed through the building, followed by the sounds of a violent struggle. Alarmed neighbors listened in horror as the disturbing noise continued for nearly 10 minutes. Nearly a dozen calls flooded emergency services, with callers reporting what sounded like a brutal attack. None of them realized just how horrifyingly accurate their fears were. Shortly after 10 p.m., a 12-year-old boy walking his dog across the street from the building witnessed something that would haunt him forever. He had heard the screams but hadn't fully understood what was happening, until he saw a young man suddenly run out of the apartment complex. The man hesitated for a brief moment before heading toward the boy. The child later recalled the stranger's cold, emotionless expression and the knife he held in his hand. Frozen in fear, the boy wasn't sure what would happen next. Thankfully, a few passers-by appeared nearby, prompting the man to flee. Despite his attempts to hide his face, several people got a clear look at him before he disappeared into the night. Moments later, police and ambulances arrived at the scene. But there was nothing they could do. Daniele and Eleonora were already gone. Daniele was found lying on his back in the stairwell, unresponsive, surrounded by a massive pool of blood. The door to the apartment was wide open. Inside, Eleonora's body was discovered in the hallway, face down, her clothes and hair soaked in blood. Both had succumbed to their injuries before emergency responders arrived. The cause of death was determined to be multiple stab wounds, leading to massive blood loss. Forensic experts counted 38 stab wounds on Daniele and 37 on Eleonora, an extreme level of violence that raised chilling questions. Who could commit such a savage attack? And why would anyone target this young, loving couple? At first, investigators considered the possibility of a robbery gone wrong. After all, Daniele was a well-known public figure. Daniele was a well-known figure, and it was no secret that he was financially successful. At first, investigators considered the possibility that someone had broken in after hearing a tip, expecting to find valuables. Perhaps they hadn't anticipated the couple being home and panicked when confronted. However, this theory was quickly ruled out. Nothing valuable was taken from the apartment. Cash was left out in the open, untouched. Even more telling, Eleonora was still wearing an expensive set of jewelry that Daniele had given her during their engagement, including earrings, a necklace, and a diamond ring. If robbery had been the motive, it made no sense that the attacker had left these valuable items behind. One of the most disturbing aspects of the crime was its sheer brutality. Both victims had been savagely stabbed multiple times, suggesting a deeply personal motive, something driven by intense hatred or rage. This led detectives to consider whether the crime was fueled by passion. Could it have been the work of a jealous ex or someone seeking revenge? At one point, investigators explored the idea of a love triangle, wondering if an affair had triggered this horrific act. But that theory was quickly dismissed. Friends and family insisted that Daniele and Eleonora were deeply in love and completely loyal to each other. However, they couldn't rule out the possibility that someone else had harbored unrequited feelings for one of them, leading to a dangerous obsession. At the crime scene, investigators found several unusual objects that didn't belong to the couple. Among them were zip ties, a few bottles of bleach, and a blood-stained stocking. These items were scattered around the room, suggesting they had been brought by the killer. Forensic analysis later confirmed that the stocking had traces of Daniele's blood, along with the DNA of an unknown man. It seemed likely that the attacker had worn the stocking as a mask, but during the violent struggle, Daniele had managed to rip it off. There was also a chilling detail. Someone had drawn a sad face on the fabric with a black marker. With witness accounts, police were able to create a composite sketch of the suspect. The most detailed description came from the 12-year-old boy who had come face to face with the attacker. Understandably, the child was terrified, and given that it was late at night, investigators were concerned about the accuracy of his recollection. Still, the boy was able to provide valuable details, particularly about the man's clothing and the backpack he was carrying. Unfortunately, while the sketch gave investigators a starting point, it did not immediately lead to a breakthrough in the case. As detectives interviewed witnesses, some recalled hearing Eleonora desperately pleading with someone to stop. She even shouted a name multiple times, something that sounded like Andrea. This was the first significant lead in the case. Investigators immediately began looking into every man named Andrea connected to the couple, hoping this clue would lead them to the killer. The first person under suspicion was Andrea Formati, an old acquaintance of Eleonora from her teenage years. Although they lived in different cities and rarely interacted, they still followed each other on social media. Detectives speculated that Formati might have secretly had feelings for Eleonora for years. Perhaps, upon learning about her engagement, he acted on a twisted idea. If he couldn't have her, no one could, leading him to target both her and Daniele. Formati was quickly located and brought in for questioning. He was horrified to hear about Eleonora's death and even more shocked to find himself a suspect. However, his alibi was airtight. On the night of the crime, he was on a business trip in Rome, and his presence there was confirmed by multiple witnesses and security camera footage. He was ruled out. The next person detectives investigated was Andrea Martinelli, a longtime friend of Daniele. They considered the possibility that Martinelli had secretly been in love with Eleonora and resented Daniele for being with her. Their suspicions grew when they found phone records showing that Martinelli and Daniele had spoken just 3 hours before the murder. However, Martinelli also had an ironclad alibi. His whereabouts were verified by multiple people at the time of the attack, eliminating him as a suspect. With no success in their search, investigators turned their attention to another man named Andrea Rodeo, a 37-year-old who had been a more recent acquaintance of the couple. He closely resembled the composite sketch, making him a prime suspect. Rodeo was detained, and witnesses were brought in to identify him. But every witness, without hesitation, said that the man they had seen the night of the murder was someone else. Adding to his defense, Rodeo also had a solid alibi. With no evidence against him, he was released. After exhausting all leads connected to the name Andrea, the investigation suddenly hit a dead end. Detectives began to question whether Eleonora had actually shouted a different name during the attack. If that were the case, the time spent investigating men named Andrea may have been wasted. Now, finding new leads was more critical than ever. During a second, more thorough search of the crime scene, investigators uncovered a crucial piece of evidence that had been overlooked earlier. Beneath a small shoe rack, they found a folded piece of paper, likely dropped by the killer. The paper appeared to be torn from a student notebook, and it contained hastily written instructions. The chilling note outlined a step-by-step plan for breaking into the apartment and carrying out the crime. It specifically mentioned subduing the couple using zip ties, the same ones found at the scene. This discovery confirmed that the attack had been meticulously premeditated. The perpetrator had come prepared, intending to restrain and harm the victims. However, for reasons unknown, the attacker abandoned parts of their plan. Most likely, this was due to the couple's fierce resistance. The loud screams and struggle heard by numerous neighbors, may have also made the killer panic, fearing they would be caught in the act. The note also revealed that the murderer had been watching the apartment beforehand, walking near the windows and listening at the door to make sure the couple was alone. Other disturbing details included instructions to disguise themselves with a nylon stocking, change into clean clothes after the crime, and use bleach to destroy evidence. But the note provided no clues about the killer's motive. At the bottom of the page was a hand-drawn map of the victim's neighborhood. The map marked the locations of outdoor surveillance cameras on buildings and utility poles. It also outlined multiple escape routes designed to avoid these cameras. Yet, despite all this careful planning, the murderer ignored these precautions while fleeing the scene. Witnesses had clearly seen the suspect running away, and investigators were able to track part of the escape route using surveillance footage. Even with these leads, the case remained at a standstill. The composite sketch of the suspect had been circulating in newspapers and on TV for days, but no strong leads had surfaced until September 26th. That day, a young man walked into a police station and reported that the sketch strongly resembled his classmate, a 21-year-old medical student named Antonio DeMarco. What caught the attention of investigators was that Antonio had not attended classes or contacted anyone at the university for several days. Following the crime, it soon came to light that Antonio had previously rented a room in Daniele DeSantis's apartment, but had moved out a few months earlier. He had not initially been considered a person of interest because he no longer lived there. Antonio was described as quiet and unremarkable, someone who avoided conflict and focused solely on his studies. Many people in the building didn't even remember that Daniele had once rented out a room. Those who did recall Antonio spoke of him positively. He was diligent, polite, and reserved. He rarely interacted with others, didn't attend social gatherings or parties, and had no known romantic relationships. To most, he seemed like a typical bookworm. Law enforcement quickly obtained handwriting samples from Antonio's university records to compare with the writing on the note found at the crime scene. Forensic analysis confirmed a perfect match, leaving little doubt that the police had identified their suspect. At first, investigators struggled to determine Antonio's current address. After leaving Daniele's apartment, he had not officially registered a new residence. However, detectives managed to track him down through his mother, who provided them with his whereabouts. Antonio was renting a room in a shared house with 2 other students, just 3 blocks from the crime scene. The lease was under another student's name, and the rent was split between the 3 of them. On September 28, 2020, a week after the murders, Antonio DeMarco was arrested outside a comic book store, where he had been casually browsing and purchasing a magazine. When approached by officers, he showed no surprise, made no attempt to resist, and didn't try to escape. Instead, he gave a crooked smirk and simply asked, "How long did it take you to find me?" From the outset, Antonio did not deny his involvement. He displayed no emotion, no remorse, and answered investigators' questions with cold, detached detail, almost as if he took pleasure in recounting the events of that night. He admitted to seeing the young eyewitness walking his dog and even confessed that he had considered silencing the boy, but was in too much of a rush. He also noted that other people in the area had made it too risky. Antonio's chillingly calm demeanor and lack of regret stood in stark contrast to his angelic appearance and the glowing remarks from his university professors and supervisors at the hospital where he was training as a medical intern. Despite being known as a shy student, Antonio had been considered a promising and dedicated young doctor. Detectives knew there had to be more to his story. To understand how someone like Antonio could commit such an atrocity, they turned to the person who knew him best, his mother. She had raised him alone. Antonio was her only child, deeply cherished and adored. She was devastated by the accusations against him. During questioning, she admitted that her son had always been different. As a child, he struggled to connect with others, avoided forming friendships, and preferred solitude. In his teenage years, Antonio became increasingly withdrawn, spending hours in his room drawing or working on projects, reacting aggressively if interrupted. Concerned, his mother took him to a specialist. Antonio was eventually diagnosed with multiple mental health disorders and socialization issues. Despite these challenges, he excelled academically, particularly in subjects like math and science, which helped him secure a spot in medical school. However, his difficulties in socializing never faded. He experienced panic attacks and gradually retreated into a fictional world of comic books, further distancing himself from reality. A psychiatrist prescribed medication to help manage his condition, but according to his mother, Antonio did not adhere to the prescribed dosage. He would often skip his medication for weeks and then take dangerously high doses all at once. As part of his therapy, Antonio's psychiatrist recommended he keep a personal journal as an outlet for his thoughts and emotions. Given his difficulty expressing himself, this was meant to help him process his feelings. His mother later turned this journal over to investigators. At first, the entries seemed relatively harmless. Antonio wrote about his longing to live a normal life, making friends, dating, and fitting in. But he struggled to connect with others and felt unsure of how to navigate social interactions. During his time at university, Antonio lived with his mother until he came across an advertisement for a room for rent at a reasonable price. The apartment where Daniele lived was conveniently close to the university, so Antonio quickly responded to the listing. He proved to be a quiet and responsible tenant, paying his rent on time and causing no trouble. Based on his journal entries, Antonio seemed to view Daniele as a potential friend during that period. He admired Daniele's confidence, social ease, and the way he was respected by others. However, the dynamic shifted when Eleonora entered the picture. The couple spent increasing amounts of time together, with Eleonora often staying overnight.
Daniele and Eleonora decided to live together permanently, and Daniele asked Antonio to move out. On the surface, Antonio accepted it, but deep inside, he saw it as a betrayal. Instead of arguing, he plotted. What followed was a brutal struggle. Antonio attacked, stabbing Daniele repeatedly. Despite his injuries, Daniele fought back to protect Eleonora. She pleaded for mercy, but Antonio was unmoved. As sirens loomed, he hastily tried to erase evidence before fleeing into the night. His plan unraveled when a young boy saw him fleeing, and a careless mistake sealed his fate. In the interrogation room, Antonio remained disturbingly calm, detailing the crime as if it were an experiment. When asked why, he simply said, "Because they took everything from me." At trial, his lack of remorse and calculated brutality left no doubt he was sentenced to life without parole. While justice was served, Daniele and Eleonora's families were left with irreparable loss. Antonio's case sparked debate. Was he born a monster, or did he become one? Experts speculated he could have been a serial killer, if not caught. Even as his name faded from headlines, his story remained a chilling reminder. Sometimes, the greatest darkness hides in plain sight.
Hernandez was born on October 12, 1998, in Manchester, New Hampshire, along the banks of the Merrimack River. She was the youngest of two daughters born to Ruben and Xenia Hernandez and shared a close bond with her older sister, Sarah. Abby's mother worked as a nurse at a local hospital, while her father was a sales agent. The Hernandez family was generally happy, strong, and financially stable. However, during Abby's middle school years, her parents decided to divorce. Shortly after the separation, her father remarried and began a new family. The daughters from Ruben's first marriage continued to live with their mother after the divorce. Although Ruben still provided financial support, his relationship with Abby and Sarah dwindled to occasional birthday and Christmas greetings. From a young age, Abby was an active, curious, and social child. She had a wide circle of friends and was constantly exploring new hobbies and activities. Abby played sports, excelled as an artist, enjoyed photography, loved to read, and had a knack for picking up foreign languages effortlessly. At around 12 years old, Abby joined a local outdoor club where she developed a passion for camping, hiking, and the natural world. He fell in love with the mountains and became skilled in wilderness survival, applying these lessons during various adventures. Growing up in New Hampshire, a state known for its breathtaking natural beauty with forests, mountains and rivers, Abby thrived in an environment that attracts adventurers and nature enthusiasts from across the country. Her classmates described her as brave, intelligent, friendly, and determined. A girl with the rare ability to easily connect with everyone around her. Abby was the kind of person who could effortlessly engage in a conversation about almost any topic. She thrived on challenges and had a natural ability to spread positivity wherever she went. Restless and full of energy, she was always on the move, making plans and envisioning an exciting future for herself. The summer of 2013 was a whirlwind of activity for Abby. When she returned to school in September, she eagerly shared stories about her summer adventures, where she had been, what she had experienced, and all the exciting things she had accomplished. By this time, 14-year-old Abby had started dating Jimmy, a boy from her school who was a year older. Her mom, Xenia, was aware of the relationship and approved of her daughter seeing him. In early October 2013, with fall break and her 15th birthday approaching, Abby was busy preparing for a hiking trip with her outdoor club. She had received a brand new pair of hiking boots as a gift, but since they were a bit snug, she decided to break them in by wearing them to school. On October 9th, Abby left for school like any other day. After classes, she planned to take a walk through a nearby park and had assured her mom that she wouldn't be out late. However, by 5 p.m., when Abby still hadn't returned home, Xenia became concerned. She tried calling her daughter, only to find that Abby's phone was turned off. Trying to stay calm, Xenia assumed her daughter's phone had died and that she was likely with friends. As the hours passed with no word from Abby, Xenia's worry grew. She started calling Abby's friends and teachers, desperate for information about her daughter's whereabouts. The school confirmed that Abby had left immediately after classes ended and had waved goodbye to her friends at the bus stop. Instead of boarding the bus, however, Abby had chosen to walk home. None of her friends had seen her since, and she hadn't visited anyone's house or made any calls. Even Jimmy was unable to contact her, despite their plans to meet later that day. Frightened, Xenia, along with Abby's older sister Sarah, wasted no time and headed to the police station to report her missing. Since Abby was a minor, law enforcement immediately launched a search to find her. Investigators determined that the last signal from Abby's cell phone was picked up approximately a mile from her home. News of the missing high school student quickly spread across social media. Flyers featuring Abby's photo, a description of her clothing, and a contact number for tips were distributed within hours. By the next morning, her story was featured on the 7 a.m. news, urging anyone with information to come forward. Hundreds of people, including police officers, volunteers, and concerned citizens, joined the search for the 14-year-old. They combed through parks, empty lots, wooded areas, bodies of water, and abandoned buildings. Law enforcement followed leads, sought potential witnesses, and interviewed Abby's friends and family. But every effort led to a dead end. Detectives began their investigation by exploring whether Abby had any enemies, unresolved grudges, or even a persistent admirer. However, everyone who knew her insisted that Abby was a warm, friendly, and kind-hearted person who avoided conflicts. She was well-liked and had no known adversaries or incidents of harassment. One of the first people interviewed was Abby's boyfriend, Jimmy, who initially became the prime suspect. Detectives questioned him about their relationship, asking if they had argued, if he had any reason to be upset with her, or if he could have had a motive to harm her. Jimmy, visibly shocked and confused, denied any involvement and couldn't understand why he was under suspicion. Jimmy had a solid alibi for the time Abby went missing, corroborated by his family, teachers, and about a dozen friends. On the day Abby disappeared, Jimmy's schedule was packed with school, sports practice, rehearsals for a school band performance, and his grandfather's birthday party, all of which he attended without missing a beat. He fully cooperated with the investigation and shared everything he knew, but his alibi left no room for doubt. Despite these efforts, the case went cold. It was as if Abby had vanished into thin air. Months of searching yielded no clues or leads, and detectives realized the likelihood of finding her alive was decreasing. Nevertheless, Abby's family refused to give up hope. A month and a half after Abby's disappearance, her mother discovered an unusual letter in the mailbox. The letter was from Abby. In it, she apologized for what she had done, assured her family that she was safe and healthy, and expressed her love for her mom and sister, Sarah. However, she didn't disclose her location or the reason for her disappearance. The letter ended with a cryptic and puzzling phrase: "Dreams come true." Handwriting analysis confirmed that the letter was indeed written by Abby and dated to early November, strongly indicating that she was still alive. But where could she be? And why couldn't she explain her situation? Was she frightened, or had someone coerced her into writing the letter? This discovery gave rise to a new theory. Perhaps Abby had voluntarily run away, but after seeing media coverage of her disappearance, decided to let her family know she was okay. Still, the circumstances remained unclear, leaving investigators and her loved ones with more questions than answers. There was speculation that Abby might have been pregnant and had run away with the baby's father, fearing her family's anger and societal judgment. However, the Hernandez family strongly refuted this theory. Abby's older sister, Sarah, was particularly upset, stating that if Abby had been pregnant, she would have been the first to know. The sisters were extremely close and kept no secrets from each other. Additionally, Abby's only boyfriend was Jimmy, and he insisted they had not been intimate. Both were still virgins, a claim supported by Abby's friends, who confirmed that she had never dated anyone else or shown interest in another romantic relationship. Her best friend, Miranda, also dismissed the idea, emphasizing that Abby would never have caused so much pain to her mom and sister by running away. Furthermore, all of Abby's personal belongings, her documents, savings, and valuables remained at home, casting doubt on the runaway theory. Investigators carefully analyzed Abby's letter, searching for hidden messages or clues to her location, but found none. Despite this, the FBI stepped in, classifying the case as an abduction. They believed Abby had written the letter under duress, with no opportunity to disclose her location. Their assumption proved correct. Abby and her kidnapper were just a few dozen miles away from her family home. What made the situation even more unsettling was that police had visited the kidnapper's residence multiple times since Abby's disappearance, but found nothing suspicious. Meanwhile, the abductor grew increasingly paranoid and desperate, trying to decide what to do with his captive. Now it's time to introduce the man behind the crime, Nathaniel "Nate" Kibbe. Born on July 15, 1980, in the same town as Abby, there is little reliable information about his family. Some sources suggest he was raised solely by his mother and never knew his biological father. As a child, Nate was notorious for being a troublemaker, a bully, and the type of kid everyone avoided. He frequently got into fights and created problems, even keeping a list of people he disliked, individuals he planned to harm. His aggressive and cruel behavior made him an outcast among peers and a challenge for his teachers. As a teenager, Nate frequently came into contact with the police for various offences. He joined a gang and developed a fascination with firearms, gaining extensive knowledge about them. Over the years, he faced legal troubles for assault, causing serious injuries, illegal possession of substances, and petty theft. Despite his troubling behaviour, he often received only minor punishments. Interestingly, Nate had attended the same high school as Abby, but their paths never crossed due to their 18-year age gap. After graduating, he appeared to attempt to turn his life around, securing a job at a local business. Initially, his co-workers and supervisors had positive impressions of him. However, after a severe conflict at work, Nate quit his job, moved to the suburbs, and settled in a trailer park in a struggling neighbourhood. Neighbours described him as odd, erratic, and aggressive. They avoided him as much as possible. By 2011, already in his 30s, Kibbe had begun a relationship and even lived with a much younger girl. This relationship hinted at the dark and troubling behavior he would later reveal. Chuang Ti Duanxi was from a dysfunctional family, ran away from home, and moved into the adult man's trailer. Remarkably, Nate didn't even try to hide their relationship, openly introducing her as his girlfriend. In the spring of 2013, Nate attempted his first known kidnapping, but failed. He attacked a 15-year-old schoolgirl at a bus stop near her school, trying to force her into his car. Despite the victim's testimony and multiple witnesses, the case was inexplicably closed, and it never went to trial. Authorities didn't view him as a serious threat, a decision that would have devastating consequences. Let's return to the day of Abigail Hernandez's disappearance, October 9th, 2013. As her 15th birthday approached, Abby had received a pair of hiking boots as a gift. Although they were slightly too tight, she decided to break them in by wearing them to school. By the end of the day, she regretted her choice. Her feet were sore, each step increasingly painful, but she was determined to walk home. The journey was long, and as she limped along the road, an old pickup truck pulled up beside her. Behind the wheel was Nathaniel Kibbe. The man smiled warmly and offered her a ride, saying he could drop her off wherever she needed to go. Abby politely declined, but Nate wasn't discouraged. He continued driving slowly alongside her, observing her limp. Noticing her discomfort, he asked what had happened. Abby sighed and admitted that her new boots were giving her blisters. Hearing this, Nate swung open the passenger door and gestured for her to hop in. After a brief moment of hesitation, Abby accepted. She reasoned that this kind, smiling man couldn't possibly pose any danger. Unfortunately, she couldn't have been more wrong. As they drove, Nate struck up a friendly conversation to put Abby at ease. He asked questions, cracked jokes, and acted like a good Samaritan. Abby felt safe enough to answer his questions and even laugh at his jokes. At one point, Nate casually mentioned needing to stop by a hardware store to pick up some tools for a repair job. He pulled into a dark, secluded parking lot, and Abby's unease grew. She told him that her house wasn't far from there, and that she could walk the rest of the way. Noticing the shift in her tone and the nervous expression on her face, Nate's demeanor changed. As Abby reached to unbuckle her seat and escape, Nate acted swiftly. Anticipating her move, he grabbed her clothes with one hand and, with the other, pulled a gun from the glove compartment. Abby's instincts were correct. This wasn't a kind stranger. It was the beginning of a nightmare. He pointed the gun directly at Abby's face and threatened to kill her if she resisted. The attacker then tied her hands and feet with zip ties and placed a baseball cap on her head, angling it to block her view of their route. However, when he noticed Abby attempting to shift the cap to see the road, he became enraged. Without hesitation, he pulled out a stun gun and shocked her until she lost consciousness. Abby woke up in a stifling, windowless space. She quickly realized she was inside a small shipping container that Nathaniel owned and had hidden behind some trees in the trailer park. Shortly after, Nate appeared with duct tape and a motorcycle helmet. He taped her mouth and eyes shut, placed the helmet on her head, and ensured she was completely immobilized. Then, stripping her of her dignity and humanity, he assaulted her. From that moment on, Nate subjected Abby to near-daily physical and psychological abuse, using her to fulfill his twisted fantasies. He constantly threatened to harm her family if she tried to escape or call for help. At the same time, he dangled false hope, promising to release her if she behaved and didn't resist. During the first few days, Abby was in a state of shock, preparing herself for the worst. Over time, she realized her captor wasn't planning to kill her, at least not yet. Determined to survive, she devised a plan to emotionally connect with him. She told him she didn't judge him, that everyone makes mistakes, and that she wouldn't go to the police if he let her go. But Nate was dangerously unpredictable. The smallest word or action could set him off, turning him into a violent monster. While he occasionally displayed twisted moments of tenderness, his brutality was relentless. About a month into her captivity, Nate began allowing Abby into his trailer for short periods. She was permitted to take showers and even watch TV with him. Through the news, they saw the intense search efforts underway to find her. This prompted Nate to force Abby to write a letter to her mother, aiming to convince her family she was safe and to halt the search operation. Under Nate's dictation, Abigail wrote several letters. Each time she tried to sneak in a clue about her location, but Nate was quick to notice and severely punished her. Realizing the danger, she began complying fully with his instructions to avoid provoking his wrath. 6 months into her ordeal, Nate began trusting Abby enough to allow her to help with his counterfeit money operation. Sometimes, he let her sleep in the trailer and even permitted her to cook meals. Despite these small freedoms, he remained as abusive and controlling as ever. He forced her to call him master and never revealed his real name. Over time, Abby built a tenuous rapport with her captor, subtly gaining his trust. He occasionally brought her books and magazines at her request. One day, as she flipped through a magazine, she came across the name Nathaniel Kibbe. Though it seemed like a breakthrough, she wasn't certain if it was truly her captor's name. This small clue became a flicker of hope in her grim existence, motivating Abby to keep fighting for her survival. Deciding to take a risky gamble, Abigail one day addressed her captor by the name she had discovered, Nathaniel, waiting anxiously for his reaction. He merely rolled his eyes, sighed, and asked calmly how she had learned it. Abby admitted she had seen the name in one of the books he had given her. Nate smirked but said nothing, leaving her unsure whether she had made any progress. Since Abby spent most of her time confined in the soundproof container, she had no idea how close help had come. Unbeknownst to her, the police had once been just feet away, though they weren't looking for her. Nate had been caught up in another illegal activity, this time illegal possession of a firearm. Attempting to avoid serious consequences, he cooperated with law enforcement and confessed to the charge. Armed with a search warrant, the police inspected Nate's trailer thoroughly. However, they failed to consider the container hidden nearby. No one thought to open it, despite the grim truth of what lay inside. Nate escaped with nothing more than a fine and the confiscation of his weapon. Having narrowly avoided exposure, Nate must have felt untouchable. Even after all the horrible things he had done, the law seemed to favor him. He had no plans to release Abby. She had become just another part of his twisted routine. In July 2014, Nate met a woman named Lorraine at a bar. After chatting briefly, he brought her back to his trailer, where they became intimate. During their time together, Lorraine confided in him about her financial troubles, lamenting that she couldn't even afford to pay her rent. As she prepared to leave, Nate handed her 2 $50 bills. Lorraine accepted them and left, but her gratitude quickly turned to fury. The next day, she called Nate, enraged, to tell him that the bills were counterfeit. She yelled that she had already contacted the police and reported where she had gotten the fake money. She warned him that law enforcement would soon return with another search warrant. What Lorraine didn't realize was that her phone call would change Abby's life forever. On July 20th, 2014, Nate did something unexpected. He handed Abby all of her personal belongings, tied her hands, sat her in the passenger seat of his car, and covered her face with a baseball cap. Abby had no idea what was happening, but feared the worst. She thought he was taking her to kill her. After driving for some time, Nate pulled over on a deserted country road. To Abby's astonishment, he untied her hands, ordered her out of the car, and told her not to go to the police. Before she could process what was happening, he sped away. Stunned and disoriented, Abby wandered along the road until she saw a sign that told her she wasn't far from home. Overwhelmed with disbelief and fear, she walked for hours, constantly looking over her shoulder, terrified that Nate might return to recapture her. Finally, Abby arrived at her family's home. A surveillance camera at the front door recorded the moment she walked in. Inside, she heard her mother talking to someone on the phone. Summoning all her strength, she called out loudly, "Mom!" Her mother turned, stunned and overjoyed to see her daughter safe and alive. Abby had finally escaped the nightmare and returned to the embrace of her family. Her mother dropped the phone in shock and ran to the door, embracing Abby tightly. They held each other for a long time, sobbing, unable to believe the nightmare was finally over. Abby noticed how much her mother's appearance had changed. She looked older, worn down from months of relentless worry and despair. Xenia, overwhelmed with relief, began asking Abby where she had been and what had happened, insisting they go to the police immediately. But Abby, still haunted by Nate's threats, refused to reveal the truth. She lied, claiming she didn't know who had taken her or where she had been held. Even at the police station, she remained tight-lipped, terrified that Nate might come after her family if she spoke out. For a week, Abby struggled with her emotions and thoughts. She desperately wanted to feel safe again, but was unsure if exposing her captor was worth the risk. Finally, she decided to confide in her mother. Through tears, Abby revealed everything: his name, the details of her captivity, and the horrors she endured. Xenia listened intently and then gently convinced Abby to go back to the police. She reasoned that the man who had inflicted so much pain needed to face justice, and that their family could never truly feel safe while he was free. On July 27, 2014, Abigail provided the police with Nate Kibbe's name, as well as the make and license plate of his car. The following day, Nathaniel Kibbe was arrested. To everyone's surprise, he offered no resistance, though he adamantly denied any involvement in the crime. When authorities searched Kibbe's trailer and the container, finally inspecting the space where Abby had been held, they found overwhelming evidence. The discovery included her hair, traces of blood and sweat, and even broken fingernails, confirming her months of captivity and abuse. Despite the undeniable evidence, Kibbe's lawyer filed a motion in August to have him released on bail. Shockingly, the judge approved the request, prompting public outrage. However, a strict no-contact order was immediately issued, prohibiting Kibbe from approaching or communicating with any members of the Hernandez family. The trial began in December 2014 and stretched until May 2016. Facing overwhelming evidence and hoping for a lighter sentence, Kibbe agreed to a plea deal, admitting his guilt. He was sentenced to 90 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 45 years. Abigail spoke in court during the sentencing, delivering a statement that left the room in awe. She said she forgave her captor, explaining that the ordeal taught her to cherish her life and every moment with her loved ones even more deeply. Her mother, Xenia, also took the stand. Her voice trembling, she expressed her hatred for Kibbe, but admitted a small measure of gratitude that he had spared her daughter's life, allowing her to return home. Abby's courage and resilience inspired many, turning a story of unimaginable darkness into one of hope and healing. In 2022, a young man named Bryce Broal disappeared under strange circumstances, leaving only scattered clues and many unanswered questions. His girlfriend Cordelia's family was puzzled by what had happened, and her father, Michael Elix, seemed to know more than he let on. What started as a routine missing persons case quickly turned into a chilling tale of lies, revenge, and desperation. What really happened that fateful day? How deep does this mystery run? Stay with us as we uncover the truth buried beneath layers of deceit and suspicion. It was a cold day in a small Minnesota town, with mist blanketing the streets and a damp chill in the air. The usually quiet town of Center felt even more desolate. This was the last place Bryce was seen, leaving home to visit a storage unit with Cordelia's father, Michael. Cordelia had just returned to Minnesota after months of traveling across the country, hoping for a warm welcome and some peace. Instead, she found herself entangled in a series of unsettling events. Shortly after her return, she sensed something was off. Bryce had gone with her father to drop off some belongings at a storage unit just a short walk from their home. The trip should have only taken 30 minutes, but as the hours passed, Bryce didn't come back. Cordelia's unease grew. She tried to distract herself by settling in and taking a shower, but the anxiety wouldn't fade. Later that day, Michael returned alone. He looked shaken and told Cordelia that Bryce had been taken at the storage facility. Michael explained that two dark grey cars had pulled up while they were there. People who seemed like officials got out, but they didn't show any identification or introduce themselves. According to Michael, everything happened so quickly that he couldn't ask questions or figure out what was going on. The strangers restrained Bryce, handcuffed him, and drove off. The cars were plain and unmarked, their headlights cutting through the evening gloom, leaving more questions than answers. The fog clouded Michael's memory, and he couldn't recall any details that might help identify who or what he had seen. His vague words left Cordelia shocked. Desperate for answers, she immediately tried calling Bryce, but his phone was off. She sent him messages, begging him to come back and explain what had happened, but he never replied. As each minute passed, Cordelia's worry grew stronger. By Friday, October 28th, after several days without any news, she went to the Crow County Sheriff's Office and filed a missing person report. She didn't have much information to give the authorities except for Michael's confusing account. The police wasted no time and launched an investigation. Detectives reviewed all the messages Cordelia had sent Bryce on the night he disappeared. Her panic was clear in the texts, with each message showing her growing fear. Her distress seemed to strike a chord with the investigators. What started as a standard missing persons case quickly became something much darker and more complicated. Officers questioned Michael Elix, but his statements were inconsistent and left too many unanswered questions. This led to further interviews with him. Meanwhile, investigators visited the storage facility where Bryce was last seen. What they found there only made the situation more mysterious. There were drag marks, like something heavy had been moved, and other pieces of evidence that added a sinister feel to the story. The deeper the police dug into the case, the more unsettling the details became. Bryce Broal's disappearance wasn't just a simple case anymore, it had turned into a troubling enigma filled with fear and uncertainty. Cordelia, who initially trusted her father's story, started to doubt him as everything around her became increasingly strange and incomprehensible. Michael Elix knew he would be the first person the police would question after Cordelia reported Bryce missing. He tried to mentally prepare himself for the inevitable. That Friday, October 28th, officers tracked Michael down at a family Halloween party in Brainerd. He agreed to return with them to the storage facility and provide a more detailed explanation of what had happened on the day Bryce vanished. Despite this, the story only grew more complex. Each new detail uncovered by the police seemed to raise even more questions. The truth felt increasingly out of reach. Michael recounted the events, trying to include every detail. He explained that he and Bryce had arrived at the storage unit in a white Ford Escape with a trailer to go through some belongings after the long road trip he and Cordelia had recently taken. The task took about 45 minutes, with Bryce sorting through his items to decide what to keep and what to throw away. Around 5:45 p.m., they were getting ready to leave when something unexpected happened. As they started pulling out of the storage unit, two dark grey vehicles blocked their path. Michael described the cars as having flashing lights, but not the kind used by regular patrol cars. Instead, they looked like the lights often seen on unmarked law enforcement vehicles. This immediately made Michael suspicious and question if the people inside were legitimate authorities. According to Michael, both he and Bryce were briefly detained by these unidentified individuals. Michael was taken back to his white Ford Escape, while Bryce was placed in a different vehicle, a dark grey SUV. Michael remembered the COV's interior as plain, except for a small computer mounted on the dashboard. During the encounter, Michael said it seemed highly organized, involving several people. Bryce appeared to understand that this wasn't a random situation. Before they were separated, Bryce thanked Michael for his help but didn't say anything else. Earlier that day, on the drive to the storage unit, the two men had barely spoken. When Michael asked Bryce about the road trip he and Cordelia had taken, Bryce had replied briefly, saying the drive was fine. Both men remained quiet and distant, showing little interest in starting a conversation. As detectives continued their investigation, they uncovered hints of tension within the family. Michael admitted that he felt uneasy around Bryce and was hesitant to spend time with him. This raised questions about why Michael had agreed to help Bryce with the storage unit in the first place, especially without Cordelia being there. Cordelia later explained that she had stayed home that day because she was too exhausted from the long road trip and needed to rest. From Michael's perspective, the trip to the storage unit had been routine until it was interrupted by the strange and unsettling encounter. He speculated that the events might be tied to some kind of trouble Bryce had gotten himself into, especially since Bryce had just returned to town after a lengthy road trip across the United States. Michael wasn't convinced. The mention of Arizona nagged at him. It was too specific to ignore. He pressed Cordelia further, asking why Bryce would be connected to Arizona or why it was relevant to his sudden disappearance. Cordelia hesitated, her eyes darting away as she stammered that it was nothing, just a passing mention. But Michael noticed the tremor in her voice and the way her hands fidgeted nervously. "You're hiding something," Michael said gently but firmly. "Cordelia, if you know anything about this, you have to tell me. This isn't just about Bryce, it could be about your safety too." Cordelia froze for a moment before lowering her gaze. "It's complicated," she muttered. Michael's patience was wearing thin, but he resisted the urge to raise his voice. "I don't care how complicated it is. Tell me what's going on." Finally, Cordelia relented. "There was someone we met on the road in Arizona. Bryce got involved," she began hesitantly. Involved in what? Michael asked, his heart sinking as he prepared for the worst. She shook her head. "I don't know everything, Dad. It was just supposed to be a simple deal. Some guy approached Bryce when we were at a diner, said he needed someone to deliver a package. Bryce thought it would be easy money. We were running low on cash and I didn't think it was a big deal." Michael felt his stomach twist. "What kind of package?" Cordelia's voice dropped to a whisper. "I don't know. He wouldn't tell me, and Bryce wouldn't let me see it. He just said it wasn't a big deal, that we'd drop it off and be done with it. But after that, things started happening. People started following us, leaving notes on the car. Bryce said he could handle it, but I was scared. Dad. I wanted to come home, but he insisted we finish the trip." Michael's mind raced. "And when you came home early, was it because of this?" Cordelia nodded slowly. "Something happened. Bryce didn't tell me everything, but he said we had to leave right away. He looked terrified." Michael's instincts told him they were in over their heads. If Bryce had gotten tangled up in something illegal, it could explain his disappearance. But there was still so much Cordelia wasn't saying or didn't know. "Did you ever see the man again?" "The one who gave Bryce the package." Cordelia shook her head. "No, but Bryce got a call from someone after we got home. I don't know who it was, but after that he started acting even stranger." Michael exhaled, his mind piecing together fragments of a puzzle that still didn't make sense. Whoever Bryce had gotten involved with, it wasn't over. "Okay," Michael said, trying to steady his voice. "We're going to figure this out. But you have to tell me everything, Cordelia. No more hiding things, no matter how bad they seem." Cordelia nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. "I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean for any of this to happen." As Michael embraced his daughter, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were both standing at the edge of something far darker than they had imagined. And for Bryce, wherever he was, time might be running out. Michael's mind raced as he processed Cordelia's revelation. "Washington? What were you doing there?" Cordelia hesitated, her hands fidgeting nervously. "Bryce wanted to meet someone there," she said. "He said it was important, something about tying up loose ends. I didn't ask too many questions because, well, he wasn't in the mood to explain." "Do you remember where in Washington? Who he was meeting?" Michael pressed, his voice tight with concern. "I don't know exactly," Cordelia admitted. "It was somewhere near Seattle." The guy seemed off. "Bryce called him Jack, but I don't think that was his real name." Michael leaned forward, trying to piece together the fragments of information. "Did you meet this Jack? What did he want?" Cordelia nodded reluctantly. "I saw him once. He was older, maybe in his late 40s or 50s. He gave Bryce something, a small package. Bryce told me to wait in the car while they talked. He didn't want me involved." "Did Bryce ever tell you what was in the package?" Michael asked. "No," Cordelia said, her voice trembling. But after that meeting, Bryce started acting even more paranoid. He kept checking his phone, looking over his shoulder, and talking about people following us. Michael's heart sank. Whatever Bryce had gotten involved in, it was serious. He realized that his daughter might be in more danger than she realized. Did Bryce ever say why he was so worried? Or what these people wanted? Cordelia shook her head. Not really. He just said that we needed to lay low and stay out of sight for a while. Michael stood up and began pacing the room. Cordelia, this is bigger than just Bryce disappearing. If he was involved with dangerous people, they might come after you too. We need to go to the police and tell them everything you know. Cordelia's eyes widened in fear. No, we can't do that, Dad. Bryce said they would kill us if we talked to anyone. Michael stopped in his tracks, his chest tightening. He knelt in front of his daughter, gripping her shoulders gently. Listen to me, Cordelia. Keeping quiet isn't going to protect you. If these people are as dangerous as Bryce thought, they won't stop just because you stay silent. We need help. Cordelia hesitated, tears streaming down her face. I'm scared, Dad. I don't know what to do. Michael pulled her into a tight embrace. We'll figure this out together. But I need you to trust me, okay? We'll find a way to keep you safe. As he held his daughter, Michael resolved to get to the bottom of the mystery, no matter the cost. Bryce's disappearance was just the beginning. Whatever secrets had been buried during their travels, Michael was determined to uncover them before it was too late. The tension was palpable as the investigation progressed. Michael, though cooperative, found himself increasingly under scrutiny. Investigators began to notice inconsistencies in his timeline, which only added to the air of suspicion surrounding the case. Cordelia, for her part, seemed trapped in a web of fear and loyalty. She admitted to the controlling nature of her relationship with Bryce, but still appeared reluctant to speak ill of him outright. Her hesitance frustrated both her father and the authorities. I don't understand, Michael confided to the lead detective one evening. I just want to help my daughter, but she's hiding something. Bryce's disappearance feels like a piece of a much larger puzzle. The detective nodded. That's what we're trying to figure out, Mr. Howard. But we need complete transparency from everyone involved. A new development. Just when it seemed the case had stalled, the police received a tip from a motel owner in Flagstaff, Arizona. The owner recognized Bryce and Cordelia from a photo circulated by investigators. He claimed they had stayed there for 3 nights about 2 weeks prior to Bryce's disappearance. The motel records confirmed that they had checked in under fake names and paid in cash. Surveillance footage showed Bryce frequently leaving their room late at night, sometimes returning with small packages. When confronted with this information, Cordelia broke down. Bryce was in trouble, she admitted tearfully. He owed money to people. Dangerous people. That's why we were in Arizona. He said he needed to settle a debt. Debt? For what, Michael asked, his voice trembling. I don't know exactly, Cordelia replied. But he was desperate. He said if he didn't pay, they'd come after us. The revelation sent chills through Michael. It confirmed his worst fears that Bryce's disappearance was tied to something criminal. The missing phones. Investigators focused on tracking down Bryce's and Cordelia's phones, hoping they held vital information. After days of searching, they located one of Bryce's smartphones at a pawn shop in Flagstaff. The device had been wiped clean, but forensic experts managed to recover fragments of data. Among the recovered messages was an exchange with a contact saved as J. The messages were cryptic, but hinted at a deal gone wrong. Phrases like running out of time and they want more than we agreed painted a grim picture. The storage unit. Attention shifted back to the storage unit where Bryce was last seen. A thorough search revealed a hidden compartment in one of the walls. Inside, police found a burner phone and a small stash of cash. The burner phone contained a single unsent message. I'm out. Can't do this anymore. If you come near her, I'll make sure everyone knows. The message was timestamped just hours before Bryce's disappearance. The unraveling. As the pieces of the puzzle came together, a troubling narrative emerged. Bryce appeared to be entangled in a smuggling operation, likely involving drugs or illegal goods. His sudden disappearance suggested he had either tried to back out of the arrangement or had been silenced. Cordelia, despite her loyalty to Bryce, seemed to be an unwitting accomplice. Her fear and evasiveness made sense in light of the danger they were in. Michael, meanwhile, remained determined to protect his daughter. But as he reflected on the events leading up to Bryce's disappearance, he couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was still missing from the story. The deeper the investigation went, the more it revealed the tangled history between the Elix family and the tragic events surrounding Bryce and Cordelia. As authorities unraveled more details, it became clear that the relationship between father and daughter had a significant impact on the unfolding situation. Family dynamics and tensions. Michael's tight control over Cordelia's life was a growing point of concern. His mistrust of her choices, and especially his dislike for Bryce, painted a clearer picture of why Cordelia had been so eager to escape on her cross-country trip. While it had initially seemed like an innocent adventure, it was clear that the road trip served as an escape from the mounting pressures and tension at home. Cordelia's family dynamics were complex. Her mother's battle with Huntington's disease, combined with the challenges faced by her younger sibling, had created an already volatile household. But Michael's behavior, specifically his relentless pressure on Cordelia, had pushed her further away. Hiring a private investigator to follow her ex-boyfriend was just one example of the lengths Michael went to, showing how deep his mistrust ran. Investigators began to suspect that Michael's influence over his daughter had more to do with the conflict than Cordelia was willing to admit. She had wanted to break free, but in doing so, she had connected herself to Bryce, whose own life was full of uncertainties and struggles. Michael's admission. It wasn't until investigators confronted Michael about Bryce's phone that the truth started to come out. Initially, Michael denied any involvement with the phone, claiming he had never handled it. But after further questioning, he admitted that he had taken the phone from the car and disposed of it in a gas station trash bin in Brainerd the same evening Bryce disappeared. His reasoning was that he wanted to protect Cordelia from being tracked by whoever was behind Bryce's disappearance. The admission was a significant moment in the investigation. Michael had gone to great lengths to shield his daughter from what he believed was an even darker situation. But the authorities now wondered, was he protecting her, or was he concealing something more troubling? Bryce the dreamer with a hidden life. Bryce Brogal's background also added more layers to the investigation. Born in Brainerd in 1999, Bryce had always been a dreamer. At 23, he had aspirations of building a homestead in Alaska, hoping to live off the land and create a self-sufficient life. His relationship with Cordelia had started in February 2022, and the two had bonded over their shared love for adventure and the outdoors. Their trip across the country had been meant to give them the freedom they longed for, but as the investigation revealed, their relationship wasn't as idyllic as it seemed. While Bryce had envisioned a simple life, free of the constraints of society, he was also entangled in a world of danger and secrecy. His ties to people who could be dangerous were becoming clearer, and it appeared that his disappearance wasn't an accident, it was part of a larger, more sinister story. The search for truth. As Michael's actions and the details of Cordelia's life began to surface, it became evident that there were more questions than answers. Was Michael's overbearing control over his daughter a catalyst for her getting involved with Bryce? Or had something darker been happening between them during their travels? Was Bryce's disappearance truly the result of a criminal operation, or was it an elaborate ruse to disappear under the radar? As Cordelia clung to Bryce despite everything, the true nature of their relationship and the secrets they had been hiding began to emerge. And with each new piece of information, the authorities were no closer to understanding whether Bryce had been taken, or whether he had simply vanished on his own accord. As investigators dug deeper into Michael's past, his history with the law became an unsettling part of the investigation. His previous legal issues raised questions about his behavior and mindset. The revelation that Michael had been convicted of a crime involving a mentally incapacitated adult in 2018 raised doubts about his motivations and his sense of control in sensitive situations. This new information painted a complicated picture of Michael as a man with a troubled past and a tendency to act out of fear or anger. Despite Michael's attempts to explain his actions, his conflicting statements and inconsistencies had investigators questioning whether his motives were purely protective, or whether there was more to his involvement in Bryce's disappearance than he was letting on. Michael's anguish and helplessness were real, but his desire to protect his daughter might have clouded his judgment, leading him to make decisions that only complicated the investigation further. The strained relationship between Cordelia and Bryce was also critical in understanding what had happened. Michael's suspicions about Bryce's controlling behavior were not unfounded. He had witnessed firsthand how Bryce seemed to dominate every aspect of Cordelia's life, from monitoring her phone activity to manipulating her emotions. Michael had seen his daughter become increasingly withdrawn and submissive, which triggered his desire to intervene. However, his intervention, at least as far as investigators were concerned, seemed to have crossed a line between protection and control. As investigators continued to piece together the story, they found themselves questioning not only the events surrounding Bryce's disappearance, but also Michael's role in the family's turmoil. His background, his strained relationship with his daughter, and his increasingly erratic actions were beginning to paint a picture of a man who might have had more to do with the situation than he was willing to admit. Cordelia, for her part, remained conflicted and torn. On one hand, she loved Bryce and seemed to feel deeply connected to him, but on the other, she had witnessed the destructive dynamics of their relationship and felt trapped between the man she loved and her protective father. She found herself caught in a web of guilt, fear, and confusion, unsure of who to trust or what actions to take. But the more he spoke, the more his words seemed to raise doubts about his true role in the events surrounding Bryce's disappearance. Michael's repeated insistence on protecting his family and his strong emotions about Bryce's behavior added layers to the investigation. Despite passing the polygraph tests, investigators remained skeptical, knowing that polygraphs were not definitive proof of innocence. Michael's credibility was now under scrutiny, not just because of his personal history, but also because of his contradictory statements and behavior. The tense atmosphere during the interrogations was palpable. Michael's frustration grew as the investigators pressed him for answers, but he held his ground. He argued that while he had been angry with Bryce, his actions had never been meant to harm him. However, his words were sometimes at odds with the actions he had taken. Throwing away Bryce's phone and expressing a desire to scare him off were not the actions of a passive bystander. These inconsistencies painted a picture of someone who might have been acting out of fear, but also out of a desire to control the situation. The fact that Michael had confronted Bryce multiple times about the bruises on Cordelia's face added to the complexity. He claimed that he had warned Bryce that any further harm to his daughter would result in consequences. But was this really an act of protection, or was it driven by something deeper, like a need for control over Cordelia's choices? Investigators were not convinced by Michael's explanations, especially since he kept referring to Bryce in the past tense, as if he had already accepted Bryce's disappearance as a fait accompli. His continued focus on his daughter's relationship with Bryce was not lost on the investigators, who now had to consider whether Michael was involved in a more direct way than he had let on. Michael Elix's controlling relationship with his daughter Cordelia and his growing mistrust of her boyfriend, Bryce Bogle, set the stage for a tragic and violent crime. Concerned for Cordelia's well-being and fueled by suspicions of abuse, Michael's protective instincts transformed into frustration and anger. This led him to confront Bryce at his storage unit, where an argument turned fatal. Michael shot Bryce in the back of the head, claiming it was an impulsive act to protect his daughter. However, the evidence painted a darker picture. Investigators uncovered forensic evidence and testimony revealing a premeditated plan. Michael had previously threatened Bryce and told others he intended to kill him. A bleach bottle found in the storage unit contained both Bryce's and Michael's DNA, while a sled used to move Bryce's body was discovered with traces of blood. Phone records showed Michael's movements from the storage unit to a remote area near Edward Lake, where Bryce's body was eventually found buried. Despite Michael's claims of acting out of fear for Cordelia's safety, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder. Testimonies revealed Michael's long-standing animosity toward Bryce and his belief that killing him was the only way to protect Cordelia, even though she denied any abuse. In April 2024, Michael was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The case highlights the destructive power of fear, mistrust, and unresolved conflict, which led to the loss of a young man's life and the irreversible fracture of a family. It serves as a sobering reminder of the importance of addressing concerns through understanding and open communication, rather than resorting to violence. A young girl was left home alone for a short while, only to vanish without a trace. What followed felt more like the plot of a gripping detective thriller than a real-life event. It was simply too shocking to believe something like this could truly happen. It would take 15 long years before the truth finally came to light. And when it did, the entire community was left in shock and outrage. Jessica Dishon was born on May 2nd, 1982, in the small, close-knit town of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. It was a quiet, rural place where most residents worked in farming and knew one another well. Jessica was the eldest sibling with 2 younger brothers, and from a young age, she helped care for them while her parents worked. This responsibility made her independent, and her parents always trusted her completely. At 15, she took a part-time job at a local restaurant, determined to save up for her dream car, a red Pontiac. Over the years, she diligently put money aside until she finally had enough to make her dream a reality. Despite juggling work and school, Jessica excelled academically. She had big plans to attend college after graduation and pursue a career in accounting. By the fall of 1999, at 17, she was entering her senior year of high school. Around this time, she also started dating someone, which made her even more excited about the future. On the morning of Friday, September 10th, Jessica's day started off like any other. Her parents left for work while she was still asleep, and her younger brothers caught the school bus. Jessica stayed behind, planning to drive herself to school shortly after. Around noon, her mother returned home and immediately sensed something was off. Jessica's car was still parked in front of the house. Strange, since she should have been in class. Concerned, her mother entered the house and checked Jessica's bedroom, thinking she might have overslept. But the room was empty. Next, she wondered if Jessica had asked her father for a ride instead. However, after calling him, she learned that he had gone to work alone that morning. Worried, she decided to check Jessica's car, thinking it might not have started that morning. She grabbed a spare key from inside the house and walked outside. But as she approached, a chilling sight stopped her in her tracks. The driver's door was slightly ajar, and inside, Jessica's cell phone lay on the seat with the numbers 9 and 1 already dialed. Beneath the driver's seat, one of Jessica's shoes and her keys were left behind. In the back seat, her school books, work uniform, and purse remained untouched. The disturbing scene painted a grim picture. It was clear someone had interrupted her as she tried to call for help. Jessica would never have willingly left all her belongings behind. The family lived on the outskirts of town, so if she had gone anywhere on foot, she would have had to walk for miles. Her parents immediately called the school, only to discover that Jessica had never made it to class. Strangely, the school had failed to notify them of her absence, as it should have. Their worry deepened when Jessica's best friend from the restaurant called later that day, asking why she hadn't shown up for her shift. Between her absence at school and work, the abandoned car, and the phone with 9 and 1 dialed, Jessica's parents knew something was terribly wrong. They wasted no time in contacting the police. But when they finally reached the sheriff, they were met with indifference. He brushed off their concerns, suggesting Jessica had simply wandered off and would return soon. He didn't even acknowledge the glaring evidence, like the single shoe left behind, making it nearly impossible for her to have gone far. Jessica's parents pleaded with the sheriff to take the situation seriously, but he refused to open an investigation. Frustrated and heartbroken, they had no choice but to return home. But they weren't ready to give up. Determined to find their daughter, they took matters into their own hands, reaching out to friends, relatives, and anyone who might have seen Jessica. Yet, no one had any answers. Together, they scoured the town in search of Jessica, but she was nowhere to be found. The next morning, her worried parents returned to the sheriff's office and reported that Jessica still hadn't made it home. This time, the sheriff sent 2 officers to inspect her car. However, her parents soon encountered yet another issue. The officers conducted their examination without wearing gloves, carelessly handling everything inside the vehicle with their bare hands. Worse still, they neglected to check Jessica's room, despite it being standard procedure. Feeling once again abandoned by law enforcement, Jessica's parents turned to the local media in a desperate attempt to bring attention to their daughter's disappearance and highlight the police's apparent lack of concern. With the support of relatives and friends, they launched their own search efforts, distributing flyers that contained crucial information about Jessica. Leading the search were her father and his brother Stanley, both of whom were familiar with the area. Fearing the worst, they decided to focus their search near a local river, an area notorious for attracting drug dealers and criminals due to its overgrown, secluded landscape. For hours, Jessica's family combed through the rough terrain near the river, but they found no sign of her. Then, the following morning, something deeply unsettling happened. While Jessica's parents were at home, their son was playing outside in the yard when he suddenly ran inside, visibly shaken. He claimed he had heard a cry for help, one that sounded just like Jessica's voice. Acting on instinct, Jessica's father grabbed his shotgun and rushed outside, determined to find the source of the cry. At that same moment, his brother pulled up to the house and immediately joined in the search. As they scanned the area, something caught their attention, a plume of smoke rising from a neighboring property. The land belonged to a 40-year-old man named David Brooks. As they got closer, they saw him burning something that looked eerily similar to clothing. The sight sent chills down their spines. Suspicious, Jessica's father approached Brooks and requested permission to search his property. Brooks, however, flatly refused and ordered them to leave. But that wasn't the only unsettling thing about him. Before Jessica's disappearance, her family had shared a relatively normal relationship with Brooks and his relatives. Yet after she went missing, his behavior took a disturbing turn. He began driving past their house slowly and frequently, staring at them with an unsettling, almost taunting smile. Jessica's parents also started receiving eerie, anonymous phone calls where the caller remained silent, breathing heavily on the other end. They suspected Brooks was behind it, but they couldn't understand why. After witnessing Brooks burning clothes on his property, Jessica's parents once again turned to the police, who had shown little interest in the case from the beginning. They urged the officers to search Brooks' property with cadaver dogs, and this time the police agreed. Using Jessica's clothing to pick up her scent, the dogs led investigators straight to Brooks' fire pit, but frustratingly, no solid evidence was found. However, the dogs also uncovered a pair of black gloves inside one of Brooks's sheds. The gloves emitted an odor associated with decomposition, raising even more red flags. Despite these alarming discoveries and Brooks's increasingly suspicious behavior, the police once again failed to link him to Jessica's disappearance, leaving her parents with more questions than answers. Frustrated by the local authorities' inaction, Jessica's father made a bold decision. He reached out to the FBI. Typically, the Bureau does not launch investigations solely based on requests from missing persons' relatives. But this time, given the disturbing circumstances surrounding Jessica's case, they agreed to step in without hesitation. After carefully reviewing the details provided by Jessica's parents, the FBI came to a chilling conclusion. Something truly horrific may have happened to her. From that moment on, a real investigation finally began. The kind of thorough inquiry that local law enforcement had failed to conduct. FBI agents meticulously collected fingerprints from Jessica's room and vehicle, seizing all potential evidence for forensic analysis. They also deployed helicopters and enlisted volunteers to assist in a massive ground search. Even the pond near Jessica's home was thoroughly examined as investigators considered the possibility that her body might have been hidden there. Then, as the FBI combed through Brooks's property with a level of scrutiny the local police had never applied, they uncovered something truly alarming. Inside one of the sheds, investigators uncovered a chilling piece of evidence: a printed photo of Jessica. This disturbing discovery made detectives almost certain that Brooks was involved in her disappearance. They also began to suspect his 35-year-old brother Joseph, who exhibited odd behavior while the police were searching the property. However, there was a major obstacle. Despite their suspicions, the investigation had yet to produce any concrete evidence substantial enough to justify arresting either of the brothers. With no other leads, authorities intensified their search efforts, convinced that Jessica was no longer alive. Then, on September 27th, 17 days after Jessica went missing, the police received a call that would change everything. A woman was driving along a road near the river, the same area where Jessica's father had desperately searched in the early days of her disappearance. As she passed by, she noticed something unusual near a tree just off the road. Curious, she decided to take a closer look. As she approached, a horrifying realization set in. The object resembled a human body. Without hesitation, she dialed 911. FBI agents rushed to the scene, and their worst fears were confirmed. The lifeless body of a young woman lay before them, badly decomposed and missing several fingers and limbs. A rope, streaked with red and silver paint, was tied tightly around her legs. Parts of her clothing were also missing, leading investigators to suspect she had been sexually assaulted. Due to the body's advanced state of decomposition, authorities were unable to immediately confirm whether it was Jessica. The police then visited her parents and asked for their help in identifying her remains. Overcome with grief, Jessica's father couldn't bring himself to look, but her mother, gathering all the strength she had, agreed to go to the scene. At first, she struggled to recognize her daughter, but then her eyes fell upon something unmistakable. A small butterfly tattoo, identical to Jessica's, located in the exact same spot. The painful truth became undeniable. Later, forensic experts officially confirmed Jessica's identity and determined her cause of death: strangulation. The examination also revealed multiple bruises, indicating she had suffered a brutal attack before dying. Even more disturbingly, medical experts concluded that her limbs and fingers had been removed post-mortem, meaning she had been alive when her ordeal began. Yet the most devastating revelation was still to come. Investigators discovered that Jessica had remained alive for approximately 3 days after she was abducted. This meant that if the police had acted sooner, they might have been able to save her. Instead, their inaction had sealed her fate. Following the grim discovery, the FBI decided to interrogate Brooks once more. This time, his story took a suspicious turn. During his initial interview, he had claimed he saw Jessica near her home on the morning she vanished. But now, he completely changed his statement, insisting that he hadn't seen her at all that day. His new version of events placed him at home, in bed with his wife that morning. However, when detectives questioned his wife separately, she contradicted his account. Sensing the pressure mounting, the FBI pushed further. They asked Brooks what he would do if his fingerprints were found on Jessica's body. His response sent chills down their spines. Although no such evidence had been discovered, Brooks hesitated and then made an alarming statement. If his fingerprints were found, he would have to confess to everything. Shortly after, he was subjected to a polygraph test, and he failed. With suspicions at an all-time high, the FBI made a bold decision. Despite the lack of solid physical evidence, they arrested Brooks and proceeded with the trial. However, they knew the case would be an uphill battle. While the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming, it wasn't definitive. Without concrete proof directly linking Brooks to Jessica's murder, the odds of securing a guilty verdict remained uncertain. As the trial preparations progressed, detectives continued their search for additional evidence that could strengthen the case. While reviewing past findings, investigators recalled an intriguing detail. During their search of Brooks' car, they had discovered a rope strikingly similar to the one used to tie the victim's legs. However, without any DNA evidence on it, the rope remained yet another piece of circumstantial evidence rather than definitive proof. The trial commenced in January 2003. Brooks's attorney vehemently argued that there was no concrete evidence linking his client to the crime, insisting on his innocence. Then, a crucial misstep by law enforcement came to light during the proceedings. When investigators first discovered Jessica's body, they also found several of her missing limbs nearby. These remains were placed in specialized containers and handed over to the local police for safekeeping. However, despite clear labels instructing officers to store them in a refrigerated environment, the boxes were instead left at room temperature. As a result, the remains decomposed extensively, destroying any potential DNA traces that might have identified the killer. With no solid forensic evidence and only weak circumstantial links, the case against Brooks was far from airtight. Ultimately, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, and Brooks walked free. According to state law, he could only be charged again if new, undeniable evidence emerged. For Jessica's parents, the verdict was a crushing blow. In their minds, there was little doubt that Brooks was responsible for their daughter's murder. To make matters worse, they were haunted by the thought that if the police had taken the case more seriously from the start, Jessica might have been saved. Now, with no justice in sight, their last hope faded entirely. As years passed, Jessica's case remained unsolved, and eventually it was nearly forgotten. Then, in 2012, a new detective, Lynn Hunt, joined the local police department. Tasked with investigating cold cases, she soon turned her attention to the murder of Jessica Dishon. As she sifted through the case files, she was shocked by the sheer negligence of her predecessors. The records were riddled with errors, crucial conversations with key individuals were missing, and the handling of evidence was embarrassingly inadequate. It became clear that the case had been so poorly managed that Hunt had no choice but to start the investigation from scratch, despite the fact that 13 years had already passed since Jessica's murder. Her first step was to speak with Jessica's family. One of Jessica's brothers, now an adult living on his own, handed Hunt a box of his sister's belongings, items that had originally been in Jessica's car. He had kept them ever since the police had returned them to the family. Hunt was once again astounded by the lack of professionalism in the investigation. These items, which should have been preserved as evidence, had not been stored according to protocol. Now, after so many years, they were unlikely to yield any useful clues. Nevertheless, Hunt examined everything carefully, determined not to overlook a single detail. Then she came across something interesting, a copy of Brooks' medical evaluation. According to the report, his IQ was only 61, which is considered extremely low. This revelation raised serious questions about the way the police had handled his interrogation. Given his intellectual limitations, Brooks might not have fully understood many of the questions posed to him. His odd behavior, which had previously been considered suspicious, could very well have been a result of his cognitive impairment rather than guilt. This new perspective led Hunt to consider a shocking possibility. What if Brooks had nothing to do with Jessica's murder? What if the real killer had never even been investigated? Determined to find the truth, Hunt launched a fresh inquiry. She meticulously reviewed all individuals connected to the case, as well as people living in the area at the time of Jessica's disappearance. Her investigation continued until September 2014, nearly 15 years after Jessica's death, when an unexpected lead emerged. A fellow officer from another department reached out to Hunt with intriguing news. An inmate at a Kentucky state prison had come forward, claiming to know the true identity of Jessica Dishon's murderer. Hunt approached this tip with cautious skepticism. In her experience, inmates often fabricated stories in hopes of bargaining for reduced sentences or better prison conditions. More often than not, such leads proved to be nothing more than time-wasting dead ends. Still, she knew she couldn't afford to dismiss it without verification. Determined to follow every possible lead, Hunt made her way to the prison to meet the informant. The man revealed that he had once shared a cell with another inmate, a convict who had been sentenced for child abuse, the very same crime he himself had committed. Bound by shared experiences, the two inmates developed a twisted friendship, occasionally exchanging details about their past crimes. Then, one day, the cellmate made a shocking confession. Among other things, he claimed to have murdered Jessica Dishon. But what came next left Detective Hunt utterly stunned. The informant revealed the name of the man responsible for Jessica's death. It was none other than Stanley Dishon, Jessica's uncle and her father's own brother. According to the inmate, Stanley had confided in him, admitting that he had been sexually abusing Jessica for years while living under the same roof as her family. He had threatened her repeatedly. warning that if she ever told anyone, he would kill her or harm someone she loved. By the spring of 1999, Stanley grew increasingly paranoid. Jessica had started dating someone, and he feared that she might finally confess to her boyfriend about the abuse. Desperate to silence her, Stanley took action. On the morning of September 10th, he arrived at Jessica's home while she was alone. She was outside, getting into her car, her belongings already packed inside. Stanley confronted her, demanding that she end her relationship immediately. But Jessica refused. She had had enough, and this time, she fought back. She threatened to expose him if he didn't leave her alone. Panic set in. Stanley lashed out, issuing more threats. Jessica turned to grab the phone, intending to call 911. Realizing that his entire world could come crashing down, Stanley lunged at her. Jessica managed to break free and ran into the house, but he chased after her. Once inside, he followed her to her bedroom, struck her, and tightly bound her in her own bedsheets. Then, he carried her away to an abandoned shed, just a short distance from where her body would later be found. For several agonizing days, Stanley kept Jessica captive, subjecting her to unimaginable abuse and torture. Then, he ended her life. But his cruelty didn't stop there. He moved her body, placing it in a visible spot near the road, ensuring that it would eventually be discovered. Hoping to mislead investigators, he went even further, removing some of Jessica's limbs to make it appear as if her death had been the work of drug traffickers. Before leaving the scene, he buried the bedsheets beneath the shed, erasing the last traces of his crime. Detective Hunt was shaken. The details provided by the informant were eerily specific, details that had never been made public. Only Jessica's closest relatives knew about the missing limbs, meaning the inmate couldn't have fabricated that part of the story. Then, he revealed one final piece of information. Stanley had buried one of Jessica's shoes beneath a broken tree near the shed. If this was true, Hunt finally had a chance to prove his guilt. Determined to verify the claims, Hunt launched an independent search. But with limited resources at the local police department, she had no choice but to seek help elsewhere. She turned to Jessica's brother and a few other relatives who agreed to assist in the search. Not wanting to alarm them prematurely, Hunt chose not to disclose that Stanley was now the prime suspect. First, she needed concrete evidence. On the first day, the search was fruitless. In the midst of pouring rain, they dug through the areas matching the informant's description, but nothing surfaced. The next day, Hunt and Jessica's brother returned to the site with renewed determination. As they drove along the road, he pointed out an abandoned barn. Something about it caught Hunt's attention. They stopped the car, entered the barn, and started digging the soil inside. Almost immediately, they uncovered something buried beneath the dirt. A long-awaited breakthrough. It was a bedsheet. Hunt carefully collected the evidence and rushed to Jessica's home. Over the years, Jessica's parents had never changed a single thing in her bedroom. It remained frozen in time, exactly as it was on the day she disappeared. Thanks to this, Hunt was able to confirm a crucial detail. The bedsheet they had just found matched Jessica's bedding. It was missing from her bed, and the pattern was identical to the remaining linen. For the first time in 15 years, the truth was finally coming to light. Immediately after this breakthrough, Stanley was arrested and brought in for questioning. Though he refused to confess, he appeared visibly shaken during his conversation with detectives. Eventually, he was formally charged with murder, and the case moved to trial. Jessica's father struggled to comprehend the horrifying truth that his own brother had committed such an unspeakable crime against his daughter. At first, he was in complete denial, unable to accept the reality of the situation. But over time, he was forced to come to terms with it. Looking back, he recalled something that now seemed painfully suspicious. During the initial days of Jessica's disappearance, it had been Stanley who suggested searching near the river. But while they were out there, Stanley suddenly claimed to feel sick, and his brother had to drive him home. It turned out that this moment had occurred just a few hundred yards from the barn where Jessica had been hidden. This raised a chilling possibility. Stanley may have deliberately diverted the search efforts, ensuring that no one would find Jessica while she was still alive. As preparations for the trial continued, Detective Hunt delved deeper into Stanley's past, hoping to uncover additional evidence. She already knew that he had previously served time for assaulting another young girl within their family. But what she uncovered next was even more disturbing. Multiple women, each closely related to Stanley, came forward revealing that he had sexually abused them when they were children. A clear pattern emerged. Stanley would approach his relatives, claiming to have nowhere to stay, and they would allow him to live with them temporarily. But once alone with their daughters, he took advantage of the situation, using threats to ensure their silence. After hearing these testimonies, investigators concluded that Stanley had been preying on young girls within his own family for 3 decades. Despite these revelations, Hunt knew that securing a conviction for Jessica's murder would be difficult. The case still lacked definitive forensic evidence. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, and nothing to physically tie Stanley to the crime. Determined to leave no stone unturned, she continued combing through old case files, searching for anything that might strengthen the prosecution's case. That's when she made another shocking discovery. In a box of forgotten records, Hunt came across a letter dated June 26, 2002. It had been written by a different informant, someone who, 12 years before, had told the police the same story that Hunt had just uncovered from the Kentucky prison inmate. By that time, Stanley was already serving a sentence for assaulting an underage relative. While in prison, he had confessed to his cellmate that he was the one who had murdered Jessica. The cellmate, who happened to be a police informant, sent a detailed letter to the department handling the case, outlining everything Stanley had told him. And what did the police do? Nothing. They ignored the letter, likely because they were still convinced that Brooks was the real culprit. Instead of investigating further, they dismissed the informant's claims, failing to consider any other suspects. Hunt was once again appalled by the negligence of her predecessors. If they had taken their job seriously, Jessica's case could have been solved back in 2002. But now, after all these years, all she could do was wait for the trial, hoping that Stanley would finally face the justice he had evaded for so long. The trial began in 2015. Despite overwhelming circumstantial evidence, Stanley insisted he was innocent. Seated in the courtroom, Jessica's parents could hardly bear to look at him. The man who had shared their family dinners, their holidays, their lives, was the same man who had destroyed everything. Their anger only deepened as he continued to deny the crime, refusing to give them even a shred of closure. Prosecutors knew that convicting Stanley of murder would be difficult. The case against him was largely circumstantial, with no direct physical evidence to secure a guilty verdict. There was also another complication. The women Stanley had assaulted as children would need to testify in court, recounting in painful detail the horrors they had endured. Given these challenges, the prosecution made a decision. They offered Stanley a plea deal. In exchange for his full confession to both Jessica's murder and the sexual assaults, they would drop the possibility of the death penalty. In the end, Stanley agreed. He pleaded guilty. But there was one condition. He wouldn't be required to reveal any further details about the crimes. Jessica's parents were devastated. After waiting for justice for nearly 15 years, they still didn't get the answers they so desperately sought. Why had he done it? What had really happened in those final moments? Stanley remained silent, offering them nothing. Under the terms of the plea deal, Stanley was sentenced to 20 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 15 years. Given that he was already 56 at the time of sentencing, this meant that he could walk free at 71. After the trial, Jessica's father made a chilling promise. If his brother ever got out of prison, he would be waiting for him. And this time, he would take justice into his own hands. In 2019, Stanley gave his first interview from prison, claiming once again that he was innocent. According to him, he had been at work on the morning Jessica disappeared. But after 2 decades, verifying his alibi was impossible. He also failed to explain how two unrelated informants, separated by more than a decade, had come forward with identical confessions from him, including details that only the true murderer would know, such as the location of the buried bedsheet. As for David Brooks, detectives never fully ruled out the possibility that he played a minor role in the crime. Brooks and Stanley knew each other, and it was entirely possible that Stanley had asked him to help dispose of Jessica's belongings. Given Brooks's low IQ, he may not have fully understood what was happening. Perhaps he had been the one to burn Jessica's clothes in the fire, or maybe Stanley had given him the gloves, contaminated with Jessica's scent, causing the cadaver dogs to alert. There was even a small possibility that Brooks had deliberately placed Jessica's photo in Stanley's shed, attempting to shift suspicion. But the full truth will likely never be known. Brooks passed away in 2021 due to heart complications, taking any remaining secrets to the grave. One final mystery remains, the haunting moment when, on the third day of Jessica's disappearance, her younger brother heard a cry for help outside. He was convinced it was his sister. To this day, no one knows the truth. Was Jessica still alive at that time, held captive in the barn just a few miles away? Perhaps the child had imagined it, his mind playing tricks on him under extreme stress. Or maybe it was someone else's voice that he mistook for Jessica's. Yet, there is one unsettling theory. We know that right after Jessica's father ran outside in response to the cry, Stanley pulled up to the house. He had been nearby. Could it be that Jessica had been in his car at that exact moment, bound, gagged, or unconscious? It seems unlikely. But in a case like this, where so much negligence and deception clouded the truth, anything is possible. What do you think about this case? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And if you found this story compelling, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Basically, they told me that I need to come in and meet up, and they briefed me on what they had at the time, which ultimately was Tommy Carlton, who was trying to find someone to murder his ex-wife.
Breakups and divorces, they can get messy, right? We've all heard about custody battles, arguments over money, or just drama in general. But this one takes things to a whole new level. Tommy Carlton and Elizabeth Nicholas didn't just end things the ordinary way. When they split, it turned into a case so twisted that even the police were caught off guard. And boy, oh boy, this isn't just a messy divorce story. It's something much, much deeper. And without wasting any time, we're getting right into it. So, who are Tommy and Elizabeth? So it all started out pretty normal. Tommy Lyle Carlton was working as a registered nurse in Osceola County, Florida, and so was a woman named Elizabeth Nicholas. They crossed paths pretty quickly at the medical facility, and right away, something just clicked. It wasn't long before they became friends, and, well, you can probably guess what happened next. That friendship didn't stay just a friendship for long. It turned romantic. Barely a year had passed, and they were already walking down the aisle. Life was looking good. Everything seemed perfect. By 1998, they had a son, Eric, which should have been the cherry on top, right? But unfortunately, this was the beginning of the end. Out of nowhere, Tommy started pulling away from Elizabeth, and pretty soon, things went downhill. They found themselves stuck in the classic cycle: constant fighting, endless arguments, and drama over things so small that a calm conversation could have fixed them. But instead, it just kept getting worse. And things escalated quickly, way faster than you'd expect. Just about 6 weeks after their baby was born, Elizabeth had to undergo gallbladder surgery. While she was recovering in the hospital, Tommy visited her. Not to check on her well-being or even argue, but to tell her that she needed to take care of Eric because he had other commitments. What commitments, you ask? The one standing right beside him. No, it wasn't a mistress or a meeting, but to everyone's shock, especially Elizabeth's, Tommy revealed that he was gay. This is happening just weeks after Eric's born, and while Elizabeth's still dealing with surgery recovery. It's safe to say she was completely blindsided, but it didn't matter. Tommy had discovered who he truly was, and over time, his attention was on spending time away with his new male partners. As for the marriage, it was deteriorating more and more. The verbal fights were now becoming physical. So, to no one's surprise, Elizabeth filed for divorce in 2000. The divorce went relatively smoothly, and they shared joint custody of Eric. Eric lived primarily with his mother. For a while, everything went well. Tommy was paying his child support. They shared custody, and things were fairly civil. Until Elizabeth moved on and started dating Jay Saltzman. And there was one person who was just not happy about it, none other than Tommy himself. He grew bitter and suddenly very concerned for his child's safety, claiming that this new relationship was putting Eric in danger. He insisted Eric was no longer safe. His response? He stopped making child support payments. And he held out long enough for his unpaid child support to pile up to $85,000. Elizabeth had finally had enough. The constant back and forth with Tommy over child support wasn't just exhausting, it was taking a toll. She filed to get the court involved, hoping a judge could set things straight. After a few hiccups in the process, she finally got a court date for May 14, 2009. But as soon as Tommy got wind of the hearing back in January, it was like he flipped a switch. Suddenly, he wasn't picking up her calls, didn't answer texts, and even cut off contact with Eric. It was as if he vanished from their lives. But their story was far from over, and they were about to cross paths in a way nobody saw coming. Tommy finds out about Elizabeth's death. Barely a week before the court date, on Friday, May 8, 2009, Tommy had just met someone new and was going about his usual routine when his phone rang. It was the sheriff's department. Detective Irving Molina from the Osceola Sheriff's Department wanted him to come down to the station, so Tommy went in and met up with Detective Molina and his partner, Detective Brett Roller. Now, the news he was about to get would have been devastating for anyone with even a bit of sympathy. But for Tommy? Well, let's just say his reaction was different. If you don't believe me, you'll see for yourself in just a second. So after going through the formalities, like his rights, the fact that the interview was being recorded, etc., Detective Molina dropped the news. Tommy's ex-wife, Elizabeth, was dead. They'd been informed by Elizabeth's boyfriend, Jay Saltzman, and were reaching out to him for information.
That's my ex-wife.
It's your ex-wife?
Yeah.
All right. So first of all, I know I thanked you already, but I want to thank you even more for just coming in, especially as quick as you did.
I just happened to be here. Normally I'm in Orlando, that's where I live.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now, as you can see for yourself, Tommy's reaction wasn't exactly what you'd expect after finding out someone you once loved, married, and had a child with was gone. The detectives let him know this wasn't just any death, they were investigating it as a potential homicide, as her ex-husband Tommy was in a position to give them the much-needed information. From the start, he seemed more interested in trashing Elizabeth's boyfriend. He went off about how rude the guy was to him, like that's what he really wanted the detectives to focus on. And let me tell you, Tommy had his whole narrative ready. He painted Elizabeth as the one who kept him away from his son, claimed she wouldn't let him see Eric, setting the whole stage against her. He then opened up about their relationship, but there was zero affection in his words. He didn't have a single kind thing to say about her. And then, he starts saying Elizabeth made promises she never kept. According to Tommy, she told him that if he bought a house for Eric, he'd get more time with him. But she supposedly went back on her word, taking Eric on a Disney trip and never letting him come back. He claimed she was doing everything possible to keep Eric away from him, even drugging their son to make him sleepy during visits. Tommy called her a compulsive liar and accused her of making false claims about him, including accusations of assault that he swore were totally untrue. And that's not even all.
South Dakota or North Dakota, Wilson, something like that. That's where she went for one of her brothers or stepbrothers. And so then I went in court and I got the judge to give me custody of my son. She came back and had bruises on her arm where she said that I had beat her up and stuff like that. And she still had him in the courtroom whenever she came back. This was 2 months later. I hadn't seen her. Nothing. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tommy went as far as saying that Eric had confided in a friend that Elizabeth's boyfriend, Jay, was abusing him too. He then admitted that he deliberately stopped paying child support, hoping it would lead to a court hearing where he could expose Elizabeth's so-called lies and hypocrisy. But despite all this concern he claimed to have, he said he didn't even know where Elizabeth lived anymore. Just that he thought she'd moved in with her boyfriend. No contact with Eric, no updates on Elizabeth, nothing. He was simply clueless. Then the detectives shifted their questions, asking him to take them through his entire day. Tommy spelled it out, each patient he'd visited, where he was supposed to be, and the timing. He mentioned chatting with his neighbor Mindy, which he said made him run late. When he got to his next appointment, the patient wasn't home, so he just went back to his place. Later, he stopped by Walmart to pick up some flowers for his last patient. But right as he was about to check out, Detective Molina called him in, and he headed to the station. The detectives probed a bit more, asking what he thought of Elizabeth as a person. That's when they dropped the bomb that they were actually investigating her death as a homicide. But if you were expecting a reaction, well, Tommy had nothing. It was almost as if he was desperately grasping for any chance to make her look bad. He said Elizabeth had a knack for making people angry, and she was someone who just didn't care much about anyone's feelings. And then, just as casually, he told them he hated her. Or so he says, nothing to do with it. Just stick around for a minute, and you'll find out how he had everything to do with it. The detectives then switched things up again, asking if he had any friends. Tommy just shrugged and said he mainly spent time with his patients. The truth comes out. Now, if you haven't figured it out yet, the person behind this whole mess was none other than Tommy himself. For all his confidence in staying out of suspicion, he didn't realize just how deep he was in. And whatever you think got him caught, trust me, it's so much worse than that. But let's not spoil it just yet. Back to the investigation. The detectives moved from questioning to confrontation. They dropped a photo of Elizabeth after she'd been shot, right in front of him. Tommy's reaction? Just blank, no shock, no sadness, no anything. All he cared to ask was, where's Eric? Is he safe? And guess who just walked in? You're about to find out. That was the look of a man who just realized the hitman he hired to kill his ex-wife was actually an undercover cop. Tommy's whole world flipped in that moment because standing right in front of him was James Wood, who he thought was Billy, the guy he'd paid $1,500 to take out Elizabeth. Yeah, James was an undercover agent the whole time, and Tommy had no idea he'd been set up. Detectives Roller and Molina then laid it all out for him. They told Tommy they'd actually been watching him for over 2 weeks. And why, you ask? I mean, aren't we all wondering? Let's see how he responds.
Is there something that we don't know that we should know?
I'm not following.
Why would you take the steps that you did to get rid of your wife?
I didn't take any steps to get rid of my wife.
Have you been meeting with Billy the last week?
I saw him, yeah, like twice.
Okay. Billy is Agent Griffin. He has been my partner for 5 years. You understand that?
Okay.
So where he goes, I go. So everywhere you've been with him, I've been there with him and with you. Now I understand from the moment that you guys first met, even prior to the moment that you guys first met. But yeah, please understand that before I come across you, I don't know you. I didn't know Elizabeth. So I don't understand what would drive a person to that point.
Turns out it wasn't just James Agent Griffin was in on the whole operation too. Both agents were working together to expose Tommy's entire plan to murder Elizabeth. Tommy started to realize he was backed into a corner with nowhere to go. And just when things couldn't get any worse for Tommy, in walks the head of the Violent Crimes Unit, the very person who'd been leading this investigation from day one. And he didn't just walk in empty-handed. He came in with solid proof, showing Tommy the exact cash, the bills he'd handed over to Billy to make Elizabeth disappear. And it gets worse. Every detail of Tommy's plot, every step of his plan from just a week earlier, they had it all on camera. It was all right there, undeniable. But here's the thing that might be the worst part for Tommy. Not only was he caught red-handed, but the person he wanted dead? Elizabeth was still alive. She hadn't been harmed at all. Detective Roller looked him straight in the eye and told him that the evidence they'd collected was enough to lock him up for good. And that's when Tommy finally asked for a lawyer. He was arrested for solicitation to commit murder and attempted murder, and held without bond at the Osceola County Jail. And in the weeks that followed, Tommy decided he'd represent himself in court. But, oh, we're just scratching the surface here. Don't worry, we're going to take a look into exactly what the detectives found, all the proof they had, and how they set this entire thing up. Here's how it went down. By June 2008, Tommy Carlton had reached his limit with Elizabeth, like, He didn't just want her out of his life, he wanted her gone, permanently. So while he's supposed to be getting his act together at Narcotics Anonymous, he meets this guy named Ricky Donovan. Now, instead of talking about recovery, Tommy started hinting to Ricky that he wanted Elizabeth out of the picture for good. Ricky listened, and before you know it, he ended up introducing Tommy to someone else, a guy named James Wood. And that's where things take a turn. A good one. For Elizabeth, at least. James wasn't exactly living a great life himself. He also had a kid he barely saw because his ex had cut him off. And somehow that became a weird bond between him and Tommy. They both felt stuck, cut off from their kids, and for the next few weeks, they got closer. Tommy started feeding James this sob story about how he was just trying to protect his son. Then, things got real. Tommy wasn't just complaining about Elizabeth anymore. He had ideas, and he was spelling them out. He talked about poisoning her, even messing with her car to make it look like an accident. And then Tommy hit James with this. If James helped him get rid of Elizabeth, Tommy would take care of James's ex so he could be with his son. At first, James thought it was just talk, something Tommy would vent about and forget. But Tommy wouldn't let it go. He kept bringing it up again and again, and it became clear he was dead serious. It was clear he was locked in on making this happen. That's when James threw out an idea, almost like a dare. Why don't you hire a hitman? But here's what Tommy didn't know. James was getting pretty freaked out. Realizing Tommy was actually serious, James started panicking, and he decided to bring someone else in on it. He reached out to a family friend, Sheriff's Deputy David Snyder. James told Snyder the whole story, how he met this guy Tommy through someone at Narcotics Anonymous, and how Tommy was dead set on getting someone to take care of his ex, Elizabeth. By May 4th, James and Deputy Snyder decided to go all in. They'd take things to the next level and set up a plan Tommy wouldn't see coming. They met with Sergeant Wiley Black from the Osceola County Sheriff's Violent Crimes Unit. Sergeant Black and two detectives sat down with James to hear the full story. That's when they decided they needed backup for this one. Lieutenant Howard Griffin, who had experience working undercover, was brought in to help get to the bottom of this. They got everything set up and told James to call Tommy to set up a meeting for later that night. The location was a room at the local Quality Inn. While officers worked fast to set up surveillance in the room next door, Lieutenant Griffin was getting into character as Hitman Billy. That night, Tommy was on his way to meet Billy for the first time, not knowing that a whole team from the Violent Crimes Unit was right next door, ready to catch everything on tape. Just in case Tommy got cold feet later, they wanted to make sure they had everything on tape. On May 4th, 2009, Tommy showed up, already convinced that James had a guy lined up to handle things for him. At first, the conversation was pretty normal. But it didn't take long before Tommy started getting into the real reason he was there, almost as if he was ready to puke out his grievances. He told Billy that his son, Eric, was being abused by Elizabeth and her boyfriend, Jay. Tommy was complaining about how that Eric had called him crying, begging for help, saying he couldn't take it anymore.
He's with this guy who's beating the scrap out of my son. I can't see him, they won't let me see him, talk to him, nothing, he's still in there. He's like, call me up on the phone, crying. The last time I talked to him, I called him on the phone, he was crying. He's like, come get me, man. And he's crying. He's fucking, he'll turn 11 in June.
This was allegedly the reason Tommy was desperate to get full custody of his son, and he was willing to do anything to make that happen, even murder. But this guy wasn't foolish. During this whole meeting, Tommy was getting more and more paranoid. He was convinced the hotel room was bugged. When he went to grab a pen, he thought he saw a metal briefcase in the next room that looked like it had a listening device in it. He told James and Billy about it, but when they checked again, they found nothing. Still, Tommy couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. After talking for a while, Tommy suggested they head out to his truck to keep talking. That's when the real plan started to take shape.
Can we get on like my car and talk about it? It's a little hidden about this hotel room.
I don't give a fuck. I'm getting my goddamn truck or car or whatever.
Is that cool?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Alright.
Tommy told Billy he just needed Elizabeth taken out of the picture, and they set a deadline. Tommy wanted it done by May 14th. Billy then told Tommy that the easiest way to do it was with a single gunshot to the head. He also laid out his payment terms, $500 up front and another $1,500 when the job was done. They agreed to that, and Tommy promised he'd have the first payment by Friday. Billy then told Tommy to start building an alibi, something that would make him look innocent if the police came asking questions. Tommy agreed. He'd make sure he was seen around town all week. For the next 5 days, Tommy met with Billy 3 more times. Each time, Tommy got more and more specific, handing over more and more details of Elizabeth and Eric. They went over the details of the plan, agreeing on how to handle Elizabeth, and each meeting seemed to bring Tommy closer to actually believing this was going to happen. What he didn't know was that while all this was going down, cops had already contacted Elizabeth. They told her everything Tommy was planning, and she agreed to help them catch him red-handed. On the afternoon of May 6, 2009, Tommy and Billy met again, this time in a Dairy Queen parking lot in Kissimmee, Florida. And of course, the whole thing was being recorded. Tommy, probably trying to look casual, decided to drive Billy around town, showing him the photos of his son and ex-wife.
Well, just rolling around like crazy. Alright. Just gonna keep driving, keep moving. Just gonna make a big loop or something. Yeah. So, look in here, I got the pictures of my son and stuff in there. Okay, cool. Can I? Oh. That's about 3 years ago. This is the most recent. He hasn't changed much.
While they drove, Tommy couldn't stop himself. He kept ranting about Elizabeth. He kept talking about these nightmares he was having, how he was scared for Eric's safety, and how he just had to protect his son. In Tommy's mind, Elizabeth and her new boyfriend were a threat, and he was convinced that the only way to make sure Eric was safe was to get rid of her once and for all. Before going off on their own ways, Tommy and Billy had it all lined up for Friday, May 8, 2009. They agreed to meet up around midday, sometime between 1 and 2 p.m. Elizabeth, on the other hand, was fully on board at this point, helping the authorities set up the whole thing. And Agent Griffin, still posing as Billy, was ready for their third meeting just after 3 p.m. This time at a Walmart parking lot in Osceola County. Tommy showed up, handed him the $500 and promised another $2,500 later.
It's all in. Just give me a holler and let me know when you want me to, visit my friend.
Once the cash was exchanged, Tommy left, completely unaware that the sheriff's office was already preparing to set up the crime scene. They had everything they needed, including fake photos of Elizabeth for Tommy's benefit. As Tommy drove away, Griffin called him to remind him to start putting his alibi together for later that night.
No problem. I'm gonna haul out away now, because yesterday she got off at 6:30 anyway, so I don't know if you've ever been to that job, but I haven't. It's a sweet spot.
Billy then laid out the plan for the next step. He told Tommy that he was heading to Elizabeth's house now. But Tommy had to wait for a call, so he could create the perfect alibi. Tommy continued going about his day as usual, visiting patients and setting up IV drips. But as the hours passed, he got a call from Billy. Billy wanted to make sure Tommy was caught on camera, so Tommy agreed to go along with it. Shortly after, Billy called again, and this time he had news. He told Tommy to meet him at the Walmart once more. With the plan completed, Tommy felt a sense of relief.
Done, brother. Thank God. Done, man. Look at this stupid man in her car. I was hiding in the woods, man. I couldn't find her ID, so I said, it. I snapped the picture and then took off in the woods. Perfect, dude. But you can watch the news tonight or something. I'm sure it's gonna be on there. You know what I'm saying? So great. But I just wanted to show you to know where you know it's done. Sweet. All right. Oh, thank God. All right, man.
The two men parted ways, agreeing to stick to their alibis to avoid any complications. But as Tommy got into his car and drove off, his phone rang. It was Detective Irving Molina from the Osceola Sheriff's Department, and you know exactly what happened after that. So, that leads to the most important part, the trial. Tommy Carlton's trial began on February 7th, 2011, at the Osceola County Courthouse. Let's talk about what he was charged with. 2 heavy crimes: solicitation to commit first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder with a firearm. Prosecutors argued that Tommy had gone all in to make sure that her death would happen, taking steps to cover his tracks and remove Elizabeth permanently. The judge for this case was Scott Padna, but the one making Tommy's story crystal clear to the jury was the prosecutor, Michelle Heller. She wanted them to see Tommy exactly as she did. A man who, beyond a doubt, wanted Elizabeth gone and didn't care how.
The defendant, Tommy Carlton, hated his ex-wife, and he wanted her dead, and he hired Billy, the undercover hitman, to do so. When Deputy Griffin shows him the cell phone photo, what is his reaction? You'll see it and you'll hear it. Sweet, he says. He's happy. In fact, he's certain he wants her dead, out of the way, out of the picture. He just doesn't want to be caught.
In her words, Tommy had planned her death like it was a solution to all his problems, a way to get rid of her from his life and, maybe more importantly, from the life of their son Eric. From the very beginning, Heller argued that Tommy's hatred for Elizabeth wasn't something new or hidden.
Who he didn't know was a deputy, he thought was a hitman, that he wanted her out of the way, he wanted the problem solved, and he wanted her out of the way. There was discussion between the two of them about price.
She presented recordings from the sting operation, audio and video, to show his cold, indifferent attitude, his almost frightening lack of concern for what might happen if he went through with this. There was no remorse, no hesitation, but Tommy's defense had a different story. Tommy's defense said that he had been entrapped. His lawyer, Mark Consalo, claimed that law enforcement set him up, manipulated him, pushed him into a corner. According to Consalo, Tommy never directly said he wanted Elizabeth dead. His defense argued that the undercover agent, Howard Griffin, actually made things worse by pressuring Tommy, basically guiding him to say things he wouldn't have otherwise. They were hoping to convince the jury that this was all the cops doing. Consalo painted Tommy as a guy just trying to regain some control over his life, specifically his relationship with his son. This was a man, not a murderer, who had been driven to desperate measures. They also later argued that, yes, Tommy might have planned something, but he didn't actually try to kill Elizabeth himself. His lawyer claimed that all his actions were merely preparations, things he thought about, but nothing more. The defense's position was simple. Because he never actually did anything to harm Elizabeth directly, the charges of attempted murder shouldn't stand. They insisted there was a difference between planning and taking actual steps to kill her. Now this is where things get a bit questionable. See, the legal standard for attempted murder requires more than just thinking about it or planning it. You have to take some pretty substantial steps toward the act itself. So, the big question was, were Tommy's actions enough to be considered substantial? Was the fact that he hired the undercover cop, gave him details, and even set up an alibi enough to prove that he wasn't just talking? The defense argued Tommy hadn't crossed that line into action. To them, he had only ever planned, nothing more. No direct actions taken. But Heller wasn't buying it. She argued that Tommy didn't just think about this. He was trying to make it happen. Hiring someone, paying them, setting up an alibi. These weren't just thoughts. These were actual, overt acts. Clear steps toward committing the crime. The trial was packed with testimonies, key witnesses, law enforcement, and even the police informant James Wood. Agent Howard Griffin took the stand, describing his encounters with Tommy in detail. He said Tommy even set a deadline. He wanted it done by May 14, 2009. Griffin described a conversation where Tommy seemed almost casual, saying he wanted Elizabeth gone. And when he spoke about getting rid of her, he didn't stammer or hesitate. Then came James Wood, the informant, who testified that Tommy had come to him multiple times, almost like he was trying to work up the nerve each time. According to Wood, each conversation they had circled back to one thing: Tommy's desire to see Elizabeth out of the picture. Detectives Molina and Roller also testified. They described a shift in his behavior when he learned the police had recordings of him. Detective Molina described Tommy's reaction as detached, almost like he wasn't surprised or worried about what he had done. And then Tommy took the stand. He said he never meant for Elizabeth to die. According to him, he thought Agent Griffin would only intimidate her and her boyfriend, nothing more. He claimed that the phrase taken out of the way meant he wanted Elizabeth to stop interfering with his time with Eric. And as for James Wood, Tommy suggested that Wood was lying, twisting the story to get back at him over some past grudge. Tommy also mentioned a hearing problem, saying he hadn't fully understood what Agent Griffin said during their meetings, that he was confused. He tried to paint himself as a victim of miscommunication and misunderstanding. Finally, the trial reached its end. Both sides gave their closing arguments. The prosecution urged the jury to think about the evidence, the tapes, Tommy's own words, the witness testimonies. The defense stuck to their entrapment argument, telling the jury that Tommy had been manipulated, that he never actually planned to go through with murder. After hours of deliberation, the jury returned with their decision. Tommy Carlton was found guilty on both counts, solicitation to commit first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder. They believed the evidence showed he had been ready to go to any lengths to rid himself of Elizabeth. During the sentencing on April 8, 2011, Elizabeth took the stand again, this time for a victim impact statement. She described the toll Tommy's actions had taken on her and Eric. She talked about the man she'd once known, a man who was unrecognizable to her now. The judge sentenced Tommy to 22 years in prison and ordered him to have no contact with Elizabeth. Eric chose not to stay in touch with his father. Tommy tried to appeal, but it didn't work out. The court's decision was clear. Tommy Carlton had done more than just ask someone to make his problems disappear. He had taken clear steps to make that a reality. The 5th District Court stood by this ruling, even after Tommy's legal team pointed to a similar case, Arias versus State, where a defendant's actions were deemed preparatory. They argued Tommy's actions weren't enough for an attempted murder charge. But the court explained that while Arias involved only talk, Carlton's actions were different. He had hired a hitman, given him all the necessary information, paid him, and set up an alibi. They concluded Tommy's steps went beyond words, entering the territory of real, attempted crime. The court rejected his appeals, making it clear: when you hire a hitman, provide all the details, and set up an alibi, it's not just talk, it's intent to kill.
Two young girls pedaled to the park on their bikes and vanished without a trace, setting off a chain of events that felt ripped straight from the pages of a gripping detective novel. From the start, this story unfolded like a mystery too bizarre to believe, with twists and turns that only deepened the enigma. In the end, all the scattered pieces would come together in a single shocking revelation. Laura Hobbs was born on September 25, 1996, in Texas. She was the eldest in her family, and in time, her parents welcomed 3 sons. However, their marriage soon fell apart, and Laura's mom moved the children to the quiet town of Zion, Illinois. Laura quickly fell in love with Zion. Her maternal grandparents lived there, and she effortlessly made friends. Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the town offered plenty of opportunities for Laura to spend time outdoors with her family, and she particularly loved visiting the lake. In the spring of 2005, when Laura was 8 years old, her father decided to reconnect with his children. Leaving Texas behind, he moved to Zion to be closer to them. On May 8th, Mother's Day, the family spent the day flying kites by the lake. It was a joyful outing filled with laughter and the warmth of togetherness. Later that afternoon, Laura asked to go for a bike ride with her best friend, 9-year-old Crystal. The two were inseparable, classmates, neighbors, and partners in all kinds of childhood adventures. Ever since Laura had moved to Zion, Crystal had been her closest companion. Whether playing outside, biking around the neighborhood, or sneaking conversations through Laura's bedroom window, the girls were always together. That day, they planned a quick trip to the park, just a few hundred yards from their homes. It was a familiar spot where they often played, and their parents felt reassured by how well the girls knew the area. Besides, Zion was a peaceful town where serious crimes were almost unheard of. The girls left around 3 p.m., promising to be home for dinner, but as the hours passed, their absence began to stir unease. By 7 p.m., when Laura and Crystal still hadn't returned, their worried parents set out for the park to bring them back. But when they arrived, the girls were nowhere to be found. What began as a carefree day of celebration would soon descend into a chilling mystery that would haunt the town of Zion. They walked the bike path, calling out for Laura and Crystal, but the only response was an unsettling silence. Soon, relatives, neighbors, and friends joined the frantic search. The group combed through the park and wandered the nearby streets, clinging to hope that the girls might appear. Hours passed, and as the sky darkened, unease turned into fear. By 9 p.m., with no sign of their daughters, the parents faced the grim possibility that something terrible had happened. They called the police, who immediately launched a large-scale search. Officers brought in search dogs, contacted volunteer organizations, and enlisted dozens of locals to help. News of the girls' disappearance quickly spread, and more residents joined the search effort. The focus remained on the park, the last place the girls said they were heading. Interviews with children along the route confirmed that Laura and Crystal had passed by, briefly chatting and mentioning their destination. Meanwhile, police canvassed the neighborhood, knocking on doors and distributing flyers, desperately seeking clues. Yet, as the hours stretched into the night, it became clear this wasn't a simple case of two girls getting lost. Something far darker had unfolded. By midnight, the entire town was searching, but there were no signs of Laura or Crystal, not a single clue. The search continued into the early morning, with volunteers pushing through exhaustion. Around 4:30 a.m., the police temporarily halted their efforts, but Laura's father and grandfather refused to give up. Determined, they headed back to the park and decided to split up to cover more ground. Just as the first rays of dawn lit the sky, a chilling cry pierced the stillness. Laura's grandfather ran toward the sound, finding Laura's father in shock, standing near a gruesome discovery. The lifeless bodies of Laura and Crystal lay hidden in thick undergrowth just off the bike path. The scene was horrifying. Both girls were covered in injuries, surrounded by blood. Laura's father instantly knew they were gone. He called the police, who arrived promptly. Forensic experts determined the cause of death: multiple stab wounds inflicted with a knife. Laura had been stabbed 20 times. Crystal 11. The devastating news shattered the quiet town of Zion. Violent crimes like this were unthinkable here, and now 2 innocent girls had been brutally murdered mere meters from their homes. The police launched an all-out manhunt to find the killer, with their first suspicions falling on Laura's father, Jerry. What troubled investigators was how Jerry had found the bodies in an area that had already been searched. Their concerns deepened as they uncovered his past. A criminal history riddled with drug offenses, assaults, and violent outbursts. One particularly alarming incident occurred in 2001, when a heated argument between Jerry and his wife escalated into chaos. As 3 men tried to intervene, Jerry, in a fit of rage, retrieved a chainsaw and chased them down the street. This revelation cast a dark shadow over Jerry, painting him as someone with a dangerous temper and violent tendencies. Was it possible that he could be responsible for the unthinkable? The town, reeling from shock and grief, demanded answers. Meanwhile, the hunt for the truth and for justice was only just beginning. Eventually, the men managed to subdue Jerry and hold him until the police arrived. He was charged with multiple offenses and a year later sentenced to 10 years of probation. As part of the conditions, Jerry was required to regularly check in with a probation officer. However, he missed one appointment, leading to his probation being revoked and a subsequent 18-month prison sentence. He was released just weeks before the horrific deaths of his daughter and her friend, arriving in Zion almost immediately after. To the police, Jerry's history of violence made him an obvious suspect. However, there was no concrete evidence linking him to the crime, nor was there a clear motive. Still, they brought him in for questioning, and Jerry willingly complied. What followed was an intense 20-hour interrogation. Initially, Jerry denied any involvement in the murders. He explained that he and his wife became worried when Laura didn't return home, and that he had gone out to search for her. He claimed he discovered the girls' bodies and immediately alerted the authorities. But under the relentless pressure of questioning, Jerry's story began to change. Eventually, he broke down and confessed. Through tears, he admitted that he had found Laura and Crystal in the park that evening. He scolded Laura for going out without permission and demanded she return home. When she refused and tried to pull away, he grabbed her arm. Crystal, defending her friend, reportedly brandished a small knife from her pocket and told him to let Laura go. According to Jerry, this enraged him. In a fit of anger, he wrestled the knife away from Crystal and stabbed both girls repeatedly. He said he left their bodies in the overgrown area of the park and walked away. By morning, he claimed, he returned to the scene, pretending to stumble upon the bodies so he could report the discovery to the police and divert suspicion. Jerry signed his confession, repeated it on camera, and described the events in chilling detail, adding that Laura had bitten him during the scuffle, which prompted him to hit her before everything escalated. The confession shocked the entire town, but the revelation was especially devastating for the girls' families. None of them could fathom that Laura's own father would commit such a monstrous act. However, Jerry's wife later admitted to the police that she had long feared his temper, given his history of aggression and criminal offenses. Jerry was promptly arrested, and the prosecutor announced plans to seek the death penalty. As the trial loomed, the case took another dramatic turn. Appointed a defense attorney, Jerry suddenly recanted his confession. He claimed he had been coerced into admitting to the murders under immense pressure from the detectives. According to Jerry, the interrogation was grueling, lasting over 20 hours with no food or rest, and he was emotionally shattered from the discovery of his daughter's body. Jerry alleged that the detectives had threatened him and his family, even subjecting him to physical intimidation. Exhausted, overwhelmed, and grieving, he said he simply wanted the ordeal to end. The police, he claimed, fed him a narrative of what they believed had happened and coerced him into repeating it. When they had pieced together a complete story, they wrote it down and asked him to sign it. Then, they directed him to read the confession on camera. Jerry's recantation cast doubt on his initial admission, throwing the case into turmoil. Was his confession a genuine admission of guilt, or was it a desperate, coerced act by a man pushed to the brink? As the community grappled with these questions, the investigation entered an even murkier phase, leaving the truth shrouded in uncertainty. Jerry's attorney immediately requested a review of the case, but his efforts were swiftly denied. The prosecution stood firm, arguing that Jerry's confession was voluntary and backed by his on-camera statement. Despite retracting his confession, Jerry was forced to endure a full trial with a jury, which dragged on for years. During this time, his lawyer unearthed critical details that could change everything. From the start, the attorney knew there wasn't a single piece of concrete evidence tying Jerry to the crime. This lack of evidence became the focal point of his investigation. Digging deeper, he discovered that while the medical examiners had followed standard procedures, collecting swabs, taking debris from under the girl's fingernails, and storing the samples properly, no one had ever analyzed these materials. They had been sitting untouched in storage. Pushing through resistance from the prosecution, Jerry's lawyer successfully petitioned to have the samples examined by an independent laboratory. In 2008, the long-overdue analysis was conducted, leading to an astonishing revelation. Laura's body contained multiple DNA samples that didn't belong to Jerry. Foreign skin was found under her fingernails, and male semen was discovered on her clothes and in 3 places on her body. These findings clearly indicated Laura had been sexually assaulted. As for Crystal, no foreign DNA was found on her body, but it was presumed she had been killed by the same attacker. Armed with this breakthrough evidence, Jerry's lawyer demanded his immediate release and a dismissal of all charges. However, the prosecutor refused, dismissing the new evidence as irrelevant. According to the prosecutor, the foreign DNA on Laura's body could have been coincidental. He argued that the park was a common spot for couples seeking privacy, suggesting the semen might have come from the grass or bushes. Even the presence of biological material inside Laura's body didn't sway his stance. Jerry remained in prison, awaiting trial, despite the mounting evidence pointing to his innocence. The lawyer managed to get the DNA profile submitted to the FBI's database, but no matches were found. With no alternative, all he could do was wait, hoping the true perpetrator would eventually be caught. 4 years later, and hundreds of miles from Zion, a tragic case began to unfold in Arlington, Virginia. Amanda Snell, a 20-year-old military service member, lived on a base there. Coming from a family with a rich military history, Amanda had joined with pride. In her free time, she volunteered at a local church, working with children with autism and developmental differences. She dreamed of pursuing a career in education after her service. On July 13, 2009, Amanda failed to report for duty, worrying her fellow service members. When they went to her room to check on her, they found the door unlocked. Inside, everything was tidy, her bed made, her belongings in perfect order, but Amanda was nowhere to be seen. The mystery deepened when they opened her closet. Inside, they found Amanda's lifeless body, positioned unnaturally with a pillowcase over her head. Initially, medical examiners couldn't determine the cause of death. However, further investigation revealed that Amanda had been suffocated, likely over 24 hours before her body was discovered. This chilling discovery marked the beginning of yet another heartbreaking case, one that would soon connect in unexpected ways to the murders of Laura and Crystal years earlier. There were no visible signs of trauma on Amanda Snell's body, and investigators confirmed that she had not been sexually assaulted. However, her laptop and tablet were missing from her room, raising suspicions of foul play. When detectives spoke with Amanda's parents, they learned a curious detail. Amanda suffered from severe headaches. During episodes of intense pain, she would sometimes retreat to a dark room and cover her head with a pillowcase to ease the discomfort. This revelation led investigators to consider an alternative theory. What if Amanda's death was a tragic accident? Her body had been found in her own closet with a pillowcase over her head, suggesting the possibility that she had sought relief from her headache and something went horribly wrong. However, detectives weren't quick to dismiss the murder angle. In front of the closet, they discovered a trace from a men's shoe. Unable to determine its ownership, they kept the investigation open, suspecting a possible intruder. While Amanda's case remained unresolved, a chilling incident in Arlington brought new fears to the community. In February 2010, a 26-year-old woman exited a metro station and was walking to her boyfriend's home when a man approached her on the street. Brandishing a gun, he demanded she get into his car. When she resisted, he grabbed her arm and pulled out a knife, but the woman managed to outsmart him. She threw her purse as a distraction and fled toward her boyfriend's house, screaming for help. Her cries alerted him and his friends, who rushed outside and called the police. Though the assailant fled, the woman provided a detailed description of his appearance and the beige Dodge Durango he was driving. Using this information, police created a composite sketch and began their search. Just 2 weeks later, on February 27th, 2 women returning home from an evening with friends encountered the same nightmare. As they stood on their doorstep, an unknown man approached them from behind with a gun, demanding their wallets. When the women explained they had no money, he forced them inside the house and tied their hands. While the man stepped out of the room briefly, one of the women managed to free herself and call 911. Unfortunately, the assailant returned before she could finish the call. He grabbed the phone and smashed it against the wall. Without hesitation, he seized one of the women, dragged her outside, and drove off in his car. What followed was horrific. The man drove her to a remote location where he brutally raped her, wrapped her head with duct tape, and strangled her with a scarf until she lost consciousness. Hours later, she woke up in the snow, abandoned by the side of the road. Passers-by found her and immediately called for help. These horrifying events painted a grim picture of a violent predator preying on women in Arlington, and they raised questions about whether Amanda's death might be connected. As investigators worked tirelessly to identify the attacker, the pieces of the puzzle were slowly coming together. The true extent of this man's crimes was yet to be revealed, but the trail he left behind was unmistakable. She was rushed to the hospital, where police quickly arrived to take her statement. The woman described her attacker in detail and noted the model of his car, a beige Dodge Durango. In a remarkable twist, just 2 hours before this assault, another woman had reported a strikingly similar incident. She told police that a man fitting the same description, driving the same type of car, had approached her on the street and attempted to force her into his vehicle. However, she managed to use her stun gun on him and escaped unharmed. With these two chilling accounts, investigators realized they were dealing with a dangerous serial offender. They focused their efforts on the vehicle, as tracing a specific car through databases offered a clear path forward. Police began visiting every registered owner of a beige Dodge Durango in the area, and soon their persistence paid off. During an inspection of one vehicle, officers uncovered damning evidence: a student ID belonging to the woman who had been left for dead in the snow, along with one of her earrings. Inside the car, they also found duct tape matching the type used to bind her head and a stun gun, which matched the description given by one of the victims. Car's owner was identified as 21-year-old Jorge Avila Torres, an active-duty serviceman stationed at the same military base where Amanda Snell had been found dead months earlier. Even more unsettling, Torres lived in the same building as Amanda, just a few floors below her apartment. When detectives searched Torres's room, they found a recently purchased pistol and large quantities of ammunition. On his computer, they uncovered a disturbing collection of explicit videos depicting violence, cruelty, and unconscious women. The evidence was mounting. Photos of Torres were shown to all three surviving victims, and they immediately identified him as their attacker. None of them hesitated. His face was burned into their memories because he hadn't made any attempt to conceal it during the assaults. With this overwhelming evidence, Torres was arrested and held in custody, facing charges for kidnapping, assault, and attempted murder. However, detectives soon began to suspect that he was also responsible for Amanda Snell's death. While circumstantial connections tied him to her, such as living in the same building, there was no concrete evidence linking him directly to her murder. Determined to build their case, investigators came up with a bold plan. They planted an informant in Torres's cell, equipping him with a wire to record any incriminating conversations. To their surprise, this strategy worked faster than expected. Within a week, Torres began boasting about his crimes. He openly confessed to killing Amanda, claiming he did it simply because the opportunity presented itself. Torres described how he had killed her for the adrenaline rush, recounting in chilling detail how he suffocated her and placed her body in the closet. He even admitted that he had carefully cleaned her room afterward to eliminate any traces of his involvement. However, Torres inadvertently revealed a crucial piece of evidence during his confession. He admitted to sexually assaulting Amanda on her bed and using contraception during the act. This admission proved to be the missing link investigators needed to tie him definitively to Amanda's murder. What began as a string of random assaults now had a clear connection to the tragedy of Amanda Snell, exposing Jorge Avila Torres as a calculated predator who had left a trail of terror in his wake. After moving Amanda to the closet, Jorge Avila Torres carefully made her bed but removed the top sheet. However, he left the mattress pad, which proved to be his undoing. Forensic experts analyzed it and found a minute sample of male semen that matched Torres's DNA perfectly. As if that weren't enough, Torres unwittingly provided more evidence during his conversations with the cell informant. He mentioned owning a pair of Nike sneakers that he kept in his car. Crime scene analysts seized the shoes and compared their sole pattern to the footprint found outside Amanda's closet. It was a perfect match. With this new evidence, Torres was formally charged with Amanda's murder and remained in custody awaiting trial. While Torres's DNA was now on file in the FBI database, the case took an unexpected turn, one that led investigators back to Zion. A few weeks after his DNA profile was uploaded, local authorities received a match. Torres's DNA perfectly matched the semen samples found on Laura Hobbs's body. The revelations didn't stop there. Investigators uncovered that Torres was originally from Zion and had been friends with the older brother of the second victim, Crystal. This connection confirmed that both Laura and Crystal had known Torres, a fact corroborated by other children in the neighborhood. At the time of the murders, Torres had been just 16 years old, far too young to draw police suspicion, especially since the investigation had been focused entirely on Laura's father, Jerry. Jerry had already spent 5 years in prison, awaiting trial for crimes he didn't commit. Once the DNA match to Torres was confirmed, Jerry's lawyer demanded his client's immediate release and the dismissal of all charges. This time, the prosecutor had no grounds to resist. Torres's DNA on Laura's body definitively ruled out Jerry as the killer. Upon his release, Jerry announced plans to sue the police and authorities for coercing a false confession and subjecting him to 5 years of wrongful imprisonment, recognizing the futility of defending their actions in court and the likelihood of being held accountable for gross misconduct. The authorities offered Jerry a settlement. He accepted, receiving nearly $8 million in compensation. Meanwhile, the legal proceedings against Torres in Virginia came to a close 4 years after his arrest. Though he refused to admit guilt, the jury unanimously convicted him. He was sentenced to death for Amanda Snell's murder, as well as 5 life sentences and an additional 168 years for the attempted abductions of 2 women and the kidnapping and assault of a third. Once the Virginia trial concluded, Torres was extradited to Illinois to face charges for the brutal murders of Laura Hobbs and Crystal Tobias. For the families of the 2 girls and the town of Zion, the long-overdue trial marked the start of seeking justice for a crime that had haunted them for years. Initially, Jorge Avila Torres denied his guilt, and his lawyer argued that the semen found on Laura Hobbs's body wasn't sufficient to prove his involvement in the murders. However, Torres was soon offered a deal. Facing the death penalty and with no hope of ever being released, he agreed to confess to the murders of Laura and Crystal in exchange for an additional 100 years in prison and a transfer to a different facility, as he claimed his life was at risk in his current one. The deal didn't require Torres to divulge all the details of his crimes. His confession alone was sufficient. With this arrangement, Torres avoided further trials and remains behind bars, awaiting execution. Meanwhile, the police officers who coerced Jerry Hobbs into confessing to a crime he didn't commit faced no consequences for their actions. Although Jerry received a settlement for his wrongful imprisonment, the psychological toll was devastating. Struggling to rebuild his life, he turned to drugs and was later arrested for resisting arrest, escaping custody, and ultimately serving a 2-year prison sentence. He became estranged from his family and chose to live in Texas, far from the town that had branded him a murderer. In a rare interview after his release, Jerry spoke about the false confession that had destroyed his life. When asked why he signed it, he said, "I found my daughter dead. They didn't even need to try to break me. I was already broken." The mishandling of the case by local police and the county prosecutor's office drew widespread criticism from national media and the public. Their decision to focus solely on Jerry as a suspect, rather than conducting a thorough investigation, allowed Torres to continue his reign of terror. Had they followed proper procedures, they might have caught Torres years earlier, potentially saving Amanda Snell's life and preventing the assaults on 3 other women.
Going to look at 5 cold cases that had remained unsolved for decades, but were finally cracked in 2021. Annette Schnee and Bobby Joe Oberhoizer. The first case on our list is about Annette Schnee and Bobby Joe Oberhoizer. Back in 1982, in Breckenridge, Colorado, 2 women were murdered. Their bodies were found miles apart and 6 months apart, yet investigators believed both were killed on the same night, by the same person. The one clue linking them? A pair of orange socks. On January 6, 1982, 29-year-old Bobby Joe Oberhoizer left home at 7:15 a.m. Her day started like any other. She hitchhiked to work as usual. Bobby was married to Jeff Oberhoizer, who ran an appliance repair business while she worked as a receptionist. They had been together for 4.5 years and lived in Alma, about 14 miles from where her body would later be found. That evening at 6:20 p.m., Bobby called Jeff to let him know she was having drinks with friends after work. He asked if she wanted a ride, but she told him she'd find her own way home. Jeff made dinner and waited, but at some point he dozed off. When he woke up around midnight, Bobby still wasn't home. Worried, Jeff drove into Breckenridge to look for her. Her friends told him she had left the bar around 7:30 p.m. and assumed she had gotten a ride. When he reported her missing, the police told him it was too soon to file a report. Left with no choice, Jeff went back home and waited. The next morning, a farmer living 30 miles outside Breckenridge found Bobby's driver's license on his property. That same day, as Jeff and two friends were heading out to search for her, they spotted something unusual in a snow-covered field. Something blue. It was Bobby's backpack, which she never went anywhere without. Nearby, they found one of her gloves, stained with blood, along with several bloody tissues. Jeff and his friends quickly organized a search party. Just 2 hours later, they made a heartbreaking discovery. Bobby's lifeless body, more than 15 miles away from where they had found her backpack. She had been shot twice. Bobby Joe's house keys were found at the crime scene, along with 3 puzzling clues. First, the only footprints in the area belonged to her. Second, a plastic cord was tied around one of her wrists. And third, a single orange sock was lying nearby. That same day, another woman was reported missing, 21-year-old Annette Schnee. Annette worked as a cocktail waitress in Frisco, Colorado, and, like Bobby, often hitchhiked to and from work. Because of these similarities, police quickly linked both cases. Investigators questioned Jeff Oberhoizer about Annette. At first, he denied knowing her, but after seeing her photo on the news, he admitted he had met her once. He explained that he had picked her up while she was hitchhiking and had given her his business card, but he insisted that he never saw or heard from her again. He also denied any involvement in either woman's death. 6 months after Annette disappeared, on July 3, 1982, her body was found just 13 miles from where Bobby's body had been discovered. What shocked police the most was that Annette was wearing the matching sock to the one found near Bobby. Even more suspiciously, Jeff's business card was found inside Annette's wallet. With this new discovery, Jeff quickly became the prime suspect. Authorities tried to piece together what might have happened on the night of January 6. According to their timeline, Annette was last seen in Breckenridge around 4 p.m., having a serious conversation with an unidentified dark-hilled woman. Police believed that by 5 p.m. she had left to hitchhike home. At some point, the suspect picked her up and drove 20 miles south of Breckenridge, down a small dead-end road. There, he assaulted her inside his vehicle. While getting dressed afterwards, she forgot to put on her second orange sock. She then tried to escape but was shot in the back as she ran. Police believe the killer then returned to Breckenridge and found his second victim, Bobby Joe Oberhoizer. He picked her up and drove 10 miles south to a scenic overlook where he attempted to assault her. Bobby managed to escape from his vehicle, and at that moment the other orange sock fell out. The suspect chased after her, and when she turned away, he shot her twice, killing her. Investigators found it suspicious that Jeff knew both victims. To them, it seemed like more than just a coincidence. 2 months after Bobby Joe's murder, Jeff Oberhoizer took a polygraph test and passed. From the beginning, he insisted he had an alibi. He claimed that on the night of the murders, he was at home with a friend who was visiting. For nearly 9 years, no one could track down this friend. Then, in December 1990, he was finally located and questioned. He confirmed that he had been at Jeff's house that night, but there was a problem. His timeline didn't match Jeff's. Despite the inconsistencies, Jeff never changed his story. He maintained his innocence and argued that Bobby wouldn't have accepted a ride from a stranger, especially when she had the option of him picking her up. For years, police assumed the blood found on Barbie's gloves and the tissues near her backpack belonged to her. However, in the early 1990s, DNA testing proved otherwise. The blood came from a man. More importantly, the tests confirmed it wasn't Jeff's. With this evidence, along with multiple witnesses backing his alibi, Jeff was officially cleared as a suspect. Investigators turned their attention to other possible suspects. One was Thomas Edward Luther, a cab driver with a violent past. Just 1 month after Bobby's murder, in February 1982, he picked up a hitchhiker in Breckenridge and brutally assaulted her. While in jail, he reportedly bragged about killing Bobby and Annette. His girlfriend also told police that he never came home that night. When questioned, he lied and claimed he was at work. Another suspect was Tracy Petrocelli, a convicted killer who murdered his fiancée in 1981 before going on a multi-state crime spree. At one point, he stayed at Annette's workplace, the Holiday Inn in Frisco. Despite both men having suspicious connections to the case, neither of their DNA matched the evidence found at the crime scene. Then, nearly 40 years later, there was a breakthrough. On February 24, 2021, police arrested 70-year-old Alan Lee Phillips and charged him with the murders of Bobby Joe Oberhoizer and Annette Schnee. He also faced charges of kidnapping and assault with a deadly weapon. He was denied bail. Investigators used genetic genealogy to match his DNA to the crime scene. Authorities now suspect he may have been involved in other crimes across Colorado. Tragically, Bobby's brother Kelly and her father Thomas passed away before they could see justice served and learn the truth about who took her life. Next, Gail Barris. On October 9, 1988, Gail Barris was last seen leaving a coffee shop in the early morning hours with a man. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. Gail Barris was a 30-year-old single mother of 3 from Michigan. Life wasn't easy. She worked 2 jobs at local bars to make ends meet and provide for her children. That night, between 3 and 4 a.m., Gail was seen leaving Speed's coffee shop in Battle Creek, Michigan, with a dark-haired man. Just over 2 weeks later, on October 25, hunters in a nearby town called Emmett made a horrifying discovery. They found the lifeless body of a woman lying on River Road. She had been brutally stabbed and sexually assaulted. Authorities quickly identified the victim as Gail Barris. Investigators launched an extensive investigation, interviewing witnesses and collecting evidence from the crime scene. Just days before her body was found, on October 22, police approached a 24-year-old man named Roger Plato. He had been linked to another recent abduction and assault, and his car matched the suspect's description. At 4:30 p.m. that day, officers attempted to detain Plato at gunpoint in a parking lot in Bellevue. However, he resisted arrest, became aggressive, and tried to wrestle a gun away from a detective. In the struggle, Plato was shot and later died from his injuries. Because he was never questioned, any potential information he had about Gail's murder was lost. Before his body was cremated, an autopsy was performed, and a blood sample was taken and stored at a private lab. With Plato dead, investigators turned their attention to his former roommate and friend, Richard Compton, a man with a long criminal record. However, when police approached him, he denied knowing anything about the case. With no further leads, Gail's case eventually went cold. Years later, in 2018, Battle Creek cold case detective Scott Marshall reopened the investigation. One of his first discoveries was that Compton's DNA had never been tested, making him the prime suspect. After digging further, Marshall found out that Compton had died in 2009. He was buried at the County International Cemetery in Austin, Texas. At the time of his death, he was 59 years old. The breakthrough in Gail Barris' case. Detective Marshall obtained a search warrant and traveled to Texas to exhume Richard Compton's body. When examined, his DNA did not match the samples found on Gail Barris's body. However, it did match previously unidentified hairs collected from the crime scene. Then, in November 2020, the case took an unexpected turn, almost by chance. Sergeant Chris Bassick of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department was conducting an inventory of old evidence when he stumbled upon a vial containing a blood sample taken from Roger Plato before his cremation. On January 3, 2021, forensic experts confirmed that Plato's DNA matched the samples found on Gail Barris's body. This proved that he was responsible for the assault and murder. Investigators also believe that Compton may have witnessed the crime. Although both men died without facing justice, Gail Barris's family finally got some closure. Detective Marshall emphasized that DNA technology continues to be the key to solving long-standing cold cases. Next, Stephanie Summers. On August 30, 1980, Stephanie Summers was excited to spend the day celebrating her nephew's birthday, but she never showed up. Later that day, police found her lifeless body inside her home. Stephanie was a 36-year-old woman living in an apartment in Silver Lake, Los Angeles. She had recently moved there from Newhall, Santa Clarita, and was thrilled about the new chapter in her life. That morning she was getting ready to pick up her 11-year-old nephew, Kelly Roberts, for a fun day at Six Flags Magic Mountain, a belated birthday celebration. Kelly, dressed up for the occasion, eagerly waited for his aunt. But she never arrived. Worried, her family contacted the police. When officers went to her apartment to check on her, they made a gruesome discovery. Stephanie had been murdered inside her home. Forensic experts collected evidence from the crime scene and from her body. Investigators interviewed multiple people, but every lead turned into a dead end, and the case eventually went cold. For more than 3 decades, her murder remained unsolved, until 2014, when Los Angeles detectives received a fresh lead. The breakthrough in Stephanie Somers' case. The new lead pointed to a man named Harold Anthony Parkinson, who lived just a mile from Stephanie's home and quickly became the prime suspect. On June 19, 2014, investigators tested Parkinson's DNA, and it was a match to the DNA profile collected from Stephanie's body. He was officially charged with her murder. However, Parkinson was already in prison, serving a sentence of 15 years to life at Chuckawalla Valley State Prison in Blythe for an unrelated crime. That crime occurred on April 8, 1981, when Parkinson shot and killed a man named Derek Eugene Perry in Los Angeles. Perry later died from his injuries. Parkinson was arrested and began serving his sentence on March 5, 1982. Derek Perry's sister Dolly recalled their last meal together at a Sizzler restaurant. "He gave me a hug and told me he loved me," she said. She remembered her brother as an exceptional BMX rider, a skilled surfer, and a caring older sibling. Authorities never disclosed a motive for the attack. When Dolly learned that Parkinson had also been charged with Stephanie Somers' murder, she called him a dangerous man who should never be released. In court, Parkinson's lawyer argued that he hadn't assaulted Stephanie, claiming instead that they had been romantically involved and had been together just days before her murder. However, prosecutors pointed out that Stephanie, after a brief marriage, had told friends she was only attracted to women. Los Angeles judge Kathleen Kennedy described the crime as horrible, violent, and degrading. She ruled that there was proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Parkinson was responsible for Stephanie's death. On February 4, 2021, at age 61, Harold Parkinson was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Next, Sylvia May Quayle. On August 4, 1981, William Quayle walked over to his daughter Sylvia's home in Cherry Hills Village near Denver, Colorado. She lived just 150 feet from his house. What he found inside was something no parent should ever have to witness: the murder of Sylvia May Quayle. Sylvia May Quayle, 34, was described by friends as ambitious, vibrant, and someone who lit up every room she entered. She had a deep love for history and worked as a secretary at an architectural firm. A talented cook, she had even started her own business specializing in wedding cakes. Sylvia had many friends and was passionate about art, especially pottery. Some of her creations still decorate her sister's home decades later. But above all, she was extremely close to her family. She lived just 150 feet from her parents' house and shared morning coffee with them every day. Until that morning, the crime scene. Just before 8 a.m. on August 4, 1981 police were dispatched to Sylvia's home after her father, William Quayle, made a devastating 911 call. The night before, around 11 p.m., Sylvia had spoken with her sister on the phone. Investigators determined that she was killed sometime between the end of that phone call and the moment her father discovered her lifeless body 9 hours later. William Quayle told officers that when he arrived at the house, he found his daughter lying naked on the living room floor. A brutal investigation followed. Sylvia had been shot, stabbed multiple times, strangled, and sexually assaulted. The autopsy confirmed that the cause of death was excessive blood loss. Clues: an earlier investigation. Police found 2 critical clues at the scene. The telephone line in the living room, as well as an exterior phone line, had been cut. 140 pieces of evidence were collected, and over the years, investigators repeatedly revisited them as forensic technology advanced. In 1983, 2 years after Sylvia's murder, forensic technicians made a breakthrough. They used an alternative light source and detected DNA evidence on the rug beneath Sylvia's body. The sample did not belong to her. That same year, hope briefly flickered for investigators and the Quayle family when notorious serial killer Otis Elwood Toole confessed to Sylvia's murder. However, many of Toole's confessions were later found to be false. The investigation into Sylvia May Quayle's murder. Otis Elwood Toole's confession initially seemed promising, but doubts quickly arose. Toole, along with his companion Henry Lee Lucas, had claimed responsibility for hundreds of murders, yet authorities were only able to confirm a handful. In 1993, all charges against Toole in Sylvia Quayle's case were dropped. That same year, forensic testing conclusively proved that Toole was not the source of the DNA found at the crime scene. By 1995, investigators took a major step. They submitted a section of the rug from Sylvia's home to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for testing. 5 years later, in 2000, the sample finally provided a male DNA profile. However, there were no matches in the national database, and the case once again went cold. A breakthrough with genetic genealogy. Fast forward to January 2020, Cherry Hills Village cold case detectives decided to apply the latest forensic tool, genetic genealogy, to Sylvia's case. 4 months later, their efforts yielded a name: David Dwayne Anderson. At the time of Sylvia's murder, Anderson was a 22-year-old man living just a couple of miles away from her home. As detectives dug into his past, they discovered a troubling history of crimes, including at least 8 burglaries between 1981 and 1986. In one case, he had removed a window screen to gain entry, an eerie similarity to the crime scene at Sylvia's house. Detective Robert Fuller, one of the lead investigators, traveled to Cozad, Nebraska, where Anderson now lived. There, Fuller covertly collected DNA from 2 trash bags Anderson had discarded in a dumpster. Inside, he found 15 items that potentially held Anderson's genetic material, including a vanilla Coke can. On January 29, 2021, forensic testing confirmed a match. Anderson's DNA was identical to the DNA found on Sylvia's body and at the crime scene. Justice, but too late for Sylvia's parents. On February 10, 2021, David Dwayne Anderson, now 62 years old, was arrested and charged with Sylvia Quayle's murder, nearly 40 years after the crime.
The first photograph is of Anderson in 1980. If anyone recognizes this photograph of him from this time period and has information surrounding or involving this case, we ask that you please call the Cherry Hills Village Police Department tip line at 720-305-9831.
William and Mary Quayle didn't live to see their daughter's killer charged.
Sadly, William and Mary Quayle never lived to see their daughter's killer brought to justice. William passed away in 1999, and his wife Mary followed in 2009. The final case, Bonnie Baker. On the night of June 30, 1998, Bonnie Baker was out celebrating. She had just received a promotion at work. She was having fun with friends when her boyfriend, Crispin Nain Perez, arrived at the gathering. Their interaction was tense. Shortly after, they both left together. That was the last time anyone saw Bonnie Baker alive. The investigation into Bonnie Baker's disappearance. Unlike Bonnie, who was thriving at work, Crispin Nene Perez had been fired a month earlier for missing shifts. On the night of June 30, 1998, Bonnie was excited to celebrate her promotion. She joined a group of friends at a party in Golden, Colorado, where they drank, danced, and enjoyed themselves. But the mood shifted drastically when Nene Perez arrived. Towards the Olwaf, a heated confrontation. Almost immediately, Nene Perez began causing a scene. Witnesses later described him as jealous and furious, particularly when he saw Bonnie dancing with friends. His eyes were red and glazed, and his erratic behavior suggested he was under the influence of illicit substances. Partygoers recalled him glaring at everyone, looking as if he were searching for trouble. Sensing danger, Bonnie confided in a friend, saying, It would be better if I just go now, or it will be worse. Shortly after, she and Nene Perez left together. The mysterious 911 call. At 8 p.m. that night, authorities received a disturbing phone call from an unidentified woman. She reported that a man had killed a woman inside an apartment on West Louisiana Avenue. Even more chillingly, she claimed the man was planning to drive to Mexico with the woman's body in the trunk of a red vehicle. Police traced the call to a payphone, but when they arrived at the West Louisiana Avenue apartment, they found no signs of a struggle and no one was there. A strange car crash. The next day, Nene Perez's car was involved in a single vehicle crash near Globe, Arizona. However, before authorities could question him, he fled the scene on foot. When investigators impounded and examined the car, they discovered bloodstains in the trunk. The blood was collected as evidence, but with no body and no suspect, the case soon went cold. A year without answers. For over a year, Bonnie Baker's fate remained unknown. Her friends and family desperately sought answers, but no new developments emerged. Until, at last, a breakthrough surfaced. A break in the case. On July 31, 1999, two boys were horseback riding in a remote area of Navajo tribal land in New Mexico when they stumbled upon something chilling. A human skull. They immediately contacted authorities. Investigators arrived and searched the surrounding area, soon uncovering several more skeletal remains. However, with no clear cause of death and no immediate connection to Bonnie Baker, the case went cold. The investigation reopens. In October 2012, Denver Gale's Denver cold case detective Kenneth Klaus was assigned Bonnie's case. Determined to uncover the truth, he contacted an FBI agent in New Mexico to discuss her 1998 disappearance. As part of the renewed investigation, DNA samples from the skeletal remains found in the Navajo region were sent to Denver's crime lab for forensic testing. The results were unmistakable. They match Bonnie Baker. A key witness comes forward. Then, on April 4, 2013, a major breakthrough occurred. The mysterious woman who had called 911 the night Bonnie vanished finally came forward. She admitted to making the call and provided shocking new details. She had entered the couple's apartment after Bonnie and Nene Perez disappeared. The scene inside was chaotic. Broken plates and glasses covered the floor, and the kitchen table was overturned. He had cleaned the apartment before the authorities arrived. She described the red car in detail, later identified as a Geo Prism along with its license plate number. Most chillingly, she recalled Nene Perez's ominous words that night. "I know that you don't like Bonnie. Something bad happened to us. You will never have to see Bonnie again because I am going to make her disappear." Authorities have not disclosed her exact relationship with Bonnie and Nene Perez. The hunt for Nene. As the case gained momentum, another Oniscala witness identified Nene Perez as the driver of the red car on the night Bonnie vanished. After multiple witness interviews and forensic DNA tests, detectives finally had enough evidence to charge Nene. A warrant was issued for his arrest. But there was one major problem. Nene Perez had fled to Mexico. For years, his capture remained elusive. Justice finally catches up. Prosecutors theorized that Bonnie Baker's body had been left in a shallow grave within a day of her disappearance. Finally, after relentless efforts, Nene Perez was extradited to Colorado and brought to face justice. On January 27, 2021, his preliminary hearing was held in a Denver courtroom. He now faces charges for the kidnapping and murder of Bonnie Baker. The Shafir family escaped war and chaos, hoping to start fresh in Canada. They were originally from Afghanistan, a country where tradition dictates fate and family honor matters more than personal freedom. On the surface, they seemed like an ordinary immigrant family. A father who had built a successful business, 2 wives, and 7 children. But behind this image of success was a much darker reality. Their lives were ruled by strict control, fear, and harsh discipline. Then, One day, they became the center of one of the most shocking and tragic crimes in Canadian history. Muhammad Shafir was born into a poor Afghan family. His father died when he was just 2 years old, leaving his mother to raise the family alone. From a young age, he knew survival meant being tough. Education was a luxury he couldn't afford, so he started working early. At first, he helped his mother with household chores, then moved on to fixing appliances. Over time, he discovered he could make money by buying and reselling goods for profit. His business quickly grew: electronics, furniture, cars. He always found new ways to expand his wealth. Without formal schooling, he relied on instinct and sharp business skills to seize opportunities. As his fortune grew, he decided it was time to start a family. Rona came from a wealthy and respected background. Her family valued tradition, but also made sure their daughters were educated. She grew up in a loving home, but her future was already decided. Like most young women in her community, she was expected to marry the man her parents chose for her. When they told her she would be marrying Muhammad Shafir, she had no say in the matter. She accepted it as her duty. Their wedding was a grand event, held at one of Kabul's finest hotels, with hundreds of guests in attendance. To the outside world, it seemed like a perfect union between two honorable families. No one ever asked Rona what she truly wanted. After the wedding, her life changed completely. She was expected to obey her husband, manage the household, and meet all his expectations. Years passed, but she never had children. In Afghan society, a woman's worth is often tied to her ability to bear children, and without them, Rona's position in the family became uncertain. Muhammad grew frustrated, and soon rumors spread among relatives that she couldn't conceive. His frustration turned into cold indifference, and the distance between them only grew. After 7 childless years, Muhammad decided to take a second wife. Tuba was younger, more obedient, and most importantly, able to give him heirs. Soon after their marriage, she gave birth to their first son, followed by another child. With each birth, her influence in the household grew, while Rona was pushed further into the background. Muhammad ruled his household with strict, unquestioned authority. No one dared to defy him. Any disobedience was met with humiliation or physical punishment. He controlled all the finances, made every decision, and demanded absolute respect. The women in the home had no freedom beyond what he allowed. Tuba didn't just accept these rules, she reinforced them. She fully embraced her role as the primary wife, completely overshadowing Rona. Over time, she became the one in charge of the household, managing the children, the money, and even Rona's fate. Her treatment of Rona grew harsher, isolating her from the children and stripping her of even the most basic freedoms. Hamed, the eldest son, became an enforcer of control over his sisters. Raised in a home where men ruled and women obeyed without question, he followed his father's beliefs without hesitation. He saw it as his duty to watch over his sisters, ensuring they followed the family's strict rules and reporting any signs of defiance. The sisters, Zob, Sahar, and Gidi, lived under constant surveillance. Any attempt to challenge their father or Hamed led to punishment. They weren't allowed to make friends, leave the house freely, or even choose their own clothes. Muhammad didn't see his daughters as individuals with their own dreams. To him, they were simply extensions of the family, meant to uphold his idea of honor. When the family moved to Canada, many assumed this would give the children a chance at a better life. But a new country didn't change the way their household operated. If anything, Muhammad's control became even stricter. He knew his children were now in a place where women had rights, so he tightened his grip to maintain authority. The daughters soon realized that life outside their home was nothing like what they had known. They watched their classmates interact freely, choose their own clothes, and make decisions about their futures. But inside their home, nothing changed. Hamed, their eldest brother, became even more controlling. He monitored their phones, watched their behavior at school, and reported everything to their parents to ensure they didn't adopt Western habits. Rona had once hoped that moving to Canada would change her life, but her fate remained the same. She didn't know the language, had no legal documents, and couldn't work. Without a passport or financial independence, she was completely under the family's control. For the Shafir family, Canada wasn't a land of freedom. It was simply a new place where their old rules still applied. Zab, Muhammad's eldest daughter, was the first to openly defy the family. Despite the strict control over her, she secretly started a relationship with a young man named Ammar. He was older, Pakistani, and most importantly, someone her father would never approve of. Their connection began with passing notes, then evolved into emails, and eventually secret meetings. Zab knew the risks. At home, she was constantly watched by Hamed. Even at school, she never felt completely safe. But her love for Ammar made her willing to take the chance. When her father left for a business trip, she saw an opportunity and invited Ammar to the house, believing no one would find out. But Hamed happened to notice a pair of unfamiliar shoes in the hallway. He immediately realized that someone from outside had entered the home. Without hesitation, he reported it to his parents. Ammar managed to escape, but Zab faced brutal consequences. She was physically punished and locked in her room for months, forbidden from stepping outside. While she remained in isolation, Sahar tried to fight for her freedom in a different way. She didn't rebel openly, but slowly distanced herself from the strict expectations of her family. At school, she removed her headscarf, wore makeup, and dressed in ways that were strictly forbidden at home. She also grew close to Ricardo, a young man from Honduras, the complete opposite of the kind of husband her parents would have chosen. Sahar longed for freedom and seriously planned her escape. She and Ricardo discussed fleeing to another country where her family wouldn't be able to find her. The plan was to make it seem like she had gone to Honduras while secretly crossing into the United States. But one unexpected moment shattered everything. One evening, while having dinner at a cafe with Ricardo, she suddenly noticed her brother watching her from another table. He didn't say a word or approach her, but his presence alone sent a terrifying message. She was in serious danger. When she returned home, she braced for the worst. Her father already knew everything. There were no discussions, only punishment. After enduring physical violence, she was forbidden from attending school. Realizing that escaping could put her life at even greater risk, Sahar understood that getting away from her family would be much harder than she had imagined. Amid all this turmoil, Giddy, the youngest sister, expressed her defiance in a different way. She didn't try to run away or pursue a secret relationship. Instead, she acted out at school. Her aggressive behavior, frequent absences, and open defiance of teachers were her way of resisting. She wanted someone to notice that something was terribly wrong at home. Her behavior led to a meeting with the principal and social services. But when her parents were called in, they blamed Western influence, claiming that Giddy's actions were just a phase. They assured social workers they would handle the situation themselves. The sisters' attempts to break free only made things worse. Their father and brother became convinced they were losing control, and in their eyes, that meant punishment was necessary. The conflict between the daughters and their family had reached a breaking point. Their fate was now sealed. When Zab, Sahar, and Giddy tried to break free from their family's control, they knew the risks. But they never expected that the very system meant to protect them would be powerless against their father and brother's authority. Zab was the first to seek help. After months of confinement, she realized her only chance at survival was to leave for good. She escaped and found refuge in a shelter for women in crisis. For the first time, she felt safe. But her disappearance didn't go unnoticed. Hamed immediately contacted the police, claiming his sister had been kidnapped. He even accused Ammar, hoping to get him arrested. When the police found Zab, she told them the truth. She had left on her own to escape her family. The authorities didn't force her to return, but they also failed to offer her real protection. She was left vulnerable, and she knew it. After seeing what happened to her sister, Sahar tried to find her own way out. She was too afraid to go directly to the police, so she reached out to Child Protective Services. She told them about the strict rules, the constant threats, and her fear for her life. The caseworkers listened, but in the end, they decided not to intervene.
As Sahar neared her 18th birthday, she was offered temporary shelter, but it came with one unavoidable condition. Once her stay ended, she would have to return home. Terrified, Sahar knew that if she went back, the punishment awaiting her would be far worse than anything she had previously endured. She declined their help, realizing that the system could offer no real protection. Rona was the only one who understood the true danger the sisters were facing, but she, too, was powerless to intervene. Living in fear herself, she knew that Muhammad and Tuba no longer saw their daughters as obedient family members, but as threats to their honor. She also understood that any attempt to intervene would be futile. Inside the Shafir household, it had become painfully clear. The daughters had defied the rules. They had openly rejected the traditional way of life. To their father and brother, this was not just defiance. It was an unforgivable betrayal, an attack on the family's reputation. Muhammad could not allow rumors about his disobedient daughters to spread. In Afghan culture, such stories traveled quickly, and losing respect in the community was unimaginable. What angered him most was that their defiance had occurred in Canada, a place where he couldn't control their environment like he could in Afghanistan. The greatest threat in their eyes was Zab. She hadn't merely disobeyed, she had run away. To them, this was unthinkable. She was living on her own, making her own decisions, no longer bound by her father's rules. This was the ultimate betrayal. Tuba realized that forcing Zab to return wouldn't work, so she devised a plan to lure her back willingly. She contacted her daughter, telling her that their father had had a change of heart and given his blessing for her to marry Ammar. Zab could now be with him, officially. On May 18, 2009, a religious ceremony took place at an Islamic center. The next day, Zab had her hair styled and her hands decorated with henna. Her uncle drove her to a restaurant, making one last attempt to convince her to reconsider the marriage. But Zab remained firm. She wanted to go through with it. However, her fleeting freedom was short-lived. None of the groom's family members attended the ceremony. They, too, disapproved of the marriage. Tuba, overwhelmed with humiliation, collapsed, fainting from the embarrassment. People tried to revive her by pouring water on her. At that moment, Zab ran into her mother's arms, saying, "If you're against the marriage, I'll walk away from him." Zab requested a divorce, and Ammar agreed. "I can't bring shame to my family," he said. Right there in the restaurant, a cleric declared them divorced. They had been married for just 24 hours. After the annulment, Zab's relationship with Ammar fell apart. Under extreme pressure from her family, she was forced to sever all ties with him. The restrictions on her life became even stricter, her movements monitored, her interactions controlled. Ammar tried to stay in touch, but her family made it impossible. Eventually, their relationship ended completely, adding even more emotional pain to an already agonizing situation. This was when Zab realized she would never truly be free. Her hope for independence had been crushed. Following this, tensions between Zab and her family reached a breaking point. The situation escalated, leading to tragic consequences. This was the point of no return. Muhammad, once hesitant, now saw that his daughters had no intention of conforming. To him, their disobedience was an irreparable dishonor to the family. Hamid, too, insisted that waiting any longer wasn't an option. In his eyes, there was only one solution. The daughters had to face the consequences. Betrayal could not be forgiven. Women who tarnished the family's honor had to be punished. Hamid believed their father had been too lenient for too long. If they didn't act immediately, the family's reputation would be at risk. The decision was made. The daughters would no longer have the right to live. Now, all that remained was to figure out how to carry out their plan. Muhammad, knowing the severity of the crime, didn't want to draw attention. He knew that this act couldn't be spontaneous. It had to look like an accident. Thus the planning began, leading to an unimaginable tragedy. Weeks of preparation ensued. Muhammad, Tuba, and Hamed discussed the details carefully. One key step involved acquiring a second vehicle, a Nissan Sentra. It was officially purchased for convenience, but in truth it was meant to play a vital role in the upcoming plan.
A vacation together would give the impression that everything was fine and that they were working to mend their relationships. Zab, Sahar, Giti, and Rona had no choice but to go. Even if they had doubts, resisting their father's decision was pointless. From the beginning of the trip, they felt uneasy, but none of them could have imagined that this journey would be their last. Everything went according to plan. For several days, the family visited tourist attractions, took photos, and engaged in casual conversations with strangers. It was all carefully orchestrated so that later no one would suspect there had been any hostility between them. In the early hours of June 30th, 2009, two vehicles, a Nissan Sentra and a Lexus RX, left the Kingston East Motel and headed toward the Kingston Mills Locks. Inside the Nissan Sentra were Zab, Sahar, Giti, and Rona. The exact driver at that moment remains unknown, but it was most likely Zab, as she was the eldest and had a driver's license. They were being followed at a short distance by Mohammed Shafir, Tuba, and their son Hamid in the Lexus RX. What happened next would shock the world. They kept enough space between the vehicles to avoid drawing suspicion. When the Nissan Sentra parked near the Kingston Mills Locks, Mohammed Shafir stepped out of his car and approached the Nissan. Zab either willingly moved from the driver's seat or was forced to get out. Tuba then took the wheel, staying inside with the victims. Seeing their mother beside them, the girls felt no immediate danger. Meanwhile, Mohammed and Hamed returned to the Lexus and drove to a nearby motel to create the illusion that the family was simply stopping for the night before continuing their trip. At the motel, they woke the manager and rented 2 rooms. But their responses about the number of guests were inconsistent. They couldn't seem to agree if there were 6 or 9 people in their group. This raised suspicions. After dropping off the 3 youngest family members, Mohammed and Hamed got back into the Lexus and returned to the locks. As soon as Tuba saw their headlights in the darkness, she quickly got out of the Nissan and ran toward them. That was the signal. The time had come. At this point, the women inside the car were still alive, unaware they were trapped in a deadly situation. What happened next could only be partially reconstructed during the investigation. It's unclear whether the victims were harmed inside the car or outside of it. However, forensic evidence revealed crucial details. 3 of them, Rona, Giti, and Zab, had sustained head injuries, likely inflicted to render them unconscious before they were submerged. Sahar, however, appeared to have resisted. There were no signs of head trauma on her body, suggesting she may have remained conscious longer than the others. One by one, the victims were either drowned in the water or placed back inside the Nissan after losing consciousness. Their bodies were repositioned, and the front seats were reclined to accommodate them. At this stage, Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed began staging the scene to make it appear like a tragic accident. Their plan was to send the vehicle into the water, making it seem as if it had rolled in by mistake. One of them started the engine, shifted the car into neutral, and exited, expecting the Nissan to roll into the canal on its own. But something went wrong. The car got stuck on the edge of the concrete ledge. The front wheels had gone over, but instead of plunging into the water, the vehicle remained suspended, teetering on the edge. This was a major setback. If anyone had appeared at that moment, they would have been caught at the scene. One of them reached through the open driver's window and turned off the ignition. The plan was unraveling, but they weren't done yet, where one would typically drive. It was an isolated area, far from the usual routes someone fleeing would take. The idea that the women had chosen this remote spot in the middle of the night to escape made little sense. Then, there was the damage to the Nissan Sentra. Investigators noted that the rear of the vehicle had sustained a strong impact, something unlikely in a simple accident. Fragments of a shattered headlight were found nearby, suggesting another vehicle had been involved. Additionally, the physical state of the victims raised suspicions. The absence of seatbelts and the lack of any broken windows or open doors suggested that none of the women had tried to escape. If they had been conscious when the car entered the water, It was expected that they would have struggled, but there were no signs of this. When the police took a closer look at the family's behavior, more inconsistencies emerged. Muhammad Shafir, Tuba, and Hamed seemed oddly composed for people who had just lost 4 family members. Their story also kept changing. At times, they implied the women had run away voluntarily. At other times, they suggested it was an accident. The suspicions deepened when authorities reviewed the motel's security footage. The footage showed that Muhammad and Hamid had left the motel in the middle of the night, only to return hours later, just around the time of the supposed accident. Further investigation revealed another damning piece of evidence: wiretapped conversations between Muhammad, Tuba, and Hamid. In these recordings, Muhammad spoke of his daughters, bringing shame to the family, and stated that he had no regrets about what had happened. In one chilling conversation, he declared that, even if they come back to life 100 times, I will do it again. These words erased any doubt. This was no accident. It was a calculated crime, an honor killing. With mounting evidence against them, the 3 family members were arrested and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. The trial that followed became one of the most infamous in Canadian history, exposing the dark reality of honor-based violence and sending shockwaves through the nation. Justice was finally served when, in 2012, Muhammad Shafir, Tuba Yahya, and Hamid Shafir were found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The deaths of Zainab, Sahar, Geeti, and Rona were a heartbreaking reminder of the dangers faced by those who dare to defy oppressive traditions. Their tragic fate sparked widespread discussions about the need for stronger protections for women at risk of honor-based violence. Though their lives were cruelly taken, their story would not be forgotten. It became a symbol of the fight for freedom, justice, and the right of every woman to live without fear. Captured chilling conversations between Muhammad Shafir, Tuba Yahya, and their son, Hamid. They spoke openly about honor, shame, and punishment. Muhammad repeatedly expressed his anger toward his daughters, stating that they had dishonored the family and that their deaths were justified. In one of the most damning recordings, he declared, "Even if they come back to life 100 times, I will do it again." Tuba, instead of mourning the loss of her daughters, was heard supporting her husband's views. Hamid also participated in the discussions, showing no remorse for what had happened. These recordings left no doubt. This was an honor killing, a cold and calculated act meant to restore the family's reputation. Armed with forensic evidence, contradictory statements, and wiretap recordings, authorities arrested Muhammad Shafir, Tuba Yahya, and Hamid Shafir. They were charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. The trial that followed was one of the most high-profile cases in Canadian history. The prosecution presented a compelling case, exposing the family's deep-rooted beliefs and their obsession with control. Witnesses testified about the abuse and oppression the victims had endured, painting a tragic picture of lives cut short by rigid cultural expectations. After weeks of testimony, the jury reached a unanimous verdict: guilty. Muhammad Shafir, Tuba Yahya, and Hamid Shafir were sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. The case sent shockwaves throughout Canada and beyond, sparking discussions about honor-based violence and the urgent need to protect vulnerable individuals from family abuse. While justice was served, nothing could bring back Zainab, Sahar, Geeti, and Rona, 4 women whose only crime was wanting to live freely. Their story became a symbol of resistance against oppression, a reminder that no one should ever have to choose between family and freedom. Though their lives were stolen, their voices would never be silenced. We're diving into a chilling case that proves the saying no case doesn't always hold true. This principle, rooted in English law, gained fame after the miracle of Campton. But in our story, there's no body yet there's still a case. On a November morning in 2011, Galina Kinaya returned to her rented apartment on Oberhoizer Street in Vladivostok and vanished without a trace. 3 years later, her boyfriend, Victor Cohen, was convicted of her murder. However, no physical evidence of Galina's death was ever presented in court. Her parents remain convinced she is alive and continue to hope for her return. In April 2024, Victor Cohen was released from prison, reigniting public interest in the case. The controversy has split opinions. Some believe Victor served time for a crime that never happened, while others argue the sentence for murder was far too lenient. Let's explore how this high-profile disappearance and alleged murder unfolded, dividing the nation and inspiring search efforts for Galina. Victor Cohen was born on July 9, 1988, in Vladivostok. He adopted the surname Cohen in 2012. His parents divorced when he was young, leaving his mother and grandmother to raise him. In 2005, he graduated from the Far Eastern State University's high school gymnasium. He enrolled in the university's Institute of Mass Communications to study public relations but dropped out after 6 months. In 2007, Alona Kadinskaya introduced Victor to her sister, Galina, who was 3.5 years older than him. Galina was born on April 22, 1985, in Rostov-on-Don. At age 13, her family moved to Vladivostok. Galina was known for her striking appearance, unique sense of style, and artistic nature. She studied at an art school and later joined the Faculty of Design at the Far Eastern Federal University. Victor fell deeply in love with Galina, and together they dreamed of pursuing theatre careers. Victor dropped out of school, and the couple moved to Moscow to chase their dreams. Unfortunately, Galina failed her entrance exams, and although Victor succeeded, he returned to Vladivostok with her out of solidarity. Back home, they started living together, and Victor received news of his grandfather's death. With the inheritance Victor received after his grandfather's death, he and Galina rented an apartment in the city centre, bought themselves cars, and decided to invest the remaining money into a business. They tried several ventures producing car tyres, opening a chain of donut shops, and even reselling Cherkela traditional Georgian sweets. However, all these projects quickly failed, leaving the couple disheartened. Over time, the strain of financial failure began to take a toll on their relationship. Their disagreements turned into heated arguments, and at times, violence. On one occasion, Galina's friends witnessed Victor lifting her by the neck during a fight. However, Galina wasn't always the victim. She sometimes hit Victor or broke furniture in their rented apartment during arguments. Their relationship deteriorated further. Galina began frequenting nightclubs, while Victor sought attention from other women, both seemingly trying to escape the problems in their lives. On the morning of November 14, 2011, after another night out at the club, Galina returned home in high spirits. However, Victor wasn't there, which made her furious. At 6:43 a.m., she called him, demanding he return immediately. Within 15 minutes, Victor was back at their apartment. A heated argument followed, during which they decided to end their relationship for good. Galina demanded 300,000 rubles in exchange for the car Victor had previously given her. Victor handed over the money, and Galina left the apartment, supposedly for the last time. The following day, Galina's parents grew concerned when they couldn't reach her. Her phone was switched off. Victor also didn't respond to their calls. 2 days later, he contacted Galina's mother, explaining that the two had quarreled. He claimed she had taken a large sum of money and left, saying, "You'll never see me again. Don't look for me. Tell my mom everything is fine with me." Victor added that he had tried calling Galina several times after she left, but her phone remained off. Initially, her sudden disappearance didn't alarm her friends and family, as Galina was known for her impulsive behavior. However, as days passed without any sign of her, their worry grew. Initially, Galina's disappearance didn't raise alarms because she was known for her impulsive nature and had disappeared for days before. However, 3 days later, her father filed a missing person report, prompting law enforcement to begin an official search. Police immediately questioned Victor, as he was the last person to see Galina. During his interrogation, Victor admitted that his relationship with Galina had deteriorated and that he was seeing another woman. He described Galina as volatile and jealous, claiming she had physically attacked him in the past, and once poured yogurt on his car in a fit of rage. Victor insisted on his innocence, saying, "I didn't kill Galina. Yes, we quarreled. She packed her belongings, took 300,000 rubles and left. I don't know where she went. Investigators searched the apartment the couple shared, as well as both of their cars, but found no blood or any evidence of foul play. Victor even agreed to take a lie detector test. While his testimony was inconsistent at times, there was no concrete proof linking him to Galina's disappearance. Police also interviewed Galina's friends and neighbors but found no signs of a crime. Adding to the mystery, Galina had never traveled outside of Vladivostok and didn't possess a foreign passport. With no evidence of wrongdoing, the authorities decided not to pursue a criminal case. Victor, meanwhile, moved on with his life. He collected Galina's belongings and returned them to her parents. Shortly afterward, he moved in with his new girlfriend, Tatiana. Their relationship blossomed, and in 2012 they got married. It was during this time that Victor decided to change his last name. Encouraged by Tatiana, who had heard the name in a movie, he adopted the surname Cohen, leaving behind his father's surname, which he had long disliked. For several years, Galina's disappearance faded from public memory. Victor and Tatiana enjoyed a happy marriage, filled with travel and quiet moments together. But everything changed 3 years later, when Galina's disappearance was reclassified as a murder case. For 3 years, Galina remained missing, and her mother, Elena Kadinskaya, didn't initially worry much. Elena believed her daughter's creative and unpredictable nature meant she might have simply left on a whim. This lack of urgency likely contributed to the delay in classifying Galina's disappearance as a criminal case. In June 2014, however, the authorities revisited the case. Based on existing evidence, they reclassified it as a murder investigation under the relevant criminal code. Galina was officially listed as a missing person, and detectives began exploring multiple theories about her disappearance. These ranged from her leaving to work in the modeling industry abroad to the possibility of foul play. As investigators delved into the murder theory, Victor Cohen, Galina's ex-boyfriend, came under scrutiny. They uncovered reports of frequent quarrels between the two, often fueled by Galina's jealousy over Victor's relationships with other women. Additionally, there were claims that Galina had plans to travel to Korea. She had previously worked as a model in China and was rumored to want to continue her career in modeling. However, Victor became the primary suspect because he was the last person to see Galina alive. Discrepancies in Victor's and other witnesses' testimonies further raised suspicions about his potential involvement. On July 23, 2014, Victor was summoned for questioning. During this session, he shocked investigators by confessing to killing Galina. Victor admitted that during an argument on the morning of November 14, 2011, he strangled Galina. He then dismembered her body in the bathroom, placed the remains into 3 plastic buckets, and transported them to a wooded area near the Vareg factory. There, he built a fire using car tires, burned the body, and scattered the ashes in various locations. Victor displayed an unsettling level of confidence during the interrogation. He spoke casually with investigators, used foul language, and even smiled as he recounted the gruesome details. Sitting comfortably, with his feet on the floor, he behaved as though the entire ordeal was a routine conversation. He shared chilling details, including how he had initially planned to boil Galina's body in a steamer, grind the remains with a meat grinder, and flush them down the toilet. However, he abandoned this idea, fearing the sewer system might clog and incriminate him. Victor coldly explained that he killed Galina because she was interfering with his new relationship. This shocking confession left even seasoned detectives stunned by Victor's lack of remorse and the sheer brutality of his actions. Victor described Galina as an unconventional woman who thrived on attention. She frequently went out to nightclubs and had a fiery temper, often causing loud arguments at home. According to Victor, Galina sometimes spoke of wanting the glamorous life of an escort model. However, she refused to accept that such a lifestyle often required providing intimate services. Despite her eccentric behavior, Victor found her charming and interesting until things took a darker turn. From Victor Cohen's interrogation. I was irritated. I was standing near the coffee machine, drinking coffee, and something in me just snapped. That was it. I went home, walked up to her while she was sleeping, said, "I'm sorry," and started choking her. She woke up and tried to fight back. But I strangled her for a long time. Then I left the house and cried. It wasn't fear, it was frustration and loss. I understood what I had done, but as a rational person, I kept my composure. Following the confession, investigators brought Victor to the apartment he shared with Galina in 2011 to conduct an investigative experiment. There, Victor demonstrated how he strangled Galina on a folding sofa. He claimed she had been drunk and asleep, making it easy for him to overpower her. After ensuring she was dead, Victor said he left the apartment, went to his car, and devised a calculated plan to dispose of her body. Victor explained that he had learned about burning bodies using car tires from a documentary about India, where the practice was used in traditional cremation rituals to achieve higher temperatures. He told investigators that disposing of Galina's body was much simpler than he had initially imagined. Late that night, Victor was taken to the vacant lot where he claimed to have burned Galina's remains. Under pitch darkness, he was asked to pinpoint the exact location. However, according to human rights activists, the chosen location had no traffic or CCTV cameras, raising suspicions about the integrity of the investigation. Key gaps in the case emerged during the investigation. Victor repeatedly pointed out inconsistencies himself. It wasn't clear what tool he used to dismember Galina's body, as an ordinary kitchen knife wouldn't suffice. Questions arose about how he fit her remains into 3 buckets, carried them out in full view, and why no one noticed him leaving with such unusual items. The landlord who rented the apartment to Galina was later brought in for questioning, as investigators tried to piece together the missing details. When investigators questioned the landlords who rented the apartment to Galina and Victor, they revealed that they had lost contact with Victor after learning the police had been there. When they went to check the property, they found the apartment completely empty, no tenants or belongings remained. On the ceiling, they noticed brown splatters they assumed were from coffee or tea, and there were black streaks on the wallpaper, likely from storing car tires. Unknown to Victor, his interrogation had been recorded on video. When he realized he had revealed too much on camera, he retracted his confession. Victor claimed that during his questioning at the investigation unit on Karafa Street, officers had forced him to confess through unauthorized methods. He also alleged they threatened to harm his wife, Tatiana, if he did not comply. Victor stated that the story he told was fabricated under duress by the officers, and that the location of the alleged burning of Galina's remains had been deduced using his phone records. However, questions about his claims of torture arose. CCTV footage from the investigation unit showed that Tatiana Cohen arrived at the building around 6 p.m., but was not allowed inside. She waited outside until 6:20 p.m., at which point Victor was brought in. Tatiana entered the building at 6:30 p.m., and Victor's recorded interrogation began at 6:38 p.m. Critics questioned how torture could occur in just 8 minutes, leading Victor to make up such a detailed and graphic confession. On August 11, 2015, after the first court hearing, Victor Cohen was found guilty of the murder of Galina Kadinskaya. The court sentenced him to 9 years and 10 months of imprisonment in a strict regime penal colony. After Victor's conviction, his wife Tatiana became his staunchest supporter and primary defender. Convinced of his innocence, she tirelessly fought to clear his name. The case captured the attention of Vladivostok residents, dividing the public into 2 camps: those who believed Victor was wrongfully convicted and those who saw him as a cold-blooded killer. Supporters even organized rallies in Victor's defense, while his wife remained unwavering in her fight for justice. Even after the devastating news that her husband would spend nearly 10 years in prison, Tatiana remained steadfast in her belief in Victor's innocence. During the court proceedings, a revealing video included in the case files was shown. Victor claimed his confessions were coerced through threats and physical abuse by interrogators, citing hospital records that documented a concussion and ear trauma as evidence. The case gained widespread attention. The idea that a young, charming man with striking brown eyes could coldly strangle, dismember, and burn his girlfriend shocked the public. Many struggled to reconcile these accusations with Victor's charismatic persona and his background. He had even been admitted to the prestigious Moscow Theatre Institute but chose not to pursue it. Friends, classmates, and acquaintances universally described Victor as a positive, well-mannered individual. Victor's defense focused on the lack of concrete evidence. Neither the apartment, where the murder allegedly occurred, nor the site where the body was reportedly burned yielded any traces of human DNA. Witnesses even claimed to have seen Galina in the city after her disappearance. The case's emotional intensity was further amplified by Galina's mother, Elena Kadinskaya. She genuinely believed her daughter was alive and consistently stated in interviews that Victor was innocent. She held on to the hope that Galina would eventually return and explain her absence. After being convicted, Victor continued to claim that the narrative of the murder was entirely fabricated. He pointed out the absence of biological traces at the alleged burning site, as well as inconclusive forensic results from his apartment and car. Galina's parents, surprisingly, supported Victor, remaining convinced that their daughter was still alive. Victor's lawyer, Ivan Mikheyev, also emphasized the lack of objective evidence. Soil samples from the site where Victor allegedly burned the body showed no biological remains. Furthermore, critical case materials were reportedly missing, including inspection reports from the apartment and car, lie detector results, and camera footage from 2011. Victor's family and defense team suggested the case had been hastily reclassified as a murder to avoid accountability for an unsolved disappearance. Despite the conviction, questions lingered about the integrity of the investigation, leaving the public divided over Victor's guilt and Galina's fate. Galina Kadinskaya was never found, but the case against Victor Cohen proceeded despite the absence of a body. Victor, disagreeing with the verdict, filed an appeal, maintaining his innocence and insisting that his confession had been coerced by law enforcement. Tatiana Cohen, Victor's wife at the time, launched a massive campaign in his defense. She appeared on various talk shows, organized rallies, and maintained an active presence on social media, where she raised funds for legal fees while posting what many believed to be fabricated updates. On December 7, 2015, the Court of Appeals overturned Victor's conviction, citing violations of the Code of Criminal Procedure. The case was sent back to the Court of First Instance for retrial. Despite this, on June 21, 2016, the court again found Victor guilty of murdering Galina. He was sentenced to 9 years and 9 months in a strict regime penal colony. Victor's defense team appealed the ruling once more, but on November 28, 2016, the Court of Appeals upheld the sentence, and Victor began serving his time. Following the final ruling, Tatiana distanced herself from Victor, withdrew from the campaign, and filed for divorce. It was later revealed that she had entered a new relationship almost immediately after Victor's arrest. This unexpected development led to speculation about her true motives, but Tatiana refused to comment. Despite the lack of a body, the court convicted Victor based on circumstantial evidence, which prosecutors argued was overwhelming. Among the key pieces of evidence was his confession, in which he described a plan to dispose of Galina's body using a meat grinder. Investigators later uncovered corroborating records from November 14, 2011. According to these records, Victor purchased a meat grinder and a pressure cooker from the Domnica store at the Maxim shopping center. In 2015, the investigation retrieved receipts and matched them with Victor's phone records. A purchase under the surname Pouv matched the exact time of the billing. The store's administrator testified in court, confirming the authenticity of the database and that there had been no tampering. This evidence, combined with Victor's initial confession and his inconsistent testimony, led to his conviction. Though Victor and his defense continued to contest the fairness of the trial, public opinion remained divided, with many questioning the justice of convicting someone in the absence of direct forensic evidence. The court's decision to convict Victor Cohen heavily relied on circumstantial evidence, as the body of Galina Kadinskaya was never recovered. Key factors in the verdict included discrepancies in Victor's statements and corroborative details from various sources. Cell phone billings and behavior. Victor's cell phone records from November 14, 2011, showed that he stayed at the apartment from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. This time frame coincided with the alleged dismemberment of Galina's body. Later that night, his phone connected to a tower near the Vareg plant, where he reportedly disposed of her remains. Victor had previously claimed that he tried to call Galina after she left, but phone records indicated otherwise. Between 10 a.m. and the evening, he made no attempts to contact her. His last call that day was at 11:51 p.m. to Tatiana, made near the plant. What stood out to investigators in the court was Victor's lack of effort to contact Galina after her disappearance. Unlike her relatives, friends, and even Victor's own mother, who repeatedly tried calling her, Victor made no such attempts. Prosecutors argued that this behavior suggested Victor already knew she would not answer. Purchases and evidence in the apartment. Victor reportedly purchased 3 20-litre plastic buckets with lids on the same day he bought a meat grinder and pressure cooker. While the receipts for these buckets did not contain a name, investigators linked them to Victor. Questions arose about how Galina's body could have fit into 3 20-litre buckets. Prosecutors argued that Victor meticulously dismembered her in the bathtub to make this possible. Further evidence came from the bathtub itself. According to Victor's confession, he dismembered Galina there, covering the area with foil to prevent blood from leaving traces. He then scrubbed the tub vigorously with a metal brush, damaging the enamel. Later, Victor claimed that the damaged enamel was the result of Galina using harsh cleaning chemicals. Witness testimonies. Witnesses claimed to have seen Galina in a supermarket in Vladivostok and at Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow after her disappearance. However, these claims were debunked during the investigation. CCTV footage from the airport revealed no evidence of Galina's presence, and the alleged supermarket sighting was also proven false. One witness, who falsely testified to seeing Galina, was later charged with providing false evidence. Final judgment. The combination of Victor's inconsistent statements, the phone billing records, the detailed confession later recanted, the purchases tied to the timeline of events, and the damage to the apartment's bathtub formed a compelling narrative for the prosecution. While the defense continued to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that no physical traces of Galina were ever found, the court upheld its decision. Victor Cohen was sentenced to 9 years and 9 months in a strict regime penal colony. Despite ongoing debate, Victor's conviction remains one of the more controversial cases, as it hinges on circumstantial evidence without the recovery of the victim's body. The mystery surrounding Galina Kadin's disappearance and the subsequent conviction of Victor Cohen has left many unresolved questions. One of the main issues discussed by investigators and journalists is why no physical traces of Galina were found, despite the brutal nature of the crime. The lack of traces. The key question that loomed over the investigation was why, after committing such a gruesome crime, there were no physical traces of Galina's body or DNA in Victor's apartment or cars. The answer became clearer when examining the timeline and the way the crime scene was handled. 1. Delay in police access after Galina's disappearance. Victor made sure that the police couldn't access his apartment for a critical period. He immediately moved in with his wife, Tatiana, and the apartment remained off limits to the police until December 8th, nearly a month after the murder. Even then, the police didn't use sensitive techniques, such as luminol, which could reveal traces of blood, to investigate the apartment for forensic evidence. By the time they gained access, Victor had had 3 weeks to clean the apartment thoroughly. 2. Car inspections. Similarly, the police didn't inspect Victor's car until December 27th, more than a month after Galina's disappearance. This delay gave him ample time to clean the car and eliminate any traces of her presence. 3. Burning the body. Expert analysis concluded that it was indeed possible to completely burn a body under artisanal conditions, such as using car tires to reach the high temperatures required to burn bones. This process destroyed much of Galina's remains, leaving only small, blackened fragments of bone. Victor claimed he scattered these remains in the woods near the place of the fire, but wild animals may have further scattered them, making it nearly impossible for investigators to recover any physical evidence. 4. Scattering evidence. The fact that no bones or remains were found in the area Victor described was significant. The only way to locate these remnants would have been to sift through a vast area of forest. The sheer scale of the search made it an almost impossible task, further complicating the investigation. Theories and doubts. Victor Cohen's conviction for Galina Kadinskaya's murder remains controversial, as questions linger about her fate. Investigators argue it's nearly impossible for someone to vanish completely in today's world without leaving a trace. Yet, more than 13 years later, no evidence has surfaced of Galina being alive or of her remains being found. Victor never suggested Galina might return, focusing instead on denying his guilt. unanswered questions. The case lacks definitive evidence, such as DNA or a body, leaving uncertainty about Victor's guilt and what truly happened to Galina. His passive acceptance of his conviction and lack of efforts to prove his innocence have raised doubts. Lack of closure. Galina's family continues to search for her, clinging to hope despite the years gone by. The absence of answers keeps the case alive in the public's mind, with many still skeptical of the official story. Legacy of mystery. The disappearance of Galina Kadinskaya is a haunting reminder of how elusive the truth can be. Victor's behavior, coupled with the unresolved case, ensures the mystery continues to stir emotions and speculation.
February 2021. Something strange caught the attention of the staff at Sharon Public School in Kenton, Massachusetts. Their 23-year-old colleague, Sandra Birchmore, had been out of touch for a few days. At first, they thought it might be due to a recent snowstorm. But by the fourth day, it was clear something wasn't right. Worried, her co-workers contacted emergency services, unaware that they were about to spark a shocking investigation full of secrets, lies, and hidden truths. Sandra Birchmore was born on May 13, 1997, in the small town of Stone, Massachusetts. Her childhood was tough. Her mom, Denise, struggled with serious health issues, which affected not just her well-being but also the family's finances. Sandra's dad wasn't around and didn't contribute to her upbringing, leaving Denise, her longtime partner, and Sandra's grandmother, Grace, to raise her. Despite their challenges, they tried to give Sandra a stable home. Grace was a big part of Sandra's life, stepping in to care for her whenever Denise was sick or undergoing treatment. Growing up in a home where the adults were constantly dealing with difficulties, Sandra learned how to be independent and responsible at a young age. From early on, Sandra admired people in uniform, whether police officers or military personnel. Her respect for law enforcement grew even stronger because several members of her mom's family had served as police officers or in the military. This background inspired Sandra to dream of being part of something bigger than herself. Her interest in police work started when she was just 8 years old and joined a program called Respect. This program taught kids about responsibility, communication, and respect for others. It was here that Sandra had her first real interactions with police officers, which further fueled her passion for law enforcement. By the time she turned 12, her goal was already clear. Sandra joined the Police Explorers program, which was started in the 1970s to give young people hands-on experience in law enforcement. Guided by experienced officers, participants in the program learned the basics of police work, safety rules, and how to handle emergencies. Sandra was part of the program from 2010 to 2016 and showed impressive dedication. People who knew her remembered how seriously she took her training and how much time she spent sharpening her skills. This wasn't just a hobby. Sandra saw it as a step toward achieving her dream of becoming a police officer. But things took a difficult turn in 2016 when Sandra was 19. She faced a devastating loss. Her mother, Denise, passed away. This was a huge blow, leaving Sandra heartbroken. After her mother's death, Sandra's aunt, Denise's sister, stepped in to support her. This loss happened around the same time that Sandra finished her time with the Police Explorers program, leaving a lasting impact on her life. Her dream of a law enforcement career began to fade as she struggled to deal with personal challenges. After graduating high school, Sandra began searching for her next steps. She signed up for college prep courses, planning to pursue a nursing degree. Even though her focus shifted, she still had a deep respect for law enforcement and stayed in touch with people she had met during her time in the Explorers program. Despite everything she had been through, Sandra kept pushing forward. But the challenges and losses she faced left her vulnerable. She often sought approval and guidance from people she saw as authority figures, a need that would later play a key role in her tragic story. In 2020, Sandra moved to Kenton, Massachusetts, a quiet town with about 25,000 residents. Known for being safe and family-friendly, Kenton seemed like the perfect place for a fresh start. Sandra got a job as a teacher's assistant at Sharon Public School, where she worked with students who had special needs. While it wasn't her dream job, it gave her a steady income and a chance to make a difference. Her experience caring for her mother had given her a strong desire to help others, and she hoped to build on that by taking college prep courses alongside her job. Sandra's co-workers described her as outgoing and friendly, though sometimes a bit immature. She had a habit of oversharing personal details, even with people she didn't know well, which occasionally made others uncomfortable. Still, there was no denying her genuine care for her students and her dedication to doing her job well. Even though Sandra didn't have a lot of experience, her warm personality and openness naturally drew people toward her. But this same trusting nature sometimes led to misunderstandings and made her vulnerable. She viewed her job at Sharon Public School as temporary, a stepping stone on her way to achieving bigger dreams. She had many plans and was preparing for major changes in her life. However, her eagerness to connect with others left her exposed, something that would later play a devastating role in her story. Sandra first met Matthew Farwell in 2010 when she was just 13 years old. At the time, she was part of the Police Explorers program, and Matthew, then 27, was one of the instructors. He quickly became a significant figure in her life. Their communication began within the program, but slowly extended beyond it. By the time Sandra was 15, Matthew had started sending her personal messages. This marked the beginning of a relationship defined by manipulation and psychological control. As someone much older and more experienced, Matthew knew how to use his position to gain influence over Sandra. Over time, their relationship became unhealthy. Matthew grew overly possessive, wanting to know where she was and who she was with at all times.
On February 28, 2021, successful entrepreneur Tyler Pratt went to a meeting to try and solve his financial problems. He was accompanied by his girlfriend, Jordan, and they arrived at an industrial area on the outskirts of the city, where some old acquaintances were waiting. Hours later, Tyler's lifeless body was found at the same spot by police. Jordan, barely surviving, was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Before losing consciousness, she managed to mention two names that would not only shock her loved ones but the entire nation. Lucy Li was born in 1995 in Shenzhen, one of China's largest economic centers. She was the eldest of three triplet sisters, born just minutes apart. Seeking better opportunities, her parents decided to move to Canada but left their daughters behind in China with relatives. 7 years later, the family was finally reunited when the girls were brought to Toronto. Lucy's father, a determined and business-minded man, started a driving school to help immigrants get their licenses. However, the family's true financial success came through Lucy's mother, Winnie Lee. Her financial firm, Respond International, quickly made a name for itself, using a sharp understanding of tax loopholes and efficient capital management. Winnie's reputation in the financial world grew so much that she was featured in business magazines, with her pictures appearing alongside top politicians from Canada. However, the family's success came with a cost. Winnie was hardly involved in raising her daughters. When she did spend time with them, it was only to check on their achievements. She demanded perfection in everything: academics, sports, intellectual growth, and artistic skills. The sisters had to master several languages, play musical instruments, understand finance, and excel in competitions and academic contests. Mistakes were never allowed. Lucy tried her best to meet these expectations, but over time, she realized that her achievements were always seen as the minimum. Her mother never celebrated her successes. Instead, she took them for granted. In the relentless pursuit of perfection, Lucy began to feel like she didn't belong in her own family. Meanwhile, In a small town in Slovakia, a boy named Oliver Karafa was born into a family with little money, but his parents were determined to give him a good education and a chance at a better future. At the age of 8, he and his family moved to Canada in search of new opportunities. Unlike Lucy, Oliver's childhood wasn't rigidly structured. He grew up freely and independently, but as a teenager, he started making reckless choices, seeking thrills and testing limits. School didn't interest him, and he saw discipline as something unnecessary. Lucy and Oliver's paths crossed when they ended up at the same school. She was the perfect student, and he was known for pushing boundaries. Despite their differences, they became friends. Oliver didn't care about meeting anyone's expectations, which fascinated Lucy. To her, he was the first person who saw her for who she really was, not just a collection of accomplishments. Their friendship eventually turned into a romance, and it was the first time Lucy experienced a relationship that wasn't driven by pressure or expectations from her family. However, like many teenage relationships, theirs didn't last. They eventually realized how different they were and that their futures didn't align. After high school, they went their separate ways. Following her mother's plan, Lucy enrolled in a prestigious university's finance program, setting herself up for a career in the family business, a life full of success and status. Oliver, on the other hand, chose a different path. His love for taking risks and his desire for fast money led him into a world that would be hard to escape from. At the age of 19, Oliver made a reckless decision. While heavily intoxicated, he got behind the wheel and crashed his car into a streetlight. One passenger died instantly, and another young woman was severely injured. Oliver, however, walked away with barely a scratch. His life was forever changed as he was sentenced to 5 years in prison and banned from driving for 15 years. Years later, fate brought Oliver and Lucy back together. But this time, their reunion wasn't about a teenage romance. They were now connected by secrets, crimes, and a shared desire for a life that would demand more than it appeared to offer. Lucy enrolled in one of Canada's top universities to study finance and global business. But the decision wasn't hers. It had been made by her mother, who had already decided what fields her daughters would study, ensuring they would play key roles in the family business. Lucy knew that her education wasn't about personal growth. It was just another step in a plan she never chose. Throughout university, Lucy was kept under close surveillance, expected to achieve nothing less than perfection. Graduating with honors wasn't enough. She had to excel in everything. Every small mistake was seen as a failure, and any deviation from the plan brought disappointment from her mother. Lucy pushed herself hard, earning awards, landing prestigious internships, and building a resume that looked flawless. After graduation, she was immediately brought into the family business. Winnie expected her to integrate into the company's financial operations and eventually take on a leadership role. To the outside world, Lucy appeared successful, but inside, she felt trapped in a life she didn't want. While Lucy was dealing with constant pressure, Oliver was serving his prison sentence. During his time in jail, he made connections with people involved in illegal activities, including car theft and fraud. He learned quickly, absorbing their tactics for working around the law. These lessons would later help him start his own ventures in the shadows of society. In 2019, after serving 5 years, Oliver was released. But returning to normal life was much harder than he anticipated. Without a formal education or any legitimate work experience, he couldn't earn the kind of money he craved. His driving ban made him feel even more trapped. So he briefly tried modeling, using his looks to land small advertising gigs. The money was modest, but it helped him build an image of success. It was during this time that he noticed Lucy again. They hadn't seen each other for years, but when Oliver saw her social media posts, filled with pictures from luxury parties, exotic trips, and fancy restaurants, it caught his attention. Lucy had become a popular influencer with a growing following, and brands were eager to work with her. Oliver decided to reach out. Their conversations began with nostalgia, but soon shifted to their current lives. Lucy admitted that, despite having achieved everything her mother had planned for her, she felt unfulfilled. Her career had been built on the expectations of others. Oliver, on the other hand, painted himself as someone who had been through hardships but was now seeking a fresh start. A few days later, they met in person at a restaurant. They talked about how much they had changed over the years. Oliver appeared confident, speaking of new opportunities, while Lucy was drawn to his sense of freedom. He wasn't bound by corporate structures or family rules. He lived life on his own terms. Only weeks after reconnecting, Lucy made a bold choice. She packed up and moved in with Oliver, cutting ties with the life her mother had planned for her. She walked away from the predictable, choosing the unknown. But little did she know, this decision would not lead to freedom. It would lead to disaster. Her mother, Winnie, was furious when she found out that Lucy had chosen to be with Oliver, a man with a criminal past. Lucy's bank accounts were frozen overnight, and all financial support was cut off. But Lucy didn't turn back. In fact, this only strengthened her determination to prove that she could live without her mother's help. However, it didn't take long for Lucy to realize that her independence was a false illusion. Within weeks, it became clear that her influencer career wasn't providing enough income. She was used to a high standard of living, but now her financial stability was entirely dependent on Oliver. Unlike her, he wasn't worried. He confidently assured her that he had multiple sources of income, including investments and profitable deals with cars and rare items. Lucy didn't ask too many questions. She wanted to believe it was as simple as Oliver made it sound. Gradually, Lucy became more involved in Oliver's business. Since he was still banned from driving, she became his full-time driver. At first, it seemed like a minor role, driving him to meetings, picking up people, and waiting in the car while he handled his business. But soon, she started noticing patterns. The routes they took were always different, and most of their trips happened late at night. The first time Oliver asked Lucy to sign documents in her name, she hesitated. She felt uneasy about the paperwork, which was tied to vehicles she had never seen before. Oliver reassured her, explaining that it was just part of his business. He was involved in exporting and reselling cars for high-end clients. He promised it was all legal, just requiring a few workarounds. Lucy didn't argue. She trusted him and signed the documents, managed accounts, and assisted with transactions. She thought she was just helping out with business operations, but in reality, she had already become a part of a criminal enterprise. Oliver was using her status to create the illusion of legitimacy in his dealings, but Lucy hadn't yet realized how deep she was involved. Despite their financial instability, the couple lived in undeniable luxury. Their apartment was in a posh area of Toronto. They switched cars frequently and never bothered to check prices at restaurants. Designer clothing, jewelry, and extravagant vacations became their new normal. Lucy didn't realize how dependent she had become, not only on Oliver's money but on him entirely. He convinced her that they were a team and that without him, she couldn't maintain this lifestyle. Lucy believed him, unaware that she was teetering on the edge of disaster. In the spring of 2020, Oliver received an opportunity that could take his business to the next level. Through mutual connections, he was introduced to Tyler Pratt, a man who seemed like a typical successful entrepreneur. Tyler owned several companies, including those in dietary supplements and investment projects. However, his real income came from a much darker source. Tyler was a key figure in Canada's illicit substance trade, handling large-scale imports and distribution. After his divorce, Tyler was looking for ways to invest his money, hoping to legitimize part of his assets and gradually exit the underground economy. He needed a reliable partner who could present a solid business venture. Oliver seemed to fit the bill perfectly: young, ambitious, well-connected, and confident. Oliver arranged a dinner with Tyler and pitched himself as an experienced player in logistics and international trade. He spoke about opportunities in commerce, automobile imports, and real estate deals, but the main focus was on his new idea, supplying protective equipment. The world was in turmoil due to the pandemic, and governments, private clinics, and corporations were scrambling to purchase medical masks, suits, gloves, and other essential supplies. Oliver presented a project he claimed could generate millions. He planned to source protective gear from Asia and resell it at marked-up prices in Western markets. Demand was skyrocketing, and suppliers were eager to work with cash transactions. Tyler was immediately drawn to the idea. As an experienced businessman, Tyler knew the market, but when it came to the legal side of things, he was inexperienced. Oliver assured him that he could handle the deals using his network. Convinced, Tyler made an initial investment of $200,000, expecting a quick return, double or even triple his money. Over the next few weeks, Oliver kept up the illusion of progress, providing Tyler with fake reports of purchases, forged contracts with supposed legitimate suppliers, and fabricated banking documents confirming transactions. Tyler thought his money was working for him. A month later, Oliver claimed that the project needed further investment. He insisted that demand was growing, which meant a bigger opportunity to profit. Caught up in the excitement, Tyler invested another $500,000, unaware that he had just signed his own death warrant. A few weeks after his second investment, Tyler began to notice troubling signs. He had transferred the money, but the protective equipment shipments never came. Oliver kept making excuses, blaming delays in logistics, customs issues, and bureaucratic red tape. Tyler, however, wasn't naive. He knew how business worked and wasn't the type to let money disappear without answers. As his demands for documentation grew more persistent, Oliver realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Panic set in. Tyler was no longer buying their excuses and demanded proof, but there was nothing to show him. Desperate, Oliver turned to Lucy. He explained that they needed to buy time, and the only solution they could come up with was check fraud. Lucy took an old check from her mother's business records and tried to withdraw over $1 million from the Leaf family account. She thought the money would get lost in her mother's financial transactions and go unnoticed. However, the bank flagged the transaction. A manager who was familiar with the Leaf family noticed that Winnie's signature was missing and asked for verification. As a result, the transfer was blocked. The plan had failed. Now Lucy and Oliver were trapped. Tyler no longer believed their excuses and gave them an ultimatum: either return his money or face serious consequences. Oliver quickly realized that the only way to solve the problem was to eliminate Tyler. He discussed it with Lucy, but she was conflicted. She knew they were in a desperate situation, but committing a crime seemed like crossing a line. However, Oliver insisted they had no other choice. Tyler wasn't someone who would forgive betrayal, and their lives could be at risk. The plan came together quickly. Oliver and Lucy invited Tyler and his girlfriend, Jordan, to a meeting, claiming they had a new business opportunity to discuss. Oliver told Tyler he had figured out a way to recover the lost money. Though skeptical, Tyler agreed to meet one last time. They arranged to meet on February 28, 2021, around 6 p.m. Tyler and Jordan arrived at the designated location, a warehouse in an industrial area, unaware they were walking into a trap. Oliver had prepared everything carefully. He purchased a used car with cash to leave no paper trail and secured a disposable phone to communicate with Tyler. To further disguise herself, Lucy wore a wig to alter her appearance. As soon as Tyler stepped out of the car, Oliver pulled out a weapon. His first shots were aimed at Jordan. He knew eliminating a witness was crucial to avoiding any future investigation. The bullet struck her in the chest, and she collapsed, losing consciousness. Tyler froze, realizing it was the end. Oliver didn't give him a chance to react. He quickly turned the weapon on Tyler and fired several shots. Tyler dropped to the ground, unconscious, instantly. Lucy stood nearby, fully aware of what had just happened, but not intervening. Their lives had changed forever. They were no longer just con artists. They had crossed a dangerous line. Oliver moved quickly, checking Tyler's SUV to ensure Jordan wasn't breathing. Seeing no signs of life, he left her body near the vehicle and told Lucy to leave. They were confident that they had covered their tracks. However, within an hour, something happened that neither of them could have predicted. Around 7:20 p.m., a truck driver passing by noticed someone lying near the entrance of the warehouse. It was Jordan. Despite her injuries, she had managed to move enough to catch the driver's attention. The man immediately called for emergency help. When paramedics arrived, they found that Jordan was still alive. She was unconscious but had a stable pulse. No one knew how long she had been lying on the cold concrete floor, but one thing was clear: she had miraculously survived. She was rushed to the hospital, where surgeons worked to save her life. As law enforcement quickly investigated the scene, they found Tyler's body. He had died instantly from multiple gunshot wounds. There were no security cameras or immediate witnesses, but the key to solving the case was lying in a hospital bed. As Jordan fought for her life, detectives launched their investigation. They combed through her call logs, messages, and movements, quickly discovering she and Tyler had been in contact with Oliver before the attack. Their meeting had been planned, and Oliver was now the prime suspect. Meanwhile, Oliver and Lucy were oblivious to how their plan was falling apart. They saw the news reports about the shooting and thought everything had gone perfectly. But when the anchor mentioned that one of the victims had survived and was now in stable condition, their confidence turned to fear. Lucy froze, while Oliver began pacing nervously. He knew that once Jordan regained consciousness, she would have a full description of the attackers, and the police would be able to trace everything back to them. With no time to lose, Oliver reached out to his contacts to secure fake passports and arrange a safe exit. They still had the money. A large sum stolen from Tyler was sitting in their accounts. The only issue was time. Within hours, they met with people who provided them with new identities. Lucy received a fake passport as a Filipino citizen, while Oliver became a Hungarian national. These documents allowed them to board a flight to Europe without raising suspicion. Their first stop was Prague, chosen because it was a major transit hub with large crowds of tourists and fewer questions asked. They rented a short-term apartment, hoping to lay low and figure out their next move. The first few days passed quietly, with the couple staying out of sight, only venturing out when absolutely necessary. But the fear never left them. Oliver obsessively checked the news, waiting for the moment their names would appear on an international wanted list. Lucy barely spoke, haunted by the realization that they were no longer just con artists. They had crossed a line they could never erase. A few days later, they moved to Bratislava, then to Budapest, thinking that constantly changing locations would throw off any pursuit. In reality, they were only creating a longer trail for authorities to follow. Their false sense of security wouldn't last long. Oliver was convinced the police wouldn't track them down so quickly, but within weeks, the situation began to shift. International law enforcement agencies became involved, and the net was closing in. What they didn't know was that their arrest was only a matter of time. While Oliver and Lucy attempted to disappear in Europe, Canadian authorities never stopped working. The first major breakthrough came from analyzing phone records. Investigators traced a SIM card used to contact Tyler, purchased just a day before the crime at a store in Toronto. Further investigation led detectives to one of Lucy's friends, who had unknowingly provided the suspects with an extra SIM card. During questioning, she revealed that it was Lucy who had asked for it. This became the first solid piece of evidence against her. The next breakthrough came from security footage. Investigators reviewed recordings from the area near the warehouse and discovered that hours before the attack, a vehicle registered under a fake identity had passed by. Inside the vehicle, the passengers bore a striking resemblance to Oliver and Lucy. Additionally, cameras near their apartment captured them leaving on the evening of February 28th and returning late that night. further solidifying the police's suspicions. Once Jordan regained consciousness, investigators got the confirmation they needed. She clearly remembered who had attacked them. Lucy and Oliver were identified as the perpetrators. That was enough for authorities to issue arrest warrants. Canadian law enforcement immediately shared the case details with Interpol, and within days, Oliver and Lucy were placed on an international wanted list. Their descriptions, photographs, and last known whereabouts were distributed to European law enforcement agencies. Meanwhile, the couple remained on the run, but their movements didn't go unnoticed. Hungarian authorities received the alert and began monitoring foreign travelers matching their descriptions. Soon, a critical mistake by Oliver brought their escape to an abrupt end. While paying rent for their apartment, he used falsified documents, which raised suspicions. The landlord reported the unusual tenants, and their information was checked. When authorities confirmed they were fugitives on Interpol's list, a tactical unit was dispatched to their location. Oliver and Lucy had no time to react. They were arrested on the spot. Lucy attempted to claim it was a misunderstanding, but officers already knew exactly who they were taking into custody. Within hours, they were placed in a detention center, and extradition proceedings to Canada began. Their time on the run was over. Now, they would have to face justice. By the spring of 2024, the trial of Lucy Lee and Oliver Karafa had drawn nationwide attention. The case became one of the most talked about in Canada. Two young individuals who had every opportunity for success had instead chosen a criminal path, one that ended in a deadly crime. The trial lasted several weeks. Prosecutors laid out a meticulously constructed case, presenting overwhelming evidence linking Lucy and Oliver to the crime against Tyler Pratt and the attempted crime against Jordan. Investigators provided call records, surveillance footage, financial transactions, and, most crucially, the testimony of the surviving witness. Lucy's primary defense strategy was to shift the blame onto Oliver. She claimed she had no involvement in planning the crime, had no knowledge of Tyler's fate, and was simply a victim of manipulation. According to her, Oliver was in control, and she had merely followed him without fully understanding the gravity of the situation. However, the evidence told a different story. Prosecutors presented proof that Lucy had actively participated in the financial schemes, helped hide the stolen money, arranged the meeting with Tyler, and even attempted to forge financial documents. Her decision to flee and use a fake passport only strengthened the prosecution's case. Oliver, on the other hand, refused to testify. His defense team attempted to argue that the crime had not been premeditated, but was instead the result of a conflict. The court, however, rejected this argument. The final blow to Lucy's case came from security footage showing her deliberately concealing her face during her meeting with Tyler, as well as records proving that she had purchased the SIM card used to lure him into the trap. These pieces of evidence completely dismantled her version of events. The verdict was harsh but expected. Oliver and Lucy were found guilty of the crime, fraud, and fleeing justice. Both were sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole only after 25 years. The trial was over, but its impact lingered. Lucy, once living a life of luxury and privilege, now found herself in a prison cell. Oliver, who had thrived on adrenaline and risky ventures, had lost his freedom forever. Their downfall became a cautionary tale about how greed and the pursuit of easy money can lead to complete ruin. Public opinion was divided. Some saw Tyler Pratt as a victim, a man who trusted the wrong people and paid the ultimate price. His family and friends defended his character, emphasizing that he had been trying to leave his past behind and transition into legitimate business. Others believed he had played a role in his own downfall, as he knowingly entered into a questionable financial arrangement with people he should have steered clear of. Lucy Lee became a symbol of wasted potential. Born into privilege, she had every opportunity to live comfortably without resorting to crime, but she chose a different path, one that led her away from her mother, into financial fraud, and ultimately to a deadly crime. After her arrest, her mother, Winnie Lee, refused to make any public statements. Her reputation in the business world took a hit, but she chose silence over damage control. Over time, she all but erased Lucy's name from her life, offering no support or defense. Oliver, however, was seen by many as a criminal whose fate had been inevitable. His troubled past and reckless choices had set him on this path long before the crime took place. For most, his conviction came as no surprise. This case destroyed multiple lives. Tyler lost his future. Jordan not only lost the man she loved, but, according to investigators, she was pregnant at the time, making the tragedy even greater. What started as a scheme for easy money ended in devastation.